Good afternoon. It's actually a minute past midday, so technically afternoon now. What up, one and all? How are we doing on this wonderful Tuesday day? Yes, we're going to go with that. Back for more of the 2v2 action. That's right, the $3,000 tournament that happened over the weekend. We said there were plenty of games that went uncast, so we've got a lot of cool stuff here. We've got a tiebreaker from one of the groups we're going to have to check in on. We've also got a pretty fun one because day number 2, only 3 of the series got covered by the main channel. So that was... In fact, let me double check. It was mainly on, I think, Beastie's side of the bracket, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so Lou MT, Beastie, Paw, Dimu, Baltoon, those type of people were covered. So 2 of their best of 3s out of the 3 got covered. One of them didn't. We'll cover that as well. But we basically have BO freeze involving Marine Lord, Wham, Anatan, and Voldemar. 2 of the 3 of which did not get cast by the main channel. Criminal! I know. That means we've got potentially 9 games there. We will have the tiebreaker from the group stage. We'll kind of go in reverse. We'll do day 2, and then if there's still more time, depending on how long today is, we'll do the tiebreaker at the end of the group stage that occurred. But I just want to keep that in the pocket in reserve because we might actually have something cool to show off today. So my hopes is that we're going to be able to get it rolling, get it going. I'm working on seeing if we can have 2 players available for a little show match to test out a brand spanking new map. That's right. Avali has been doing his madman in the lab concoctions again, and he's come up with an interesting new map design that he's asked if I can help find people to test out. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. Would be cool. Looking at, maybe some like Myriad, maybe a Voldemar, maybe a Dragavan, trying to get them in and see if they'll play maybe a best of 5, best of 7, maybe a play-all type format so we can see just how the different civs function on that map. I also want to try and sort a show match of some kind involving Kevayu's new map, which basically is based on a scuffed spawn of Socotra. I think he called it Atoll, as what he called it in the end, and it looked really cool. Basically, imagine Socotra-sized map, but it's a croissant. It's got a hole in the center. It's a little bit like a Boulder Bay, mini Boulder Bay. So, plenty of fun to come. What we're going to be opening up with is going to be the Marine Lord Wham versus Anatan and Voldemar set. In fact, let me also just grab something. I want to make sure I got the right mod installed. So I'll just quickly do that. Boom. Okay, yeah. So I'll keep us updated on when and how, where, when, whatever, all the words that go in there. We'll have the lads available for a potential show match. I'm hoping they're going to respond soon. If we don't get that show match today, we will aim to get it on Thursday to show off the new map. Other cool thing, they're back. That's right, they've returned. Protein Works, baby. They are sponsoring us for another month here in September. So if you guys do want to check out Protein Works, be sure to take advantage of the 10% extra off that my code provides. You can actually see the details there in the chat there. If you ever want to find it, exclamation mark Protein Works in chat will get you there. There's also links in the panel below. But these meal replacements are always nice, right? Like the last few days, we've had times where I'm like, I'm going to go get out for a snack break. I need to quickly go eat something. When I have these, I don't have that situation. So it's very helpful. So big shout out to them for coming back for 4th month, I think it is. It's 4 months now. Damn. Relationship's getting pretty serious, and we have to consider just buying a house together, maybe settling down, having kids, I don't know. But for now, I'm happy just have them supplying me with all this beautiful sustenance. So big shout again to Protein Works. We're doing the cookies and cream today, which is delicious. Okay, so I think people have started to flock in. Both YouTube and Twitch is live, so we are fan-dappy dozy. What we'll do is let me hop into the data, the boys, and we'll get underway. So, let me check out good old Vlad. Where is the lad? I think these are really damn well worth it, though, by the way, guys. I think we've been over it before. We'll show it off across the month, but, like, these meals, I think they work out, like, less than $3 or something per meal. They do work. They've been really handy for me. It's even more handy at the moment because I've started doing bouldering, so like I actually need additional protein. I think that has about 22 grams of protein in it, which is pretty damn good. So let me have a look here and see what we have. So I believe... Is this the one? Voldemort, Anatand, Marine Lord, and wham! There we go. Okay, so we are in BO3 country now, guys. So, stakes are up. BO2s ain't gonna work. We need to see people eliminated. They need to be kasplattered. So, we're gonna be opening up Himiyama, Voldemort and Anatand versus Marine Lord and wham. Now, in theory, you'd expect this to just be kind of one-sided hearing those names. No offense to Voldemort, but like, you know, Marine Lord and wham, two players that pretty much kind of like podium finisher types right now. Matsuyama's games have been lit these days. Wait, what's a Matsuyama's game? Hey? Rogan? Am I missing something here? Alright, so let me get that bad boy loaded up now. I do like the 2v2 action. The only annoying thing is obviously having to switch my UI functionalities every time. Shakes fists like angry old man. But I think we're ready to go. Why is there a giant YouTube thing on my screen? You guys can see that, right? I'm trying to figure out what's causing that right now. Oh, what the hell? So that's been there all along when we've been casting. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I know what's happened here. That's a little bit of an oof and a whoopsie. Actually, there's an even easier way to fix that. I can be lazy about this. All I have to do is crop it. I never noticed that before. Oh, dude. Well, it's because we don't really use this scene often. This is the least used version, right? Because this is a very specific mod that's only recently started getting used more frequently. It's just such a subtle outline of YouTube. It's almost like subconsciously I'm telling people to subscribe to my YouTube channel. That was brilliant. Okay. Let's get ready to get underway. Oh, damn. Wait, what? We're in playoffs territory, baby. That's right. This $3,000 2v2 tournament, and we are in the final day. Marine Lord and Wham going up against Voldemort and Anatand in a kind of round-robin-esque best-of-3 format. Game 1 is an interesting one already, though. We hop into Himiyama, and Marine Lord has picked the Ottomans. Am I the only one right now just kind of having a feeling? This is not your usual expectations opening a series. Wham has done something a bit more standardized with a French pick, but Marine Lord has just thrown a weird curveball here. Curious to see how effective it's going to be when you consider what's on the other side. Voldemort is on the Irobids, and we've got Anatand on the Byzantines. Yeah, so this is peculiar. I think Marine Lord, part of this draft may have been the logic is that they're going to go for the central pond. And of course, the Ottomans pay less for their production building. Remember, only 100 wood instead of 150. So you're able to start pumping Spearmen a little bit earlier. And a long Dark Age does benefit you getting into valuable things like the Healer Boys. But that's not the way this is playing out. He's at least going to be able to run across the map. And I guess in theory, on Himiyama, you're kind of as close as you would be on like a 1v1 map. Actually closer, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe that's part of the thought process here for Marine Lord to try and just dent the timing of Voldy. Voldemort is going to have to pull additional villagers over really early just to get what he needs for a tech up. This is already proving a little bit frustrating, right? And shivs are coming out, but Voldemort, that's way too late! Oh no! Straight away or never again, Voldemort! Mistakes have been made here. And the next gold is not very safe. This is a catastrophic beginning of the game for the West Side team. Anatand is still off to a chill start. Grand Winery is already in the way. But remember, that's going to be mirrored by Wham as well. So this is the interesting thing about denting a player this hard, is you've still got another player enabling your feudal timing, right? And I can't believe this. You know, it's kind of weird. Ottomans, they kind of go through motions. We've had times where they were the meme civ, then they were the Archer Mass civ, then they were the Rush Imp and Great Bombad Warrior civ. And now they're like a glorified Mongol civ, right? It's a very weird kind of turn of events for this civ, and oh my dear God, Voldemort, please. Oh, the panic. I think you just have to commit there, right? You just need to stab, stop the outpost, and then you're good. Instead, this kind of flimsy back and forth has hurt him even more. He's now going to just go north side for the gold in the end. But this has liabilities to it, folks. Wham is already on the way up the School of Cavalry, and this gold is not protected whatsoever. It's so far out there because the tree line spawning pushed the gold further out. So this is your backup plan. Doesn't feel great, right? And Byzantines going Grand Winery are not going to help you anytime soon. They can't. They can try to go Limitane, but they're going to have to defend their own base first. So Voldemar, whether he likes it or lumps it, is going to have a harsh little game here. It looks like he has gone for the one drop of gold. He's going to come back. And I assume this means he's going to have to open archery range to build a ram, which for Abbasids is kind of whatever. You don't mind playing along a feudal. For Iabids, it feels a little bit rougher because I think the goal was going to be a kind of fast castle-less build here, considering what your opponents are wielding in this game. Lord very content with what he's done here. I think he'll just now start torching down the mining camp, right? Because then it's extra stuff your opponent has to repair or replace. Obviously, it takes a lot longer when you're up against Ibids Abbasids due to the fire armor from the House of Wisdom. But Tech Up's now on the way. Sultani Trade Network is going to be coming in. Voldemar, meanwhile, has pulled the trigger, and he is going to be going for the military wing. Interesting. So this saves him on adding in the archery range. Now he has the ability to build a ram with the camel that spawns from here. It does, however, mean that you're a little bit more vulnerable at this stage in the game. So if both of the east side players want to attack you, you're going to be in trouble. And weirdly enough, okay, Voldemar, maybe he's not going for that ram. Instead, he comes out to build this outpost. Now, luckily for him, Wham went after Anatan instead with the first knight. So there is no blocker. Had that knight been running over here, it would have been an absolute catastrophe for Voldemar. And yeah, this Sultani Trade Network choice is kind of still weird to see in some ways these days, but it has been growing in popularity for quite a while. It's also quite peculiar and interesting on Himeyama, because Himeyama spawns, I believe, the exact count of trade posts is always equal to the exact count of players. So you can actually see that in this situation, we've got the 4 trade posts. Actually, I don't know if it goes beyond 4. I can't remember in 3v3s. I think 3v3s... I could have sworn in 3v3s it might even go back to 2, but maybe I'm just getting muddled up there. It is definitely kind of intriguing to see additional trade posts get spawned depending on player count. Like, I don't feel that that's a regular thing with a lot of the maps historically. I don't think it should matter anytime too soon. Beyond 4, yeah, Beyond 4 would be kind of crazy. Like, when I said it, I was like, hold on a sec, that doesn't make sense. But it is a scaling trade post spawn regardless, right? From 2-player to 4-player, which I don't feel like happens in many maps. Not from what I can think of off the top of my head. Most maps stick at like 2. So Limitane have shown up from Anatan. Voldemar is going to be covered on his greed. It's very clear what he's heading for. He's not wasting any time about it at all. Desert Raider is going to be a little bit annoying against the initial knights arriving. Wham has got more circling around Anatan's base, but he's playing very hunkered down. Second Rax is coming in, so they are just going max on the Limitane. Meanwhile, Marine Lord is looking to pump it in this age. Double archery range being added in, so he will be providing the backbone to this push. Probably not worth trading. It's kind of weird because you're not like fully set up. This is one of the awkward things about Sultani Trade Network and why it feels better just keep them at home. Is that I think you would make more gold, but not substantially more gold for the risk if you sent them over here. I do think in general I want to see more players utilizing it, but in this matchup the reason he won't is because of the Desert Raider. If that Desert Raider finds the traders and snipes them, you've just lost out. You've gained nothing. So if you're against a completely greedy Civ, say like Chinese, and they're not going to build any units at all until Castle, you could probably get away with some trade. I think for a lot of players, they just don't bother because it's also easy to forget about it and then lose them. Whereas if you just stick them in here and forget about them, they're always safe and they're always providing revenue. It's like Limitane pushing forward. Wham is going to look to just interfere with that, though, and not allow them to get what they want. And there you go. You're seeing the pop-up. We are indeed once again sponsored by the wonderful folks over at Protein Works. If you guys do want to get your hands on some Protein Works, be sure to take advantage of our code. Let's stick it down here. Boop. I'm just moving in. I mean, I don't think this is going to be quick enough to stop Voldemar's tech, right? He's about to do a full tech as well. Is this going to be Growth Wing? I think it has to be in this situation. He's likely going into Camel Lancers, and that's not cheap. You need the additional economy. In fact, he may have to consider something other than Camel Lancers if the pressure comes in too hard here. We usually see the situation where these IBIT players will begin their tech up, and then they'll lose access to their gold. Luckily, with the assistance of the Limitane here, it seems like too much of a commitment to dive. Marine Lord is just going to have to back up. Wham, in the meantime, is also now having to defend himself at home, setting up outposts in the gold. I don't know, man. I was worried, but I'm starting to feel like the Limitane are just winning this game entirely. The Archer Mass isn't big enough for Marine Lord because he spent so long in the Dark Age. Because Anatan surged forward into the Second Age, he has so many Limitane already out to protect both of them. And Wham's Knights just haven't really found that big dive that GG's the game. I got to give credit as well to Anatan's split. Like, he's actually put just enough Limitane on both sides to deter Wham from committing. But that might be about to change, folks. Marine Lord and Wham bringing it together. 8 Knights with the backup of the Archers should be enough to break through here against only 8 Limitane. Needs to be careful. Love that as well. You saw that from Wham. He pulls back the injured Knights, knowing that if they flop dead straight away, it's just a waste. Although the timing's not in sync there. It's getting a little bit ugly to watch like that, right? I think sometimes it's awkward in team games to remember that you are the cav guy and your teammate has infantry. And you need to basically make sure he's reacting straight away. Like, the sync up needs to be perfect on those timings. Instead, though, it looks like they're just going to settle on ramps. So Marine Lord going to look to brute force his way in. Javelins are going to start poking. And this is another one of those classic examples where, like, communication is important. In team games, things aren't as simple, right? If this was just a 1v1, Marine Lord's Knights there would have been attacking a lot sooner. But Wham's obviously distracted looking at other things, like the fact that Anatan is now pushing in on his gold. Villagers also being sacrificed. Wham doesn't have room inside the garrison. That's going to be 2 villies going down. Third one should easily be sniped here. I see that. Greed from Anatan. Does manage to get it in the end, though. This is painful, though. I mean, Wham, the problem here, right, is he just needs to keep pumping Knights non-stop. It's not a quick unit to produce. You can't afford gaps. Marine Lord, in the meantime, has got the Ram now trying to shuffle in, but looks like we've got the arrow slits on the way. No fortification, so not the strongest of defenses. But an extra assister here. Voldemort. Tech is complete, but he hasn't got the Camel Lancers out just yet. He needs to buy a little bit of time here. Best thing he could do is try to snipe out these spears with the arrow slits. Desert Raiders. So poking out. This Knight's going to dive past. It's the Limitane able to hold him there. And maybe a little bit of a mistake in a split up here. Archers are moving in now, trying to target down the spears. But the first Camel Lancer has arrived. They need to target them down ASAP. Getting rid of the Desert Raiders first, and then they need to just wail on this. The Knights not able to pinch him means that Voldemort will be able to back up now. The outpost on the east side is still blocking gold gathering, though. So, for all intents and purposes, Voldemort has 5 Camel Lancers and nothing else. Voldemort also just has some uncomfort here on the back. Looks like Lancers will be able to sneak in and just find the kill onto the Ram. Pretty much. Needs one more strike, but oh no! Voldemort, he's been seen. Anatan is coming in just in time there, though. Spearman able to block a charge in. I love Voldemort's confidence. He's like, well, I need food, and I'm not running back there. I've burnt too many calories. It's time to get a nice little Bambi on a piece. On a nice plate here and sink in. So this is actually, like, kind of coming together for Voldemort and Anatan in a way. And the quick was Wham almost got path to the left side there. That would have been a death sentence. But yeah, the interesting thing here is, like, you know, Voldemort has teched up, right? Gold access has been resumed. Lancers are going to start pumping. Knight advantage is still overwhelming right now for Wham, but is it really when you have to plow into 22 Limitane? What really wins them or loses them this game is how Marine Lord utilizes these archers. He has got that meta. He has got that attack speed. He needs to gun it, and he needs to do so fast. Right now, Anatan is weak in certain ways. For example, we've got the Steel Arrow upgrade already from Marine Lord. But Anatan, he never prioritized that blacksmith, so no undermesh protection. Love this from Voldemort, though. He's just trying to cut reinforcements. He can't fight the Knights directly right now, but what he can do is just try to cull what Marine Lord is sending across. This is tricky though, right? Like, we usually have these type of matchups where the IB player is a little bit starved on his age up. And you sit there and go, oh, well, you know, he should have went Golems, right? Golems would have won the game. Why does he not like winning the game? Just build Golems, KP. Why did he not build Golems? You can't here. It's Mass Knights, right? It's a death sentence to send Golems out against this. So you'll start building these insanely gold-heavy cost units. Not to mention even food, right? The Golems, I think it's like about 75%, 60 to 75% of the cost of a Lancer. It's insanely more efficient for bulking up. And right now, that's what they need. Numbers is their disadvantage. So they're pivoting back towards Voldemar again. Makes sense. Anatan actually has an army. Voldemar has groupies. I don't really. This doesn't count as an army. At this rate, you won't even be able to count it at all. Lance is just trying to body block as the villagers retreat. It's just so many knights right now, though. Anatan is now chasing, but he's going to be quite late here. A lot of damage could be done. Knights start to ride in. Camel Lance is just trying to hold those choke points, but the outpost fire tries to assist here. Without any blacksmith techs, the knights don't really care that much. There is no undermesh on them as well. Crossbows are coming out, but trickling like this is death. Antan's still not able to catch up yet. They're just kiting away from him indefinitely in this game. I feel like Voldemar is not going to have much of an economy left at this rate. Fully garrisoned TC. It's a cut-off on both sides. Archers and Knights move in, and that is going to mop him up. Voldemar pretty much losing all the value of the growth wing and then some. Down to just 31 economy. By comparison, his teammate Anatan, who's felt a bit of pressure, is up at 45. This game is starting to get ugly. It's a 23 eco lead. Actually, make it a 26 eco lead total for the East Side team. Anatan is not going to be able to age up anytime soon. Marine Lord might start to consider it, but I've got a feeling he's just going to keep pumping it because right now, Voldemar isn't really a Castle Age threat. He doesn't have any true value from this age up now. This is crazy, man. I'm impressed, right? Like, it's been a while since we've seen Ottomans play all-in feudal and look good for it, right? But these outpost rush openings, I've seen them be very impactful in 1v1s. You can see just how insane they can be in 2v2s. Especially when partnered up with another aggressive Sith. So Anatan, maybe he's going to try to strike at Wham now. I think it's the best course, right? Like, Marine Lord, this is the interesting thing. Whenever you're against a Cav Civ and a non-Cav Civ, attacking the Cav Civ makes more sense. The reason is that, like, the non-Cav Civ can't reinforce the defense easily. Whereas if you attack Marine Lord's base, Wham has a lot of mobility to arrive with. So this is actually a smart choice by Anno. The problem is, I don't think his army does more damage than this one. And that's the challenge, right? The good news is you're probably going to find a lot of pocket ecos, especially from the French player. In fact, the even better news is right now, the Knight's the only thing defending here, and it's Mass Limitane, so a decent opportunity here for Anatan to try and net himself a win, but you can see Marine Lord is already marching over. He sees an overextension here. This is sick. So guys, normally in these type of games, it's meant to be a trade out, right? Like, I take your leg, you take my arm. But Anatan got greedy. On the black market, he decided he wanted the liver and the lungs, okay? And Marine Lord said, well, I can't live without those. So it forces a reaction. And because Anatan overreaches with his gluttony here to attack, he's now pinned. And he's going to get wiped because Voldemar has nothing to offer. His army is non-existent. Knights are cutting down the small trickle of troops that are running to the flanks. Marine Lord is perfectly reading this, by the way. Wall goes up now. And that means Anatan, he gets pushed and rallied straight back towards him. Marine Lord able to cut off the retreat now, and this is going to be a chase down and a kill. And Anatan, you know, he's been a big threat, a big thorn in their side for a long time on the defense. Well, good luck defending without an army. And even that attack speed is just so effective with the Spearman here. Just mitigating the extra health the Limitane have. Allows you to wipe out the Javelin so quickly. And just like that, Anatan, not so much an Anachad as an Anachode right now. There's practically nothing left of him. 13 Limitane, a handful of Javelins. And now they are staring down the barrel of almost 100 military for Marine Lord. 26 Knights for Wham. Damn, this was a sick game. It really looked like for a moment Voldemar was getting away with the typical greedy tech play, right? It almost looked like, at first, the play into the outpost rush wasn't yielding the end results intended. But the follow-up was beautiful here, man. The timing was succinct. I was a little bit worried they were going to allow that back goal to exist, but no. And with that shutdown, with that starvation, Voldemar, for the majority of this game, has felt like, at best, a cheerleader. You know, you want to put a little bit of blusher on his cheeks, give him a little tutu. Game to sing like a cheer squad song in Danish to you. It's not really the Chadley player you come to know on the ladder. Now the other Chad needs to be brought down. Marine Lord is teching up behind this, by the way. He's already committed enough military. He doesn't need to add more. Wham will just keep adding knights. If they need to go castle on delay, they can. For the time being, the knights are the kings of the feudal age, though. Limitane count up to 20. Knights are going to peel it back. They've already forced the Limitane to overextend. Archer's now trading out against this. And the javelin count simply too low. They'll take their time. No rush here. They can back up, get the upgrades on Marine Lord's army, and come again. In fact, I would love to see right now Wham just peel a few knights and head over into Voldemar's economy. He's unguarded. You've just seen that by the fact that he's reinforcing this base. We have got 2 TC, by the way, for Anatand, but I think it's too late for that. The amount of time you need to yield value from this play, it doesn't really exist in this game. He has at least got the Olive Groves, right? So the positive is it's not one of those cases where you're going to run out of food to gather to build villages. That's fine. What's not fine is what's about to happen to Voldemar. What's that riding over the hill? It's a monster named Wham. He baits a reaction as well. They come out into the field, and this is a mistake. I mean, they have to react. I say it's a mistake, but it's a forced error is the correct technical term here. Archer's staggered right now. Mango not able to do enough. They just need to get back behind the wall, but the Knights are forcing the matter here. Body blocks coming in. The Mango has to turn around to attack. And the upgrades are coming through. Veterancy for the Spears. Vet for Archers should just be a matter of moments away. And with that now complete, Game 1 is a guaranteed dub for Marine Lord and Wham. Good execution as well, man. Like, Ottoman's opening up in a draft is not something you'd expect to see in the playoffs of a $3,000 tournament. But Marine Lord, he shows his chops, he shows his grit, and he shows he knows his as well. Ooh, only game 1, though. That was a cool first game. I mean, I think I said a while ago, Ottomans are basically becoming better outpost rushers than Mongols. And it kind of holds true, right? So, let me get game 2 ready. I'm trying to think if we upload that one. Maybe? It's pretty cool. The most toxic Civ in the game. I honestly, like, dude, it is pretty toxic when you're able to do that so easily. And like I said, I think, you know, we've seen, I think, Ottomans like 3 times now in the 2v2 tournament, and they always do that type of strategy. It's insane just how effective it can be. So, let me get game number 2 ready. So we opened on Himeyama, and now we're going to be heading into Prairie. Mongol-Japanese versus Eichuri Rus. What did Otto do? Ottomans outpost rushed the Ibids, and Voldemar's tech timing was completely skewed. And then he couldn't reliably stick on gold. Like, he legit just got outpost rushed. Like, Ottomans seem to just be better at outpost rushing than Mongols. I think part of it is you don't necessarily expect them to do it. Whereas when you're playing against the Mongols, you're like, oh yeah, he's going to outpost rush me. Like you know what I mean? You get in the game, your instant thought is, yeah, he's going to outpost rush me. When an Ottoman player does it, you're like, what the what? Alright, let's get ready for another. So, let me flip that score around. Because it's definitely not 1-0 for Voldemar and Anatan. I think this is just about to be a series of outpost rushing. Welcome back to game number 2 in the playoffs of Empire Duels 2v2 Pro Circuit Tournament. $3,000 tournament. Game 1 just completed, and Marine Lord opened with the Ottomans and outpost rushed Voldemar. Voldemar is once again playing a gold greedy Civ, and Marine Lord is once again playing an outpost rushing Civ. Would anyone like to take bets on what he's gonna do? So we were just talking, just before we got into this, that with the Ottomans, it's a very intriguing play to outpost rush because it might be suspected, but it's less expected. Mongols, on the other hand, are 100% expected to outpost rush. So I'm wondering if that changes Marine Lord's approach because, you know, we've usually seen the reaction of like H3 players is that they just set up an outpost straight away. They gather on the wood. That being said, there is greed in these woods. And that was vile. I think Marine Lord intentionally waited to go and build the racks until after Voldemar had came by and left. Basically giving him a false sense of security, which you can see Voldemar banked on and believed in because he's got 0 people gathering on wood, which means there will not be an outpost defense against the incoming spears. That's tricky, sticky, and vile all at the same time. So outside of these 2 picks, though, we have got 2 other players in this. Remember, it's a 2v2 tournament. Wham is going to be playing in the red on the Japanese, and Anatan is going to be on the roof in the blue. This is an interesting one. I've seen just how hard French struggle against Japanese, and I have a feeling this plays out the same way. So if this turns into a 1-on-1 and a 1-on-1, basically Marine Lord is there to just cripple Voldemar, and Wham should, with a fast castle build, be able to ruin Anatan's day. So definitely an exciting one to watch, and we should have the Kura Storehouse coming. Kura Storehouse, I feel like it's just a requirement on Prairie. I have seen a few people trying to do Coco Township, but the problem with Coco Township compared to Kura, you don't have much wood. So for multiple reasons, the Kura is really important. For a start, it saves you a surplus of wood on farms, right? It saves you, I believe it's 900 wood on farms in total, because you get 12 of them. And then the other thing is it then generates wood after that fact. On a map that's so limited in that exact resource, this is an invaluable tool. I do, however, absolutely, and with a great passion, hate the placement. He unfortunately didn't have a good woodline spawn for it, so he's got like half a tile gap there. Not even enough for farms to spawn. He will, however, with this layout, start kind of generating wood quite quickly. So I don't know if that was intentional. But the cool thing about the Kura Storehouse, folks, why it's so valuable to use like this, is that this Kura Storehouse does function as a universal drop-off building. Honestly, in an ideal world, it would have been great if his wood and stone had been in the same place. Then he could have had the 2-in-1. But Outpost has come in, and Voldemar has backed off. He's allowed it. He got what he needed for the tech, though. He might just have to pull villages. Not straight away, but like once you got a few archers together, it might just be the play. Either that, or Anatan's going to be one to clear it up for him on a delay. That's kind of tricky, right? Because you're thinking probably knights is what you're going for as Anatan, and you don't want to be running to spears. Love this, though. That's a lot of influence for wood as the game goes on, but this also now secures him the ball. Wham! Also... Oh, I love this. Wham is actually on standby, man. He's not going to let him have it. So he understands perfectly well what this Kremlin's all about. So Anatan, all of a sudden, it's kind of a wasted investment here. You've got unprotected gold on the backside. You've got unprotected food sources. Without the ball, this play just doesn't make sense. I'm wondering, though, is Wham really going to back up? That's a little bit surprising. I thought he'd hang around there just to kind of grief him. But in fairness, you do need to find out what the hell your opponent is up to, right? You can't just sit here forever. You need to know what his moves are going to be. Like, is it going to be, for example, 2 TC build? That, by the way, was Anatan baiting? I'm not sure if this house was about scouting an outpost rush. It might be about bridging the gap to the wood line so you can see things coming. It's very peculiar. I don't feel like I've seen this before. It's almost like it was to bait his opponent. Because when the scaffolding is going up, you just see like a one-tile building. You might think it's a mining camp, right? I think Anatan is just trying to get kind of Giga Brain here. That's pretty cool, though. Oh, this is kind of sick, actually. Yo! Wow, no! Oh my god, a game of big brain in themselves. First Anatan with this, then Wham with a scout. He thought he could keep the ball in range of the scout to kill him, so he never had to touch him, but he didn't respect the one garrison unit inside the Kremlin that ruined him. And guys, I'm noticing 3 scouts. Why? Anatan, it doesn't work that way anymore. I'm assuming this is going to be pro scouts on a delay. It's the only thing that would make sense. Kind of wild, though, considering you, on average, get less deer on prairie than other maps, as far as I can recall. Because you get the 3 stacks, right? In fact, yeah, it's all 3 stacks. There's no 4 stacks either. But in fairness, there's a lot of dispersion, right? Which is kind of cool because it means your opponents can't just block you on all the locations. And also, at this point in the game, realistically, you know what the Japanese are doing. They're not playing the age. There's no presence on the map. In the meantime, Voldemar has shuffled out. He's completely forgone gold, and he's playing the poor man's life. Arkan is set up near the berries. He got a lot of sheep, actually. So Anatan got 16. Marine Lord only got 7. Voldemar still has 20. And Wham has 13. That's a damn good yield. Voldemar looking a bit of a good use here. Floating Gate in the meantime is going to be on the way. Love the fact we've got Deerstone coming out. Marine Lord, so here's the thing. You might be wondering why the hell on Prairie would you not go for Silvertree? Silvertree is like crazy, right? Yes, you are correct, astute viewer. But you would be double greeting. Because you know the Japanese player is just going to go castle and do nothing else. So if you choose to go trade, you can just kind of get rushed and intercepted. So I'm actually fine with the way they kind of played this out. It makes quite a lot of sense when you think about it. And thank you, the UI has broken. Did it just break there? I could have sworn I toggled that a second ago. There we go, we'll get that fixed. Don't know why it keeps toggling itself back on like that. This is kind of intriguing though. Like Anatan and Voldemar do pose a significant threat right now. Wham is about to complete the tech up. However, the dive's coming in. Knights are going to idle him out. And, you know, this is kind of one of those tricky things, right? It's like when you play this Castle Rush build in 2v2s, 2 players can kind of pile on you. In fact, what I would love to see right now is a sneak out for just a sliver of gold from Voldemar. If he can get enough gold together to get into Siege Engineering, they can completely unravel Wham's plan here. This is so annoying as well. I mean, Marine Lord at home can defend himself, right? But abroad, not so much. Remember, you don't have that Yam aura to get you away when you're outside your base. So that was a smart read. They basically forced Marine Lord to come out to defend Wham, and it means that they can snipe him down as well. Tech up is at least complete, though, and credit to him, Marine Lord did draw a lot of fire for Wham. But we have to remember that Wham doesn't have that many sheep left, right? Like, 10 is decent, but considering the amount of pump Voldemar has from age 2, when he has that 20 sheep plus, I am a little bit dubious about how many knights you can consistently spam here. He has at least got the farms, but we also mentioned with the Kura, the way it's set up here is quite limited on what he can get directly around this. They are coming in to punish now. First knight has to run for his life. Villagers are going to be sacrificed as a result of that, though. Spimman given access to that Mount Samurai barely keeps him alive. Several villagers going down. Wow, I'm just kind of scramble-brained right now for good reason. 2 players are in his base. And Marine Lord now has to react. He was trying to go and attack Voldemar. He now has to come back to defend Red. Red, who's pretty dead when it comes to his eco. Down to just 24 now. And the only reason it's not going to be lower is because everyone else is safe, right? He's got a fully garrisoned base. 24 is the maximum he can protect here. So they got all the damage that was possible there. Now they're going to be able to back away. Wondering what the play is here. Do they ever look for the tech? Like, theoretically, there is a kind of break-off point where you have to consider going up, right? I don't think it's rushed here, though. I would not be surprised if Anatan almost plays the ruse here a little bit like you play French, where you kind of go up to like 20 knights or so before you consider a tech. Mainly because it still has a lot of dominance on the map. Because the whole idea right now is with Wham having a small eco, although his Mountain Samurai are better in equal numbers, they should never really be equal in numbers. Reload. So we went from a guy who has 24 garrison slots to a guy who has 20, but has 35 economy. You can see where this is going. Luckily, the Yam is able to protect. This is always the beautiful thing about going Deerstone against Cav Civs. You pretty much just Benny Hills them in your own base with the wheelbarrow as well. He was at 1.49 movement speed. Add in formation shuffling and a 1.62 unit is barely ever going to reach you. So Vodamar's finally had enough. So Anatan, I would love to see him just play a longer H2 and let Vodamar attack. But they might feel pressured to kind of lean into enabling Anatan more just because they know Wham's going to be playing for relics on the map. Wham, who, by the way, is starting to find these decent fights, right? The Mounted Samurai count is good enough now that he can kind of punish you for being split. And in fairness, the lead for Anatan in the Knight department isn't realistically that big right now. Right? Like, when you think about it from a grand perspective, 12 to 5, like, it'll get bigger. You can see he's got 4 more in queue. But I think Anatan's probably starting to have that slipping of power feeling coming in. So, like, your choices here are you either go for that castle we talked about, or you basically just pile everything into Knights. And I think you are playing a discount French here, so you should just be pounding Knights out. Vodamar, on the other hand, is clearly going for one thing. No matter what you do in a game as an HRE player, you always end up making the same choice. I love how Pumbaa's involved again. It's so annoying playing against HRE, man. I can't think of another Civ that so easily just gets away from bad positioning. Maneuver speed arrow just not really able to give him that gap close he was looking for. Vodamar's intent is quite obvious now. I think Marine Lord can see the army's not getting bigger. Marine Lord can't just rush attack himself, though, because the issue in this game is still Anatan. Anatan, who is starting to lose out in these fights, by the way. He's back down to 12 Knights. And Wham, now up to 8. This is starting to fall apart a little for the boys on the West. Even more so when this happens. One Knight just ruins his dreams of securing more food. Might even get 2 villages for his troubles. Actually, I don't like that. It's the classic slip-up. It's easy to forget. Wham never got Tatara. Tatara is very important for Mount Samurai because it gives them the ability to 2-hit villages to death. Without it, you'd have to Lance Charge. It's an easy slip-up to forget about here, right? Like, he's focused on micro in these fights. He's focused on getting more Knights out, going for the relics, which, by the way, he's doing a phenomenal job of so far. It's free already banked. Vodamar is now teching up, but there's an argument to be made that there won't be much on the map for him to grab at this rate. They need to start hunkering down around these relics. Anything less than a free relic game here for Vodamar would be a disaster. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, Wham has got 2 more on the way home, right? Based on the maths, he should. He's got 1 here, which I think he's forgotten about. And I feel blind right now that there's another one I'm missing. Because, wait, baseline is free. Oh, sorry, no, it's 7 total. Yeah, so that is the entirety. Always remember that it's a baseline of 3 relics and then +1 for each player. Unless you're triggered. I'm just trying to shove this away. He's drawing fire, which is really important. Vodamar is going to be able to tech up. And I think they are going to get 3 relics here. So this is big. Marine Lord, meanwhile, has not really reached a point where he can kind of compete on a tech up either. In fact, at this rate, I feel like Anatan is more likely to reach Castle Age first. M-Lord also now choosing to transition into the trade. I mean, it's good if you can get it online, but this is going to take time. So kind of feels like Marine Lord and Wham are playing for a later game intent now. Vodamar and Anatan have a window. If they play very aggressive now, they should be favored here. Vodamar does, of course, need to get those upgrades in. I'm hoping Veterancy for the Spearman is at least on the way. Yeah, only just got queued up, though, so has to dodge fights for 50 seconds. Do I feel like the Gremlin changes the nerf or a buff to 2v2 maps? Yeah, I'd say it's a buff. Like, normally you weren't going to get across in time, right? I think in general, like that change was kind of weird. In a lot of ways, it doesn't feel like a nerf to me. Dive comes in, though. Looks like they're trying to punish Vodamar, and it is kind of his mistake here, waiting so late on the Veterancy for Spears when he had so many already. Knights are going to draw fire here, and this is big. However, the Spearman count is small. Their archers will be able to poke away at Marine Lord, but now Now the Mountain Samurai should be capable of diving in. Instead, the hesitation keeps sinking in. Mainly because of Anatan's positioning there. I think he done a phenomenal job, by the way. In this situation, Voldemar should be dead. His army should be gone. The Mountain Samurai should be flooding. What Anatan kept doing, not necessarily engaging, but just being like, hey, listen, I'm here, poking at him. Really ruined the plan there. And it bought the vital time. Now with veterancy in for Spearman, I don't think Wham can dive this base anymore. In fact, the best thing Wham could do is pivot west side, but because of Anatan's positioning now, you can't. You have to hang around, because if you leave, then Anatan is going to move across into Marine Lord's base. So Wham is actually just going to dive for it anyway, he says to hell with it. And funnily enough, Anatan seems a bit paranoid about the flanks as well, so he pulls back. Raiders going to get spotted. Anatan needs to rally all troops here. Now, interesting detail here. Because the militia do not die anymore, if you frontline with the knights, the militia can just keep adding in free DPS from behind. Villagers are in a bit of a pickle. Knights are wasting a lot of time, though. And the charge is coming in from Anatan, so that is going to force a retreat away. Good choice. Wham couldn't take that fight. He'd already used the charge up, so no chance to kind of rebirth it. And fighting in the enemy base, not ideal either here when they just keep pumping knights as well. Like, theoretically, these fights should be good for you. But it's the lance charge that can still make it decent for the player in H2. I don't like this now from Wham, though. Like, he's spending a lot of time just kind of probing, and it's allowing for Voldemar to reach over. In fact, you can see he's now wrapping around, poking at him. This is the frustrating thing about HRE in team games, man. Infantry is meant to just not be that viable due to how big the maps are. But HRE supersedes that logic. They don't care. They have that movement speed on their side. They're gunning with it. Marine Lord now having to react, shifting south side. Tech up did just come through, so only Anatan now lagging in the age behind. But something tells me he's not going to be heading up in a rush. Kurotai is packed on the move. It looks like we've already got the movement speed researched by Marine Lord. Important tech here. Kurotai can be really sticky to find the right situation to use. He needs to get it here fast. Stationary fights usually aren't viable with Bascav, but because two players are playing infantry, the Kurotai should be good here. Even the Deer Stone on the way. Marine Lord just putting everything in the defensive line. I think there's a lot of pressure on Voldemar right now to carry this fight. Anatan realistically doesn't provide much other than a buffer. He's pretty much there to keep the moves of Wham in check, right? Like, he doesn't have this big punch. I think he's looking to change that, though. It's almost like Wham needs to get out fast and find a target, because I feel like Anatan is getting ready to go H3. Samurai raids are still proving annoying here. Textiles is helping somewhat. Love the shivs out. Wait. Huh? Oh, Anatan, no. I don't think you guys, he didn't realize. You could see he thought the attack was done, so he sent them back to gather. This is a disaster. Anatan is losing so many villagers back here. In the meantime, though, he's returning the pain. Dive comes into Marine Lord's base. He's going to have to vacate the eco. Luckily, ahead of time, Marine Lord had shifted and dispersed his economy across the map. Finally, the knight goes down, but not before he takes a decent chunk of win. I think that was 4 or 5 villagers dying to the one knight. With Anatan now teching up and also starting to discover the trade that Marine Lord had been smuggling on the back side of the map. This is big, by the way. Remember, this isn't your cheap and affordable and expendable traders from the Silver Tree. You're paying full price. And Marine Lord is still in his infancy when it comes to that. And let's see how... Oh, my... I would not call that a tree line. That's like when a guy says he still has hair, but you can clearly see the giant bald spot on the top. You know what I mean? Right? He's got like the frog tuck dude. Like, I don't think that counts as real shrubbery. And oh my god, it's even worse than that. He gets intercepted on the tech. Spears are here to defend though. Knights arrive as well. This should be enough to swat him away. In fact, Wham is starting to lose a decent chunk of the amount of samurai when he makes these kind of missteps, right? Archer's surprisingly enough hurt because Wham! We talked about the melee blacksmith techs. He never got the undermesh either. This is a 0 Blacksmiths game for the Japanese at 20 minutes in. I don't think I've ever seen that before, even in team games. That's pretty wild. And yeah, I think, did he actually get the range damage? You're right. He got the range damage, but nothing else. Tada makes a lot of sense here. Undermesh makes a lot of sense here. Both fully forgone. And whoa, boy. Not many knights left over. We talked about Voldemar needing to carry these fights, and that remains true now. Races on. Maneuver speed arrow gets activated. Spearmen are going to have to go in and contest this. Crossbows need to pull back fast. Mountain Samurai just try to brute force it. It's mass archers as well as crossbows coming out from Marine Lord. The Kurultai is not here, though. It's still unpacked on the board. Might still be enough, though. They're going to keep pushing through. Marine Lord looks like he's got enough push behind this. The Mountain Samurai count is still absurd in this game. And Anatan at this stage is a non-factor. Yeah, and this game looks like a non-starter. I think we're looking at a 2-0, actually. This is wild, man. I thought for a second maybe Voldemar and Anatan had it. It almost felt like Anno just... It took so long to find that tech up. They didn't find enough damage in return. And Voldemar, just kind of had to take the back on his shoulders. I think he had his own little slip-ups. The veterancy on Spearman came in way too late there, and they ultimately got punished for that earlier on. But you really can't fault Marine Lord and Wham. Execution on point. Wham, definitely some question marks about Blacksmiths here. Then again, this is the man that played a 30-minute Delhi game, was it a year and a half ago, without any techs being researched at all. So, and still won it, by the way. So I never put it past him. I think a win is now past Voldemar and Anatan. I'm just going to have to check the format, by the way, because this might be a play all free. Because the way that the playoffs work is that the remaining players have to play with all the teammates. So I think for tiebreaker situations to avoid issues there, every game being played solves that problem. In almost every situation. It's like a very, 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 very rare situation where it could still become a problem. White stupid out of the way. It's kind of funny how Marine Lord was the guy playing blocker while Wham played greed, and now the roles have completely flipped. It's funny because, the way that Japanese played in this game is essentially like a delayed French, really, when you think about it. But you can see how valuable it is, man. These Mountain Samurai just everywhere. 2 TC coming in, so it looks like Anatan is just trying to rebolster. Only 1 TC for Voldemar, though. Relic count in the end was... Oh my god, please tell me he got 3. Yeah, he did. He just snuck 1 at the back here. So a 3-4 relic split, if I'm not mistaken. This looks over, though. I mean, the military has at least been shrunk a little here. But now with Imp Age upon us, I mean, Marine Lord has a lot of options here. If this does get into late-game Gunner territory, remember that he went for the Deer Stone. So he has access to the Khan Hunters, which would give him +1 tower range, which is pretty ludicrous, by the way, on hand cannoneers. At this point, I think they're just processing the loss, though. Voldemar's like, I don't understand why we're losing this game. No one's attacking my economy. I wonder why, Voldemar. Feels so unnecessary to try and kill the Kremlin here. There's probably much easier targets just splitting up and going to the back, but they're kind of in cruise mode, right? The eco lead is huge. Remember, it's not 131 versus 140. It's the 140 plus the 24 traders. And because we're past the 15 mark, it means you're getting hella bank off of this. 9 food, 9 wood, and 98 gold. Actually, it's even more than that, guys. Because of the way that the numbers round, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's 9.8 food, 9.8 wood, and 98 gold. Wait, is that right? Let me double check. It's an easy way to check, because it tells you here. Oh, wait, no. I think it's like... Maybe it's 8.8. Doesn't matter. No time for maths. They want out of the game just hearing me begin that. GG gets called a 2-0 victory for Marine Lord and Wham. But we do need to check. It might be that all 3 games need to be played. That's what I'm curious about here. So we'll double check on that. So Voldemar, open that data. So we're on Prairie, right? Yes. Nope, it is just best of 3, not playoff 3. Okay, so we have the next series. The next series is going to be Marine Lord and Anatan versus Voldemar and Wham. Now, once again, not to do Voldemar dirty, but I think he'd have, like, he'd be willing to admit, like, of the players listed here, he's the weakest, right? So I definitely say that I'm gonna have to favor Marine Lord and Anatan here. Maybe Voldemar and Wham can impress me though. It's definitely possible. So let's get that all booted up. Just check chat, make sure I haven't missed anything. I think we're all good. And yeah, the 0 upgrade. So I think the 0 upgrade game, if I remember correctly, it might have even been against... Was it Delhi on Delhi? I can't remember if it's Delhi on Delhi. It was on Highview, though. Where he was able... It was Wham. Was it Wham or Puppy Paw? It was one of the Canadian bros. And I remember it was a ridiculous game. Because he just had like 3 mills and nothing had been researched in any of them. It was a wild game. Alright, let's get ready to go. Second game of the playoffs here, or rather, second series rather. Second series of the playoffs here in the $3,000 2v2 tournament Empire Duels. This time, it is going to be My Insanity's Anatan and Gentle Mates Marine Lord teaming up against Voldemar and Wham. You guys noticed how we like have 0 team reps for NA? What's that about? I mean, I know we like to like meme on NA esports, but it's a little bit sad. Considering just how talented Wham and Puppy Paw are, it would be great to see maybe a team come in. But yeah, not many orgs are involved in the team environments, right? The interesting thing about like the interesting thing about like RTSs in general is you don't really need teams, right? Like when you think about like Dota 2, Counter-Strike, all these type of things, it makes a little bit more sense. I think that's another thing that you get more of if teams took more focus in RTSs. I mean team games, as in 2v2s, 3v3s. And these 2v2s have definitely provided a hell of a lot of entertainment. Got to say I'm a little bit worried for Voldemar. You know, we were just talking in the lobby, like, love the dude, but when you look at these players on paper, he's the weak link here. He's kind of the kryptonite. So I think they're going to have to get creative here. And you know that Marine Lord is in comfort mode on the other side of this when he picks the French. The Frenchman on the French, still to this day, a damn effective civ for him. But I do think there's hope here, right? Like, usually I don't like Joan when she's up against the French civ. And this is going to be a hard game because it's potentially Keshix as well in a worst-case scenario. But that's where the Byzantines can really bust this one wide open. Byzantines mean business, and they are your protection layer because Limitane are phenomenal in this matchup. Not to mention the potential to go for Javelins or Lombos to assist. You're probably going to be looking at Javelins here just because realistically the Mongol player should be building into Archers. And that come together has been impressively effective, actually. I've seen quite a few games now of Joan plus Byzantines where they're able to just blunt all pressure onto them and play for the mid game. Let's see how we're going to open. Limitane are not going to be rushing for Teal. Oh, wow. Yeah, Marine Lord already anticipated. He's got the outpost up. So they're looking to just block the Spearman rush of Anatan. Okay, that is wholly unexpected. It's kind of wild, right? But there's a reason behind this. Joan versus French. Joan loses if she's behind on Knights at all. She sucks. Because she gets sniped by superior Knight count. She can't exist in the fight. So what you're seeing here is Wham is sacrificing his scaling initially to guarantee that Voldemar doesn't fall behind on his Knight count. In fact, as it stands, he's ahead. And the reason he's ahead is because Marine Lord built that outpost. His timing's off, right? He's got an extra villager compared to Voldemar here, but he doesn't really, right? It's very close, actually, because Joan builds 33% faster. So she's essentially like having 2.5 extra villagers, right? Or rather 2.5 villagers in total, because she's got a base rate, and then every villager past the initial base rate is worth about 25% build speed, but because she's 33% faster in the primary, it's like having 2.5 villagers in one. Means that actually Voldemar should probably have about, I'd say, a 10-second advantage on Knight production here. Limitane spam against Spears is pretty intriguing, though. Mongols is meant to have a field day with this matchup in a vacuum. Because Mongols love this as their opponent. Because when it comes down to the spam, Mongols can keep doing it for longer in Dark Age than Byzantines ever can. And the reason is that Byzantines, they burn a lot of food, and food is the limiting factor in the early game. They also spend wood. Even at a reduced rate of 10 compared to 20, it's still more than what you can afford compared to Mongols, because Mongols always set up their TC on the tree line, which means they can afford to keep pumping wood. Then we add in the stone difference, like, it's huge. It's why Mongols are favored when they do these type of builds. But the difference is, like, usually the way Mongols are favored is they eventually brute force and hit the Byzantine base. That's not happening here, right? Byzantine player is gathering up. He's getting ready for attack up. Deerstone is started first by Anatan, but Wham isn't going to be too far behind. And you saw how well these fights went, right? It's because the Limitane are just better. They have better health. Night production is going to begin. So Voldemar. Wait, what? Voldemar, you can't. You greedy son of a gun. Voldemar's going pro scouts. I'm not entirely convinced about how effective that is against double aggro Sith. If it's a one aggro play, I get it. But we talked about how important knight counts are in this matchup, and you've just lost the race. Look at what he's queued up. Voldemar has 2 knights queued up. First one's coming out, but Marine Lord is already ahead. He's going to have a 1 knight advantage here, which means that Voldemar's hopes of playing out onto the map with Joan should pretty much not exist. He's going to have to take a gambit that he doesn't get scouted. And considering where the boars have spawned here, realistically, it seems likely you're going to head out to the west side. It's rerun? No, Jacob. This is not a rerun. This is the first time these games are getting cast, because none of these games were cast on the tournament channel on the weekend. So we're pretty much filling in every single gap for this tournament. Wow, Marine Lord actually doesn't try to intercept. A little bit perplexed by that. I guess it's too far anyway. Maybe he was worried about coming across on this side because we have got like 2 boars over here. In fact, am I blind or am I missing a boar? We got 1, 2, 3. We're missing a boar, right? Someone tell me if I just need to go get my eyes checked. But I'm pretty sure we've only got 3 boars on this map, which is weird. I mean, it's Dry Arabia, right? Like, Dry Arabia is meant to be non-buggy. Have I missed something this whole time? Has it always been 3 boars? Someone tell me I'm not going crazy. It's like north side. We have got the Limitane now clashing, but I think this is a fight they're doomed to lose. There is an archer here. There's also the Khan now hitting a little bit harder. Oh, you know what might happen? There might be another boar, but the boar might have been attacked. Remember that I think that aggro bug still exists, where if you attack a boar and then it runs back, its icon disappears. Really annoying, actually, because I don't think that ever got fixed after all this time. So Limitane are going to get wiped out. Has still got 4 in reserve, but that's not enough to defend against this. Good timing here. Marine Lord now riding in. Akratoy defense, good choice. Remember, these villagers hit insanely bloody hard right now. You don't want to be diving into them when you take over half the damage. So good read to back up there. Cool idea, though. That almost worked out perfectly. Instead, now he's just going to have to pivot to the west side. The cool thing is after a delay, you can always come back because Akratoy has an insanely long cooldown. It's like 240 seconds until you can use it again. I'm kind of impressed, actually. Voldemar, I thought he'd fall behind on the knight count. I feel like he really should have here. But he's actually mirrored it. I mean, there's more in queue now from Marine Lord, so he'll pull ahead slightly again. But Voldemar doesn't seem to have been punished as much as I would have thought for the Pro Scouts play. And I'm just going to flip this score because I just realized. Apologies, guys. Sorry it took that long. Yeah, so I've flipped it over now, so the east side team is on the right side, the west side team is on the left side. I don't know why lobbies keep doing that when they spawn in. Let's take count. Still looking pretty healthy from Marine Lord and Anatand. Actually, what would their name be? Would it be Anno Lord or Marine Tand? It has to be Anno Lord, right? And Wamdamar or Vodawam? I think Vodawam and Anno Lord. That's the names. Anno Lord now starting to pressure onto Vodamar here. Do pinch one the Knights. Every little counts in this situation, right? Remember what I said. If you have 1 or 2 Knight advantage, that's enough to snipe Zhone. You don't have enough to hold back the Surge. It's a very difficult situation now for Vodamar to try and farm XP in. And this is a blocker on the gold, right? Which means that Knight gap should just be growing between Marine Lord and Vodamar. Every second he's unable to access this. Other side of this Wham. Starting out in the Olive Groves, but isn't looking to be greedy here. Can't really afford to be right now. The problem of being greedy here is because the pressure is already being targeted on your defensive player, as in the one that covers your greed, being Vodamar here. If you choose to now tech, he dies. Like, they will dive him and kill him because you won't be present. So although you'd reach Castle Age, the cost would be an entire player in the game. Kind of a tough one when you find these situations. Like, it's an interesting meta that started to develop in the 2v2s. People are becoming more and more aware of just how not free techs are. And I love that, man. It's another reason why I think team environments is kind of better suited to be the main balancing focus for AoE4 than 1v1s. Because I think in 1v1s, defensive play is still too strong. But when you get a team environment, it's much more difficult to just get away with that. Our post is going to be targeted down here. That should be just a few dead villagers. Wow, I'm not able to get away from that. It's like one will just barely survive. So 2 more villagers down. All of a sudden, we're looking at an 11 eco lead now for Anna Lord. Do I think the Hurdle should change for the map? Hell yeah, dude. I think they should add additional types of Gaia units as well. Like, there is no reason to not now that roosts have been changed. When are we getting Giraffe? We spend all this time on Dry Arabia, we should be eating Giraffe anyway. Make it feel a little bit more Arabic, you know? Why not, instead of having berries, have chickpea bushes? Now, I think you keep the berries the same just because continuity. But, like, the huntables, I mean, a huntable is a huntable. Bottom up. He might get hunted here. Yeah, this is the awkward thing, right? It's like that discombobulation effect when you try to move out to the mid-map. Remember, Zhone is quicker than all these infantry units, so you can easily disperse. And that's a problem, because that will just lead to Voldemar's death every time. Speaking of which, congrats on wrapping around to defend Wham. But who defends the Dane? Voldemar, this wall might be coming in slightly too late. And if they keep it open, it could be a dive in. Knights instead are going to circle the south side. They do snipe the scouts, so no pro scouts play anymore. Only 1 scout left in the field in total for Voldemar. Wham's reaction is going to be quick. Meanwhile, we have a counter-offensive coming in. Voldemar just now trying to dive onto the deer stacks. And Marine Lord, a little bit delayed in the reaction here, is going to lose some of his economy. Able to shift into garrisoning just in time there. Trying to min-max here, not pulling back the other group just yet. Dive comes in, though, and Anatan is going to make Voldemar pay as well. And tricky situation here as well for Voldemar. I feel like Marine Lord is getting better trades than he should. That was vile. He saw it and targeted down the injured knight, and now because he has Chivalry, he can kiss his boo-boos better and kiss his concerns goodbye. Damn, man. Like, Marine Lord is just styling. He's showing exactly why he's been the king of French, not just in nationality, but also when it comes to playing the Civ. It's those type of microscopic differences that make a mile here, because it leads to a bigger and growing night gap. 14 to 21 now between the two. Trying to think, like, who is the ultimate French opponent for Marine Lord? Someone's going to go Elio. No, I don't mean nationality. I mean, like, playing the Civ. Because it used to be Lucifron, but obviously Lucy's gone now. So I'm not really sure who I'd say takes his place as like the signature French player. Jigglypuff? Maybe for saying things that get you banned in people's chat. Push coming in now. This is looking ugly. Limitana count isn't that high either, folks. It's just 14. It's so many archers for Anatan. We're at a point where even the knights can't hang around here. Also, keep in mind, this is genius. When the fights get big and bloated, this whole idea of knight sniping Joan is impossible. The archers, however, can just reap her. There's so many of them right now. 47, they do, what, 6 damage? She only has 3 ranged armor. She's going to die in, like, 3 flurries. Starting to dive in now. Night Clash coming through on both sides. It just looks decided, though. The military count doesn't lie here. Anno Lord are looking to open this series with a dominant win. Joan now also in trouble. She's going to get pinched. No escape from that. Joan is dead. Long live the real king. Marine Lord now able to just plow on in. Voldemar's count has been reduced. Joan did get level 3 just in time, but then the buyback leads to the immediate death. That might be the least threatening level 3 Joan I have ever seen in a full feudal game. Oh you know when you just envision this Rottweiler that's going to tear your leg off? But then you discover it's the most tiny puppy imaginable. That's what happened there. And I think this is now Voldemar getting put down like a dog. Cruel tie upgrade on the way, Fanasand. Voldemar, gather what you can, lad. You're never going to touch gold again. Time to declare bankruptcy. Now, they aren't calling GG. I think they're just processing the loss right now because there's no out from here. Like, Wham is not teching. Voldemar is just dead. 25 eco in this game. Night count difference as well is still over 10. I'm just going to speed this up a bit. I'm not quite sure where they see the recovery arc. Maybe they don't think that Anatan's capable of teching. Anatan is also, by the way, setting up trade. Pretty much mirroring what we saw Marine Lord do in Prairie. I actually like this approach, by the way. I think Deerstone is just too valuable to pass up now, especially in team environments where you can buff your allies with the Khan Hunters. But you can still go trade on delay. Sure, it's more expensive, but I think this is more dominant of an opening. You see just how dominant it can be. Guildhall also coming through, so double tech coming out from Anno Lord. We're on the 4 times here. They're going to move in now. Kurotai getting ready to unpack. Veterancy is in for the archers. And let's see their last stand. I don't know why they think they can even stand again. Like, you know what it is? They're huffing the hoping because they got Joan level 3. It's like, we've got our Castle Age as well. It's like, yeah, but they have real Castle Age. Unpack up again. They're looking for a stage fight, but I don't think they really want it here. Come on, Joan. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wow. Look, Joan very threatening. Just looks trivial against Vet Archers, really. I think they know us over. So game 1 is going to be a win for Anna Lord. Wham was trying to tech up, but it's just far too late. Shows you how volatile Joan can be in any matchup, one way or the other. But in this situation, it's a grim defeat for her and a win for the Northside boys. All right, game 1 going to Anatan and Marine Lord. Let's get ready to open up the next one. Yeah, just kind of a rough situation overall. Like, so the Pro Scouts play was intriguing, and the Pro Scouts play makes sense if you are diving the enemy base constantly. But with the way that played out, the Pro Scouts was kind of pointless. The reason it was pointless is just like legit, you were being dove either way, and you weren't raiding. So the logic is like, you either go Pro Scouts or you move out and build outposts so that you can gather and stay in that area, right? But like, the whole trade-off is meant to be, if I don't need to add these extra defenses in on the mid-map, then I don't need as much spread between my base and these different proxy locations. So those knights need to be attacking. We only saw one point in the game where Voldemar tried to attack, but when he tried, the read by Marine Lord and Anatan was on point. They both just dove his base, right? Understanding that there wouldn't be enough to defend. So yeah, kind of just a rough game overall. Feels like a rough day for Voldemar there. I'm thinking if that one's uploadable. Kind of and kind of not. Like, it's intriguing because it is the biggest beatdown I've ever seen a Zhone take, I feel like. That was the most worthless level 3 Zhone I've ever seen. But, I don't know. I don't know if that one was fully uploadable. Sub Camin, thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. 10 months. That's wild. So let's get ready to load into game number 2. So we just had the Dry Arabia. Next up, it is going to be Gorge. Ibid Marlians versus HRE Delhi. Interesting. By the way, guys, if you want something which is more efficient than even the HRE Arkan Chapel, you should go ahead and check out Proteinworks. They're back with us. 4th month now that they've sponsored us. They're sponsoring us across September, so they'll be with us for this month. These are fantastic. I love these meal replacement shakes. They are fantastic for me. Usually I have to go off and have a snack break. This allows me to not have to do that, so definitely worth checking out. I think it worked out like £2 a meal as well, which is pretty damn good for what you get. Really healthy in the protein load, which is beneficial for me. I've started doing bouldering, which I wholly recommend everyone tries at least once. It's so much fun. And you need a lot of protein to build the muscles, and that has a decent chunk in there while also building a cool meal replacement. We also are drinking the Nootropics range. The Nootropics range I really like. That's the blue raspberry. So we're pretty pumped up on the Proteinworks today, and we will be throughout the month. I'll let you know what they're going to send me in the care package a little bit later this month. I always look forward to that because they always send me new things to try. A few things I can definitely highly recommend. I've loved the matcha latte. That has been incredible. The Nootropics is really cool as well. These meal replacement shakes like cookies and cream, white chocolate and raspberry, the blueberry cheesecake riot, all phenomenal to the lips. And don't add too much to the hips, so be sure to check them out. All right. What's with the Jungle Book wallpaper? I don't know. Someone had me change it to a while ago. It never got changed back. That's why you wear diapers, so you don't have to leave the computer to do your business. Yeah, but like you need someone to drink. That's where these guys come in endgame. Come on. All right, let's get ready to go. Oh, dude, it's Gorge. I didn't even process that at first when I was loading in. Hell yeah. This is by far the best map. Mini-map? Yeah, we'll fix it. Don't worry, son. We've got it. And look at that. I knew it. It would put them in on the wrong side again. God, every time. Hear me out. 2v2 Gorge-only tournament. You know I'm kind of game for that. This is the only map in the game for team environments that has character to it. And we got quite a few characters here. One of them, a bit of a caricature himself. Marine Lord and Anatand going up against Wham and Voldemar. Yeah, a fun one, actually. So we've got Wham playing as the Marlins as the forward-facing player, and Voldemar as the retracted player on the Ibids. Meanwhile, other side, Marine Lord is going to be on the Classico HRE, as we see a lot in the team games, and Anatand with the Delhi. So the reason this is interesting is because the Marlian positioning. Marlians are usually the greed player when I've been watching Gorge so far. But when you're the fourth-facing player, you can't easily get away with greed. It feels like you have to actually play a little bit more present in the feudal age. So wondering how that one's going to play out, because historically, when we've watched Delhi versus Marlians play long feudal, Delhi have looked dominant. Not even close. So wondering what the solution is going to be for Wham. The Ibid threat does muddy the waters. I actually think Ibids are quite heavily favored against Delhi when they play a little bit of feudal and then tech up afterwards. The question mark is always going to be the HRE. HRE, I honestly think if Marine Lord and Anatan play all in feudal, they should be slightly favored here. So Delhi matches up really well against Marlians, and then HRE matches up really well against Ibids in feudal. If you go for a castle rush, it favors IU pretty heavily. If you play the feudal age, it's more like a 55-45 favorability towards HRE. Arkan Chapel would definitely enable him to do so. Sets it up nicely. Could have been probably a little bit closer to the tree line, actually. I'm kind of wondering. It would have been on the very edge, kind of rough. I wouldn't call it a 9 out of 10. I'd say it's like an 8 out of 10. It just feels like a 9 out of 10 because of the map we're playing. Because remember, on Gorge, the starting gold vein is shared between the two players. So it's an interesting dynamic. You get a starting vein between your two bases guaranteed on 2v2s. Then on 3v3s, you get 2 8k veins between the players. And then 4v4s are 2 8k veins as well. One thing that is going to be rough here for WAM actually is the additional pit mines. They're so far out, and that's another thing that I think favors Anatan. Anatan, who, by the way, is doing Doma Faith. So we're going to be looking at Mass Ghazi. This is going to make it very difficult for WAM to get greedy in this game. So I'm wondering if like maybe he does just play fully condensed and just kind of accept his fate. You know, someone was talking about 2TC. I think if you do 2TC here, it's kind of a death sentence, right? Because you have got a teammate who's going to be greeding. In fact, he's definitely going to be greeding. We've got Culture Wing logistics on the way in Feudal Age. This is interesting, actually, guys, and here's why. For a Castle Age build, this allows you to be in position and pulling relics straight away when you reach Castle. Similar to how prelates get produced before you complete the age up as HRE. That's very important in a matchup against the HRE where they might be castle rushing. However, this has another cool detail to it. Healing. You guys remember when you'd watch those ridiculous Imam builds for the Ottomans? Where they'd get the point, they'd heal the whole army and just win feudal fights? Same thing here. Think about what you're playing against. It's a Doma Faith build. Anatan's only going to build Ghazi. Marine Lord is a question mark right now. So this gives you a heal factor when you press a fight. It also has a similar function to what Anatan has, where Anno can basically pull injured Ghazi back home to heal. Voldemar could try to do the same if he went for like Horsemen, Desert Raiders, these type of units. You don't always have to go all in against all in team games. It varies. There's some situations where greed is justified. That's why I was saying I quite like, especially for like less fully fleshed out players, I like Japan as a choice in 2v2 formats. Logic being is like Castle Age, rushing Castle Age is usually quite chill, quite easy. It's very hard for like amateur players to find that timing to punish you for doing so, right? And the cool thing is like while you're being greedy by rushing Castle, the difference with a civ like Japan is you're immediately returning value into the game. Ibids is kind of similar. The kind of churn timing is a little bit weaker though. So this is growth, right? Which is really greedy. No movement out yet with the dervishes. I love the fact that we've got Marine Lord just lingering around with the scout. Discovering an almost perfectly cursed tree line here. Don't ask me what happened. This is like... This is my head of hair. And this is... I don't know. This can be like fill in the meme. I don't want to make an enemy here. Whose hair is this, guys? You guys decide. Regnitz is on the way, though. So this is a full raw castle rush. Voldemar. What is he going to be going for here? I mean, it has to be growth. I can't think of any other logical choice. Yeah, you can even see he's actually spread it out. This is growth. He's got the berry bushes laid. Yours in 10 years? Whoa, whoa, boy, come on, man. Don't do that to yourself. There's ambitious and there's delusional. It's not going to be 10 years. It might be like 5. I'm sorry. So Regnit's coming through in about, what, 25 seconds. He's already got additional prelates. He's already moving out. And I love this. Look at the positioning. He's trying to snatch away the ones on the enemy side of the map. WAM, meanwhile, kind of loving life, right? Like 2 ranches already online. Hasn't felt that pressure to add that many units in. Only needs like a few Donzos to address the present Ghazi threat. Understand. I think those Ghazi aren't really focused on diving. They're focused on protecting the relics. So, what do you guys think? 1s, if you feel like this logistics wing play has paid off. 2s, if no. It feels a bit awkward. He's going to net 2 relics on the east side. So, like, it kind of finds its hit, right? But it didn't feel fast. This is a tricky thing. I feel like when you're playing against HRE, it's probably better to get Growth Wing into Advancement Wing. Or Desert Raider into Growth Wing. I'd say the former, though. Against other civs who are rushing castle and a little bit slower, I understand this play entirely. It makes sense. Or in a 1v1, I understand it entirely. Because in a 1v1, having 2 dervishes out there immediately picking up relics, that's you taking 40% of the map's relics. In a 2v2, this play yields you like 20% of the relics on the map. Or 25, sorry. About 25%, right? It's weird because there's 7 relics in total. It's like, you know, you make this play, there's 5 relics remaining. You make this play in a 1v1, there's 3 relics remaining. It's an insane difference. Dervishes are bloody annoying, though. Remember, guys, Dervishes got buffed on the logistics wing. It's now a perma heal. So although he may not have got the mass relic value he's looking for, it still has value elsewhere. Jesus, I can't believe I've started off an entire talk about, like, early onset building in my chat. That wasn't my intent. Oh, no. Hey, there's technology to fix that these days. I know it's expensive, but I want you guys to realize if Marine Law can get more than 80 bounty in a game, then anyone could do anything, alright? Wham's getting ready for tech soon, right? 3 ranchers deep, 4th one about his field. He's not that far away. I think Anatan's going to be kind of left in the dust at this rate. He's spamming spears, and this is bad. Remember, he doesn't have Tower Victory, so these aren't improved spears. It means Donzo should be favored in the trade. I do like what Marine Law's doing, though. He's not being baited into going knights. It would just be a mistake here. There's already spears. He's going straight for the crossbows to counter out both the camels and the potential sofas down the line. 2 relics have been dropped off. I think he's only getting 2 relics. This is terrible. This is actually catastrophic. Because that would mean it's 5 relics for the HRE, which is a jackpot. I'm hoping he's got more coming, because this is not ideal, to say the least. Prelate's already scouting and discovering the east side have been taken, but it comes down to this one over here. And I love the wide wrap here. He's trying to dodge it. Voldemort, he was moving over, looking to intercept, but Reynolds played this right. He's playing super wide to limit the likelihood that he gets scouted doing this. The problem is the Dervish did just reveal that there was nothing there. So Voldemort is now scouting deeper. Yeah, this is less of an RTS and more of one of those psychological horrors right now. It's only Desert Raiders as well. Santan kind of needs to find age up, right? Cool thing about aging up here is when you do, I think Mahoots into the War Elephants is actually pretty smart in this type of game. Donzos are a little bit annoying, sure, but like, you know, if you frontline with Spears and War Elephants, you've got a really cool fast push towards the enemy side of the map. I know I sound like I'm trying to push Elephants really hard recently, but like, this is the type of game where it can be quite good. You alternatively could just go Men-at-Arms. Homeblade's Men-at-Arms are reasonable at dealing with even Musafadi. Not perfect, but they do contest a lot of what is happening with Voldemort Wham well. Thought there was some pro scouts play from Anna as well. Love this. They're just trying to condense the map, right? So it's a difference in approach. Because you're playing Marlins, you have to come out in the flanks. Outside that, you try to remain condensed. They're trying to mirror that condensed focus. Keep everything inside the base so your eco is less exposed. This is like the safest pull ever. Marine Lord is going all the way around the back. Good lord. He wants it. He can taste it. You can tell. In fact, where has he banked the other relic? Oh, there. So it is going to be 5 relics. Yeah, what balls? There's only 3 balls in this map as well. That's weird. That can't be intentional. I'm going to have to bring that up a bit and hit him with a stick. Because it feels like it should always be 1 ball per player. I do want to see the map designers change their approach now, though. I'd love to see a map where it's like 2 balls per player, or maybe there's 3 deer stacks, 4 deer stacks. Because there's no reason not to now, right? Like, the reality is, since the change to the Roost bounty system, now that that dumb minigame doesn't exist, you can kind of go wild with map design. Those camels are just roaming for Voldemort. That is going to cover the tech up. So it looks like Wham is reaching up now. Grand Fulani is full. Oh, Marine Lord has scaled a lot of crossbows. And I think he did reveal them, so it's known that he's gone into this. And Voldemort is already prepping the Archer switch. No berries only deer. There's already really good berry maps. Like, Lippany has an insane amount of berries. And it's about to make his own choice in a tech up. Probably going to be House of Learning here, right? Like, I feel like most games are. Compounded Defender is pretty cool, though. Because you can kind of extend out and create your own defensive line while scaling eco. But yeah, who are we kidding? It had to be House of Learning. House of Learning is really cool because on big maps like this, Lancers are desirable. And that's why Ibids feels really good, because Camel Lancers are king. What's intriguing, though, is by going Honed Blades, you pretty much offset Camel on Ease. So Camel on Ease is a 20% reduction, right? Your Lancer's going to hit for about 24 base. So they'd be losing about 4.8 damage. By getting Honed Blades, you get 3 of that back. Then you equate the difference in health of 20, because Camel Lancers are more squishy than standard Lancers. It means in a one-on-one fight, the Delhi Lancers should, I think, still lose, but only by about 1 hit. In fact, if you get a short-range charge off, you should win, because the Camel Lancers, their short-range charges are worse than the long-range ones. Marine Lord now starting adding the men-at-arms. So I thought he may try to go for Imperial, but it seems the pressure's going to start mounting too quick. I mean, the Sacred Sites are locked in, right? We're down to 8 minutes already. Apologies, the score likes to get in the way. We have got some walls coming in, so one of them is just locked in indefinitely. I wonder if they could just play around this. It's intriguing because, like, Anno doesn't really... I don't think he wants a stationary fight when he's just mass spearing like this, right? He wants the spears to protect against the raids. He doesn't want to be forced to commit into the mass archers that are coming. But if you do this right, if you condense this, Voldemar and Wham are pretty heavily favored. These turret shields. Just look at that bar go up, guys. That's like on everything, by the way. Not just one unit, that's everything that gets that in the formation. You're going to be surprised just how impactful that is going to be with just one of these dervishes in a big fight, by the way. Mark my words, Logistics Wing is being slept on. It's going to start to make an appearance in tournaments. It's, you know what, the best way I can describe it to you is it's like having the Kurultai buff. Mobile. When you think about it that way, you realize how wild it is. Right? Because, like, Imams also, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure the Imams don't heal themselves, right? For the Ottomans. But these guys also heal themselves. What's that 6 shot is going to get decapped? I say that, there's a Donzo here. He can just stop him. Like, yeah, that Donzo wins that fight. Oof. Not even close. For a moment, someone's like, he doesn't win the fight, KP. Want to bet? Oh, wait. That was uncomfortably close. Sacred Site timer is still ticking, though. And the pressure is now mounting. Manjanique's also now being built up. In these choke points, this is a death sentence for the defenders. It's a problem. They need to get Siege of their own. Instead, Marine Lord is going to do the greed. I had a feeling this was going to be coming. I mean, it's crazy as well, right? They're only at 110 population. Plenty of room to still extend. It means that now Anatan is going to get punished for this. Army lead's starting to extend for Voldemar and Wham. Manjanique's also now a big problem. Big hit onto the villagers. No textiles means they are at death's door now. More elephants starting to come out, but keep in mind there's like a decent number of crossbows here. Voldemar already up to 21 of these bad boys. Really? Okay, I would report him. If I was Anatan, I'd report that. This is like when a teammate wants to say he's helping when he's being greedy. He's like, he's going Imperial, but he sent you 100 words. Oh, thank you, Marine Lord. How thoughtful of you. Oh, this is brutal. House of Learning's going down. He got a few techs out of that, right? He got the home blades at least. He has the Lancers wrapping around the back now. And yeah, agreed. I know he needed the lumber camp. It's still funny to think of it a different way. Anatan's now setting up back here. Manjanique backstab. Voldemar out of position here. 2 siege weapons are going to go down. However, he lost, was that 5 Lancers? 6? That was either 5 or 6. Let's say 5, right? That's 1,200 resources down the gutter to kill 1,200 resources worth. It does at least idle your opponent up rebuilding these. Back in the trade points we go. Spring Tower really needs to be targeting the Mango. You can almost do half your damage because of the relic emplacement. It seems he's not attacking it, so Mango Shot's going to keep coming in, holding hostage here. Torch damage starting to add up as well. I'm starting to feel like this is a whole doomed to failure. It's just clownery right now. The melee units just keep clowning on top of each other, right? They're clambering over each other to get in. It means the Mango Shots just keep adding up. We have at least got a Culverin now coming in, so that's a good counter to the Mangoes. That might allow them to hold here. There is a bigger issue, though. We're 4 minutes away from a victory for Wamdemar. And there's not much left to hold with. Marine Lord struggling at this stage. I mean, also, their military numbers are deceptive. They don't actually have 50. They have 40. Remember, there's 11 scholars in this game. So they're pretty much dead. I don't see this going back for them. Cute attempt at wall lol's not going to work out either. I can't believe this. How the hell did they have 5 relics in this game after a logistics wing opening and then it ends up like this? That's almost unfathomable. Hey, you know what I do love? The music to my ears. Third game decider, baby. That's where we're heading here. Yeah, I think... So here's the thing about the Marine Lord Imperial play. It can work, but the problem is the dynamics of Delhi and HRE. Delhi don't tech up and immediately get value. They need time still. And I think that's what hurt them here. Even with the Scholar build-up strategy, it still takes a little bit of time to return the value there from teching. That didn't exist in this game. They also just didn't have a reliable force to defend with because it was Ghazi opener. I think that just hurt them a lot. Mass Spears was never really going to hold on its own. Other civs, I can kind of make sense of it, but when it's Delhi as your front player like this, it kind of has a few more question marks attached. Also kind of feels like you would have benefited more if Marine Lord was here, because Marine Lord could have built like the Palace of Swabia back over here. His base could have got dented. He would have had E-repairs. He would have had free TC working at the back. Instead, you pretty much sold out your teammate entirely. And yeah, that is a classic heat drop, by the way. That's what Voldemar does all the time. However, it probably would have been a cleaner idea to drop it over here to win the game. Sacred Site win condition is gone. Funnily enough, Marine Lord and Anatan are not calling it. Which, to say the least, is curious because this game feels very over. It feels more done than a burnt steak. Marine Lord apparently knows something we don't know. Okay, that might be it. If the Mangoes can get shots like that, there will be a route to recovery. However, Voldemar wants to make super sure that Anatan is never going to come to reclaim his buildings. Second keep drop now out of the Dane. Good lord. Ooh. Big group of Lancers thrown away on the back there. Now, I want you guys to keep in mind, like, most of this eco, which seems to be, like, mirrored and closed, is because of Marine Lord. Anatan is pretty much a cheerleader at this stage. He looks more roughed up than Voldemar in that game, number 1. Manjanings are so lethal. And yes, cows are providing quite a lot of equity, 100 food each. So that's 600 food income, which equates to about 15 villages. Meanwhile, Voldemar is also going for a second DC. His farm transition's pretty bloody deep as well. He's probably, what, 30 farms already? 22 and about another 10 that are queued up. I think we probably hit the speed up here. This feels like reluctance to give in, which I kind of understand. HRE are capable of some insane things here. And Anatan has always got the delayed play into keeps becoming town centers, but it's going to take a long time. Village Fortress is still 3.5 minutes away. Keep is at least going to slow things down over here. We'll slow the game down again when they kind of reach an attack point. Voldemar is going to continue to just brute force the main base. Kind of ambitious considering Culverins are here, but his army is not. All right, I'm starting to understand why Marine Lord doesn't think this is over. That was expensive. 1,800 resources down the drain for Voldemar there. And Bombard's now starting to show up. But meantime, we're going to get another keep drop from Voldemar. Oh, God, this game. Marleyan Archers are going to be able to hold. Remember, they have got the Toxins, so these elite men-at-arms aren't as tanky as you'd otherwise think. And this is important right now. He needs this gold. Yes, you've got Regnants. Yes, it gives you a lot of injection. But when you're trying to scale siege, men-at-arms, crossbows, it doesn't leave much change for Unitechs. And until you get those Unitechs, these men-at-arms aren't really elite. What the hell? For the Hunters. We're finally going back for the Sacred Sites. You know, it's funny because if they just defended the Sacred Sites, this game would have been over. We also have trade coming as well. Like I said, I think they are just going through the motions, bless them. Anatan would need about 20 minutes. 20 minutes and he'd be back in this game. Maybe 15 if he gets enough stone. But considering most of the stone is on the west side, I don't think that's likely. And remember, he doesn't have Compounded Defender. This was a House of Learning build, so you don't get those sweet, sweet discounts on your castles. I'm going to hit the speed up again. Wait, another keep? So is that 4 now? Wouldn't be a Voldemar game if there was less. What? There's only 2. Oh, he lost the ones. Okay. Kind of lame. He did have 4 for like a second. Wham. Now building keeps where they should be on the Sacred Sites. Dive coming in from the men-at-arms. But this is a dive of desperation. Veteran Mustafar will be able to clean this up. Once again, until you have those Unitechs, are you really an Imperial Civ? Answer's no. Marine Lord's just pretty much trying to 2v1. I think the dude's been watching too many reruns of Transformers 2 Revenge of the Fallen. He rates that that Optimus Prime scene a bit too highly. He's like, I can beat the French Optimus Prime. I'll pay good money to have Marine Lord just be like, execute all on. Wait, I just realized the timing. Yes. All right. I've decided what I want as a cosmetic I would buy, an audio cosmetic. I would 100% buy an audio cosmetic that replaces the cannon fire noise for French cannons with a petit noise. You know, like they're kind of just spitting a cannonball. These are the things I'd spend my Robux on. Hawk Tour? No, the Hawk Tour... the Hawk Tour voice line needs to be saved for the Wajits, the like serpenty creatures in Age of Mythology. Alright. Well, it's time to spit these guys back to the lobby. This is not going to hold. Marine Lord, an admirable attempt. In fairness, you could argue he actually outplayed, out-microed, like outdone in a bunch of these kind of like push-out fights to try and deal with the full defenses. But when it comes down to the basic mass of it, it's undeniable. Voldemar and Wham find the strike time, and they've synced up now. Anatan has scaled some army, but it's nowhere near enough. It's double imp versus 1. Marine Lord's window of opportunity to try and turn this game around is gone. But you know what that means, guys? That means a game-free decider between Wamdamar and Anno Lord. And an opportunity for you to click that link right there and check out some Protein Works. Because you know what? Marine Lord could have easily afforded plenty of the good old Protein Works with 5 relics to boot. But clearly, he didn't spend it well. In fact, If he had Protein Works, he would have had his Elite Army Tactics on time. That's the difference. Protein Works is like the difference between this Spearman and this Men-at-Arms. But unlike these Spearmen and Men-at-Arms, you don't have to be a loser. All right, let's get ready for game number 3. Is victory a good thing? Damn, we're getting deep on the philosophical questions there. Is being a wiener a good thing? Unsure. What do we call that one? You know what we call it? An absolutely disastrous dervish play. ML, not undefeatable, but almost. Well, I mean, like you say, almost. He won 1 game, he's lost 1 game. So, I mean, like, is it really almost, or is it just he's, like, not undefeatable? Seems pretty defeatable to me. Alright, so here's what I need. I need to talk to the interviewer for Wallol and tell them that in the event that Puppy Paw Frio sweeps Marine Lord, his interview should just be them like making monkey noises at each other. That's what we need. Boom. That's the content. If you know, you know. Alright, so Gorge done. We're actually going cliffside to decide this. Abbasids, Rus versus Japanese Ottomans. Japanese Ottomans? Are they just going to outpost rush again? Ottoman's feudal is highly underrated. I don't think it's underrated against Rus and Abbasids. I think it's just bad against Rus and Abbasids. Because if you do what you're saying, they have knights, they have spears, they just win, right? But yeah, there are situations where like Ottoman feudal is underrated. Where like Massapai makes sense. Like we've seen Japanese versus Ottomans. Ottomans are insane in feudal. This is a weird one, though. I don't know what's going on here. Like, there is something about Marine Lord and Ottoman picks in his team tournament games. We're back for the decider here. Cliffside, Anatand, and Marine Lord going up against Voldemar and Wham. And god damn, do we have a potential late game grinder here. You know, I say that, but Ottomans has been being played for that aggro potential so far in the 2v2 tournament. Rarely they come out, but when they have, they seem to have feudal presence. And I'm wondering if that's the goal here, that Anatand is just going to basically play servant and butler to Marine Lord's greed. Allow him to go for the castle, allow him to take over the game. Meanwhile, I love this from Voldemar. A lot of people think that Voldemar's signature civ is Chinese. I think you're wrong. I think he's wrong. It's Abbasids. It's always been Abbasids secretly. Everyone may have come to know him for his Chinese, but his Abbasids has always been the secret source, and in the current meta, it's a damn good source to whip out, you know? It's like, you whip out Chinese at the table, it's kind of like just going for the cheap, like, all-brand ketchup. Not even Heinz. Meanwhile, when you turn up with the Abbasids, it's like that peri-peri salted medium chili sauce with a sriracha kind of tone to it that you really know is going to have a kick. I rate this civ and this player with it highly. And with the assistance of Rus, it's pretty intriguing. You've got a cool tick of the box for infantry and cavalry. And I think that's important, by the way, because the interesting thing about Ottomans is although they can feel really weird in the mid-game, should you go late game, you don't want to be playing these dedicated cavalry civs as much. For example, Rus should be doing better than French or Joan. Because French and Joan, for most of the game, are just going to play mass cav, and Ottomans eat that up. Also, the Japanese eat that up, because Mounted Samurai guys actually hard counter French Knight spam. The reason is because French Knights, their charge gets completely offset, but also there's a really weird bug right now where French Knights, they're meant to get bonus damage after they charge, but because deflective armor doesn't allow the unit to take any damage, it doesn't activate the charge buff. So that's why French Knights always lose to Mounted Samurai. So I think there's a lot more presence and hope here. I also think Voldemar and Wham have really good scalability for the late game. And they're going to need that because if they can't end it early, they are going to be up against the Ottoman threat. So looking at the landmark choices, nothing too unorthodox here. Twin Minaret Madrissa makes a lot of sense. The reason is that there are some matchups where you want to have Sultani Trade Network. For example, we saw earlier Marine Lord and Wham played an Ottoman French draft. Playing into the trade network makes more sense there because you are eventually going to be the teching player, whereas the French player is always going to stay feudal longer. In this matchup, your job is to be the aggro player. So Madrissa is better for being feudal present than the Sultani trade network is. Voldemar has gone for the military wing. So some feudal presence is going to be coming in. And that makes a lot of sense. So their goal, their win condition here should be to try and block Marine Lord's tech. So Anatan's goal here is to play interception to protect their win condition, which is Marine Lord fast castling. For Voldemar and Wham, their target should be very clear here. And it's intriguing because when you play a 1v1, it's quite hard sometimes to find that timing to kill Japanese before they castle. But in 2v2s, you've got double the pressure loading in. Love this coming through from Marine Lord Nanatan, though. When you're against one of the Canadians, there's something ironic about using deer shoves against them. So they are going to get all the food back home. Marine Lord also, on top of that, already has 17 sheep. He started with Tawara, so he's going through the berries first. This is a lot of safe food, which means the only weak point in Marine Lord's base right now is this gold. Elsewhere, Wham did get 12 sheep. He also now has the double deer stat protected with the Kremlin, which is sick. We've only got 7 sheep for Anatan, but remember, he's going to have Anatolian Hills, and he also has Madrissa, so he's fine. He'll be able to afford Mass Sipahi. And finally, Voldemar also got 18 sheep, and of course, because he's playing as the berry-loving Abbasids, there's plenty of value in those as well. Actually, I've got to say, Voldemar and Wham got an outrageous spawn. With this Kremlin placement, it protects so much. Double deer, berries behind, deer as well, additional berries and deers on the back, which they can easily wall left and right. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's kind of similar value with the berries, but Marine Lord's not going to play onto them. The deer is a little bit further spread and a little bit further exposed, I'd say, for the Northside team. And game strategy-wise, it's just not a resource they're going to be able to leverage as well as what Voldemar and Wham have. Okay, we've got Hosen nerding out for us. French Knight Charge has State Tree function on damage penetrated. And because the charge damage deflects entirely, it's not penetrated. So State Tree doesn't activate. Thanks. Let me just give you your reward for... Nerd! You guys like Rams? We've got Rams. We've got Jean-Claude Van Ram over here. Voldemar just trying to muscle up. This is always a little bit weird when you've got like Knights to assist because you can't garrison Knights inside, right? So it's just the units you start with. Interesting detail is the fact that Voldemar hasn't gone for like a second TC. So it shows you just how high of a priority killing this gold is to them. It's definitely painful for Marine Lord as well. I don't quite like the way this is being played out. Marine Lord shouldn't be the one garrisoning inside this outpost. It should be Anatan. Remember, Anatan, he can garrison inside teammates' outposts. And yes, Ram now. You have to go fast. Because look at the gold. Marine Lord's not that far off already. Sipahi. Perfect to try and take this out. Ivor's going to be coming in, but a little bit difficult. Remember, there is already arrow slits. No fortifications coming through, though. Marine Lord does have double arrow slits, though. Makes it very difficult to dive with these knights, considering that Wham doesn't have undermesh yet. In fact, no blacksmith drop, so it's not going to be on the way anytime soon. Kind of feels like they're failing to stop this, right? Cool idea, but I think, you know, realistically, this is kind of the tricky part when one of you is playing a Knight Civ. It's almost like you would have preferred to just have mass infantry with a double blob. And this is also where Ottomans can feel kind of cool when they're a specialist role civ. And by specialist, I mean they only build cav. Sipahi are phenomenal when you can get away with only building them. You know, in hindsight, it kind of feels like one of the games where maybe Spearman would have made more sense for Voldemar. But because he didn't get them early, it's now too late to stop this. Rainlaw's tech up, now on the way. Yeah, this is pretty underwhelming pressure. And behind this, like, Voldemar is now just going back for the TC. But now you're 8 minutes in when you're contemplating this, right? You could have had the TC at like 6 minutes. So the difference is huge. On top of that, he didn't even get fresh food stuff, so he hasn't been making savings there. His teammate isn't 2TC, his teammate isn't rushing castle. Anatan is happy, he's gleeful with life, right? Because like Sipahi scale really well as the game goes on. Well, actually, in some situations, Sipahi feels better than Knights even. Because the thing you have to keep in mind with Knights is like Knights can't stab over each other. So Sipahi are more effective at that initial wallop when you're like 10+. Especially if you're playing into choke points, which is what was going to happen there. But love this raid. Anatan has been loving life a little bit too much. It's time to make him hate it. What a dive in. Wham! Able to hit the entire economy of the Ottomans. Several villages going to be going down as well. Now, there is no undermesh, so realistically, you can't stay here for long, but you can stay here long enough. Anatan had everything defending Marine Lord's base, and he suffers for it. Keeps the injuries to a minimum, admittedly, only losing 3 villages in the end. I'm impressed. But every little helps here, and they need any little they can get. Because they need to slow down one of these players, as the other one is about to blitzkrieg forward. Yeah, that was a really good defense, and it kind of shows you how absurd villager shuffling still is. I'm not sure how people feel in general about villager shuffling. To me, it feels too good. It's kind of crazy. I feel like when you get caught out in a bad position, you should be ultimately punished. But I've lost count of the amount of situations I've just seen, for example, villagers run through a bunch of knights trying to kill them and run to safety. It's wild. No, Samurai, I'm going to have to back up the time being. Wham does have quite a few knights. Did Marine Lord lose 2 farms? Yes, but by placing this Kurosawa house here, it means that everything is kind of in range of the TC, so it's much harder to dive you. Calming moment here. I think Voldemar is now looking for H3. He stopped producing units. Makes a lot of sense. He just wants enough to defend. Walls are going up, and this is a really handy thing about the Rus. The Rus walls are really strong. They also build 33% faster than other walls. So very difficult now because Marine Lord has gone for mass Knights. And Knights have the same torch power as a Samurai. They have the same torch power as a Spear. You're not gaining anything by building these instead when it comes to torch damage. So it takes you a very long time to get through the defenses. Unfortunately for Wham, it's not up yet. And this is a terrible fight to be taking. Mad Samurai count just way too high. Has to back away. Means the villager is going to get sniped out. That means that we have now got Marine Lord going deep into Rus territory. And yes, Rus walls build faster. So if you look here, you can see it takes 3 seconds. If you look at Voldemar's, you can see it takes 4 seconds. It's dumb. Don't ask me why. It basically is a residual effect from when they buffed Rus a long time ago, and they keep forgetting about it. Which tells you that no devs watch my videos, Pepe Hands, because I talk about it every single bloody Rus game. That's alright. Have to back away here. So good hold there by Wham. Love the fact that he's also trying to aggress onto the east side. Anatan is now having to transition into spears. A lot of confidence actually coming out from Marine Lord and Anatan as well. Like, look at the wall situation. Only the south side team is bothering the wall. It just shows you how big of a threat the Mount Samurai are from Marine Lord. Meanwhile, when you think about this Knight threat from Wham, he has to mirror the Mount Samurai, but he's also easily addressable with mass spears for the Ottomans. One thing that's kind of super sick and underrated here as well is he's on ranged armor right now, which is a misclick. Melee armor is insane here against even the Knights. Just mitigates, what is it, 10% of the damage? I do think that Anatan overextended though. No spearmen in the formation, right? Like, he's waiting on the production. They're now coming through the military schools. Right, additional ones now being set up as well. Active production also on the way, because as we know at this stage of the game, the passive production isn't that impressive. However, check this. A nice surround. Wham, hitting from all sides. Anatan going to lose the bulk of the army here. And that's still going to be about 10 knights to dive towards his base. Not just that, on the west side, it's also kind of a loss here. Marine Lord starting to bring those relics home. The third one about to be banged, but we've now got a push coming in from Voldemar. Camel's also a problem, reducing your damage heavily. Almost feels like one of those situations where a unit switch from Marine Lord would be really beneficial here. Like, kind of... Where do you go? Like, Mass Samurai, maybe? It's kind of weird, right? Because playing Mass Samurai on such a big map, if your opponent's going to keep scaling Camel Archers, you get kited and killed. So it's kind of like, unless Anatan can deliver something extra, you're forced to just keep building Mounted Samurai. Yuumi, the problem with Yuumi is, if you just scale mass Yuumi, the moment that Voldemar goes age 3, you die because of composite bows. This is one of those matchups where mass Yuumi just doesn't work. In fact, fun fact, guys, the Abbasid Japanese matchup is a wild one. A lot of players still feel like Abbasids just get stomped by Japanese a lot. But, especially with the Camel Archer buffs, if you start scaling Camel Archers at the right time, you can basically just ruin the Japanese. Because then no matter what they build, they suck, right? Like, Onimusha are going to suck against Camel Archers. You build into the Mounted Samurai, Camel Archers can kill them. You build into the Samurai, Camel Archers can kill them. It's kind of a tough matchup. It's definitely more impactful for the Abbasids on water-based maps. But I think even there, that might have leaned back towards Japan now with the buff to Koka Township. I mean, Anatan still has a lot of villagers, guys. I wouldn't write him out. He's got 41. He's fine. He's taken a few bruises here, but he's definitely not dead. He does need a tech sooner rather than later, though. We already have a tech now coming on the other side, so it looks like Voldemar is going to be the first to tech up. Eco Wing now on the way. Marine Lord now with a hell of a lot of Mounted Samurai. Has got the Uma Bannerman as well. The only problem is the mass spears, right? I say only problem. There's a huge problem here. Because there's also Phalanx Spears with Boot Camp. They don't die quickly. These walls are also just so painful to deal with. We mentioned the fact that they build fast. But we always have to remember it's fortified palisades, so double the health of standard. Means every time you try to break through, realistically, Voldemar should be able to react. We see him shuffling across now, so Marine Lord is going to have to back away again. And you could now run all the way west side, but like, you know, it takes so much time and it feels like you're kind of wasting your opening here. You just need an in and you need it fast. It was at least about to break, but just this many spears. Feels like the type of place you don't want to try to dent into. Anatan has at least started to amass archers, but the count is simply too shy, too small. High Trade House now on the way. Get your big boy number in here, because it looks like Wham has found a juicy spot between the three shrubs. Even clipping slightly onto 4 and 5. This is the thing about the Altman pick, right? And I think we've seen both ends of the spectrum now. Voldemar has actually experienced both ends of the spectrum. We've seen the versions where Ottomans are really dangerous. They ruin your game by aggroing. And we've seen these games where they play more of a defensive role. I think that's the tricky part here. And it's kind of wild, actually, because Anatan building Mass Sipahi to defend his ally should have in some ways kind of sucked. And the reason is this. Like, whenever you build a horseman, the idea is mobility. Do things, don't be forced to defend things. But what happened is, even though he built Sipahi, he was forced to defend just in the wrong location. It's a very weird way that feudal age played out, not how you would have expected. But I think it does show the merit of, like, Ottomans trying to be the aggro civ instead of the defensive civ. But that goes back to this Voldemar pick, right? Like, picking Abbasids, I think, ruins the ability to outpost rush. Because it takes so long to get into position, because you're more delayed than, say, a Mongol player when setting up the outpost. And also, Abbasids don't really care about losing their gold as much. So, overall, it feels like you were always going to have to defend here, and Sipahi was probably the only option Anno had. All right, you guys, fingers over raid. Check the numbers. 190. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! And it's going to get better. It's getting close to that. Well, it's past that tier 3, actually. Yeah, so this is as good as it gets. 190 gold. Not bad. Basically 2 relics and a little bit for free. Speaking of relics, we've got what? 3 relics grabbed? I don't know if a 4th is feasible here. Anderson finally ready for his own tech up. So Mehmed Imperial Armory is now on the way. Pretty standard. 4 blacksmiths as well because he needs to make sure he's got that production speed buff. Anyone else sensing like a late game approaching? I'm feeling a late game is on the way. It's just too many walls, man. We really need to talk about walls, okay? Like, can we just all agree that walling is way too easy? Because based on what I'm seeing on the map, walling feels too easy. We got a wall here, wall here, wall. Okay, these ones haven't been added in yet, but it's pretty much what kept them alive against this Mounted Samurai timing. If it wasn't for that, they'd be dead. Because the raids would have hit the backside where they're all gathering right now. Instead, infantry mass kind of able to make it work. I guess my only issue, like, it's an awkward balancing issue, right? I think in 1v1s, walls are way too oppressive. In team games, they almost feel necessary because of how OP Cav would be. It's a really weird feeling. I'm not sure what the absolute solution is because of that. If it was just 1v1s, I'd say nerf walls hard. But because of team games, it's almost like balance them becomes a giant puzzle to solve for. It's Mount Samurai now riding in. Whoa, Anatan. Wait, he did. Yeah, he pulled the Janissary points there. That's an expensive Vizier point investment. Does allow him to massacre the Knights, though. That's now only 5 remaining for Wham. The majority have been removed. In the meantime, Mount Samurai are going to get blocked in the rotation. Voldemar's army looks massive here. I think he's been scrimming a little bit too much with Louis MT. This is pretty much a Louis strategy. Mounted Samurai only. Samurai. Not all of them are going to get out. And the quick little... Oh, that was so close! Wham, not quite able to get across there in time. That would have been perfect, though. If they got that surround, that would have been GG. Marine Lord would not be able to replace 25 Mounted Samurai that quickly. Instead, he will be able to burn his way out. A few more going to be lost here. Wall on the other side is going to shift him west side. But easily able to make that escape. We have got 2 TC at home from Marine Lord. Mass farms are coming in. Guys, this is going into Imperial. I think there's no doubting it now. The question is who's going to get there first. Marine Lord probably is most likely. Voldemar also pretty highly up there. This man is up to things, though. I've seen this before. I think he's looking for a keep drop to end the game. Those are the worst looking farms you've ever seen? No, Faye. This is equally as bad as Louis'. Louis does this as well. I've seen this a lot. He just doesn't prioritize around the TC to get the full farm buff. And neither does Marine Lord, actually. Roger Spears. I'm going to start moving in, and I think we are going to have a villager pull soon. It feels undeniable. When Voldemar is sitting on 2,000 stone, I can only think one thing is on the way. But now it's just going to be the army, but soon it might be some villagers here to assist. Marine Lord ready to offer his assistance, but first he needs those spearmen cleared. Tricky situation, actually. There's just so many spears to deal with, and with the boot camp, they're very tanky. Does hit the west side where they're weaker. Voldemar now diving even deeper to ensure that Anatan can not contribute much here. In fact, the archers are now coming. Anatan was holding them in the reserve. Might be an opportunity to punish here. Voldemar having to back away. Does at least have the composite bows if he needs to fight. But right now, Wham isn't here. He needs more time to arrive. Might not have it. Fight commences. Spear on spear. Mount Samurai are stuck at the choke point. Archers are trading out. Spear count Voldemort might not be high enough, though. It looked like it was going to be a good fight, but they're getting whittled down far too fast here. Mounted Samurai able to mop it up, and Voldemort about to lose the entire army in the retreat. Yeah, there's no getting away from this, right? The crossbows are slowing him down. He tries to kill the archers, but it's too little too late. Marine Lord just sticking to him like flies to crap. Expensive losses for sure, right? Marine Lord was about close to 50. He loses half his Mount Samurai count. But Voldemort has lost the entire bulk. And in some ways, this was probably the best way that Marine Lord could have traded, right? Like, he went into Spear Archers. The alternative was diving into Mass Crossbows. This is the point where I feel like if you're in a 1v1 as a Japanese player, you're probably transitioning. But because it's a team game, Marine Lord just stays the course. More and more Mount Samurai on the way. Makes sense, right? Like, Wham does counter you, but also Wham has to be in position to counter you. Getting in position is the big challenge for him here. Well, these farms more acceptable. Voldemort 47 deep. Remember, he went ecoing, so agriculture... Come on. Don't forget it. Agriculture tech is a jackpot here. When you've got that many farms, it's worth it for 275 resources. Even Golden Age free now, so production rates are going to allow him to just spam crap tier units ad infinitum. Yeah, I'm still wondering what Voldemort's plan is with all this stone. Right, like at some point, you'd think he would try for a keep drop or two. And there's your answer. This is so dumb and ugly. Oh my god. I think that this game is just going to be a pristine example of why walls are ridiculous. It's just so many walls. Cliffside has a lot that I praise, but when you get a game like this, it can show its negative elements. Looks like we've got Imp on the way, guys. I'm impressed. We wondered who would be first to go there. Did anyone have the guy with 58 economy at 25 minutes banked as the first into Imperial? We probably should have, right? It's Ottomans. But it's happening. The toxic point in the game is arriving. Ay, ay, ay. So now you have to crap or get off the pot, right? You're either sending it or you're backing off and going double Imp. I think in this matchup, the weakest Imp Civ should be Marine Lords, right? Theoretically, yeah. I mean, Abbasis is kind of obviously better in Imperial. Rus are very strong due to Streltsy. They also have the Banded Arms to snipe out the Great Bombards. So in theory, you know, Voldemort, Whamdemar, that they should be better in Imperial when they're fully there. They have to get there first, though. Instead, they're going to be diving in. Wham leads the way. Marine Lord not really in a great position to defend this either. He's switching into a Horseman now, but Mass Cav in this situation against 55 Spearmen. They need Great Bombards ASAP. And we're not seeing any on the way yet from Anatan. Poke in the back is coming. Dies moving in. No Shogunate Castles. No big fat rocket launcher to assist here. Mango's now in range. Might be able to get some good shots off. Tracking is there. Archers do splinter off a little, though. And elite status is it now in. Mount Samurai charging from the east side. Horseman in the mix as well. And you see Anatan is circling from the west side, just trying to get around the back, but taking a long time to arrive here. Means that Marine Lord has to back away. This is kind of weird, though. Like, in a weird way, Marine Lord is going to probably lose the entire army, but it should buy enough time for the elite archers to gradually win this out. Really comes down to the siege, and the backstab is in. Mana Samurai looking to reach him, but the body blocks at the last second to protect. But they won't be able to protect long. It means they're now frontlining. Wham and Voldemort are not going to be able to break them here. They're going to get wiped. Culture Wing is at least on the way, so Voldemort is going to be reaching up into the Imperial Age. They do have a substantial eco lead right now, but Anatan is now online. Ottoman Imperial is no joke. Neither of those sweet, sweet savings over at Protein works when you use code KillerPigeon. Yeah, I feel like they're feeding a different kind of beast here. I mean, you can feed yourself with that discount code, but I think there's a bigger problem coming. Right, Marine Lord, this switch up was probably well advised. I don't think gold felt reliably accessible for long. Mass Horseman's kind of intriguing, plus Mass Archer. You wouldn't expect this. Normally, you'd expect Anatan to be the one building Mass Sipahi. I'm wondering if this is a bait and switch, because Marine Lord realistically down the line could find a lot of value out of Onabagisha. I actually think if they switch Onabagisha, they wipe the floor with the Southside team. He's pretty much frontlining with archers now, by the way. Finally, we have our first Great Bombard queued up. If there's no walls they can't hide behind. There we go. That's, like, you know what? Anatan is the hero of this game, guys. He's the one building the siege to get rid of all these walls. I think Marine Lord might go in next. Think about it this way, right? Like, you're spending a lot on Horseman, but he has all these farms, right? Gold is maybe a little bit more limited, but you don't spend it now that you switch into Horseman. It's a more cost-efficient unit to bulk, so you can have surplus to try and go into Imp. Where did all that stone go? Was it just into stone walls? Good guy Voldemar. You can tell he's a fantastic teammate to have. I love the way that he moved over and walled Wham's side of the map as well. Right there. Look, that's technically on Wham's side, I think. Actually, Voldemar put more effort into walling Anatan's corner of the map than he did into walling Wham's. Incendiary arrows now in for the archers. These golems aren't upgraded, guys. They actually aren't that scary yet. We'll have to back up. Crossbow's also not scary yet. I get why they're kind of rushing. They do have the military lead, but love the way that Anatan's just cutting them out and taking advantage of it. Frontline is starting to clear. The Horsemen should be able to kind of breach through. That Great Bombard has to come out soon, surely. Yeah, 20 seconds away. And then it's 10-pin bowling Whamdamar. I just kind of getting low, though. Anatan really just lacking the production right now, it seems. His eco is still at 67. Someone get this guy a bank loan. Good God. Golden Hat upgrades are now in, so elite crossbows on the field for Voldemar. However, they don't have much of a front line against Mass Horsemen here. Marine Lord from age 3, still looking to be the difference maker. Onabagisha's switch up is also on the way. Meanwhile, Knight's going to dive in, but the archers, they hit hard enough. They can bite back. Great Bombard is now here. Yeah, they're not going to break through with this. At this stage, it feels like they need Wham to go age 4. Voldemar is trickling troops, right? But Defender's Advantage is a thing. And I think the other worrisome part is as you start moving in towards these cliff areas, you choke a lot, right? And I don't mean you throw the game. I mean your units bundle together. And then you throw the game. Because it's Great Bombards. Rooster's not that much better. What, in Imp? They most definitely are. Banded Arms, Streltsy, Horsemen, which with the Boys Fortitude have more health than French Horsemen, by the way. They are incredible. Great Bombard really needs to strike back, though. 10-pin bowling time? Goes after the Knights. Wait, Wham is trying to attack it, so this is working out. And now we're getting the strikes. This is going to start to fall apart. This is the worst nightmare of every player playing against Ottomans. You are now in Doomsday territory. So really what you need from Wham, I don't think it's Knights. I think it has to be Horsemen. It's tough, though, because if you build Horsemen, you're just building worse Horsemen. Remember, Marine Lord has got the Bannerman aura, plus an extra melee tech over you. So if you are mirroring Horseman mass, Japanese Horsemen will mostly win. It'll be tight because of Boys Fortitude with the extra 25 health. But long term, it will be a losing fight. Not to mention the farm efficiency. Like, usually it's better for the Japanese. We don't talk about this game, though. Voldemort and Wham have bulked up an army again. It's deceptive, though. 20 of that is kind of fake. It's the militia. Don't forget Elite Horse Archers. I think we'd all like to forget about Elite Horse Archers, thank you. Ono Big Ish is kind of cool, right? But like Marine Lord, it doesn't work when you're just trickling them against Ghoulims. It's a massacre. Like actually against like Ghoulims is terrible if you're forced to take a direct fight. Feels like this is the type of game where Mounted Samurai would have made sense because you had archers deal with the crossbows. Or just stick horsemen. Great Bombard is being approached here. Militia trying to dive in, but not effective at this stage. Not enough health left on the bar. And second Great Bombard is now arriving. This is important. If they cannot start to cull the herd, the siege is going to begin to win this game fast. God, we're going to hit the speed up. This is going to be a meat grinder. Guys, this is not what you call a quick victory approaching. This is going to be a slog. And Marine Lord is ready to join the Age 4 party. Tanagashima Gunsmith now on the way. This could be mass hand cannoneers. Mass hand cannoneers is kind of vile here. Like mass hand cannoneer, mass Streltsy. Sorry, mass hand cannoneer, mass Streltsy. My brain is farted. Janissary is really strong. Because like right now, Voldemort's mistake is he's going crossbows. It's kind of weird actually that he stuck crossbows instead of going back archers. Archers are just kind of more efficient at this stage. You don't really have a reason to be into crossbows. Kind of surprised Abra isn't trading. I'm not. How would they trade with all these walls in the way? High armory now coming through, so every player going to be an Imperial. And this is much needed now. The Great Bombard threat has not been contained. Culverins is not solving the problem. You're going to have to rely on Bandit Arms and hope that's good enough. Yes! Freedom to the map. Delete all the walls. Great Bombard's now starting to knock them down. Push coming in again. Archers to start a step away. Onabagisha are going to reinforce. Now, keep in mind, we're reached the stage where Odin tactics can be coming in, and this is a big deal breaker. That's when the Onabagisha start to shred almost everything. Ghoulims are going to do well, though. Credit to him, the camel support is strong here. These Ghoulims as a frontline entity have 8 melee armor, 10 ranged armor. Archers is not going to work. Janissaries isn't going to feel that good. Basically, you need to play bowling with these guys now. Great Bombards is your win condition in these fights. It would snipe out the siege. Oh my god. He wasted so much effort to kill one Great Bombard. This has to be so tilting, man. Siege Repair is wild. And well, we do have the Horseman switch, but I think Marine Lord read this perfectly. Like, switching into Onabagisha answers the Roost play. It doesn't answer the Ghoulam spam, right? Just the armor. But it's perfect for what Roost are going to try to pump out. Is it me, or does it feel like as the minutes go on, this game is kind of slipping from Voldemort and Wham? I mean, they have a punchback now, right, with the Streltsy. I think the problem is they just don't have anti-siege. Like, they truly do not have a real answer against Great Bombards. Or at least they're not fielding an answer right now. The recovery arc comes beyond this threshold. Like, these choke points right now are great for Great Bombards. Right? Right now, it's like all the pins are there in the bowling alley. And you just have to hit them. But when you get out here, it's like that tricky 9 and... Like, is it 9 and... I want to say... 12 placement? Where you've got the pin on the east side and the pin on the west side. Or pin on the right side and the pin on the left side. And you've only got one shot left. That's when the Great Bombards feel a bit tricky because the spread is wider, you can get concaved. But in these choke points, dude, you're just farming. Look at the bodies! 7-10 split. Thank you, Alex. There we go. I thought it was the high numbers, but I wasn't sure. You can tell I bowl not much. So at some point, our south side protagonists are going to build siege, right? We've finally got it on the way. Voldemort is adding in the Culverins, 2 online, third one coming. If he can get up to about 5 Culverins, he can address this directly. And the cool thing is, like, yes, there's Onabagisha, but Onabagisha, while being fast, are not as tanky as Horsemen. So their ability to just dive in and take out siege maybe isn't as, like, obnoxious. as a lot of them are going to die running by, especially if Voldemort keeps supporting with Golems. Bagisha. A bit ambitious there with the torch attempt. And by the way, there is no Oda Tactics. I'm pretty sure, I know my numbers well. It feels like we have not got Oda Tactics on, but maybe I'm wrong. Can I find a uni? There is way too many buildings here. Oh, he has got it. My apologies. Oh, so he's missing the melee 4 then. There we go. It's in now. And we should get an Uma Bannerman soon. So that'll put him up to about 16 damage post-strike. And that's when the Camel support is still effective, but starts to get a little bit offset. Right now, though, he's just shredding through the Horsemen. Streltsy Mass is looking good, but the Great Bombards, they're winding up for the target in here. Gulam, in the meantime, I'll wrap around the back. One of the Great Bombards is going to be taken down. The Culverins starting to find their hit here. Military shrinking up fast. Anno Lord in a bit of trouble here. Wham. I think the best thing he could do right now is just take these Horsemen, start peeling past and going into the economy. Let the Streltsy mop this up, because right now, the Gunner boys are larger than life. 52 Streltsy in the field for Wham. And this is powerful. The Great Bombards were threatening before, but now the Horsemen reaching in. Another one is going to be struck down. There's only one of these siege weapons remaining for Anatan. Bagisha are going to look to search for it again. We'll at least give a temporary reset. We have got trade now underway. We can actually see that it's going to be Anatan and Marine Lord working together on this, as both of them are trading with each other. And that's kind of cool, right? Because if they traded neutrally with the map, they would have got more, but they would have ran through where the fight is. This is so subtle, I'm not even sure Voldemar and Wham suspect it. And yeah, Voldemar might be bankrolling the economy, but it kind of makes sense, right? Like, Abbas's strength lies in their economy. Roos's strength lies in their military in the late game, right? Streltsy are some of the best gunpowder units in the game. The Horsemen are some of the best Horsemen in the game by far. Their siege is some of the best siege by far. Weirdly enough, that's actually being supplied by Voldemar still, though. I think that comes down to the population efficiency of Culverins, though, right? All right, get your predictions in. How long is this game going to be? Because it's going the distance. And yes, to answer Oscar on YouTube, the Great Bombards have splash damage. They're absurd. Great Bombards are still not balanced. I feel for Ottman's early game, they need something more, but their late game needs enough. Still. Also, didn't the devs say they've got like a siege rework in mind? Because now I'm really curious. If you're going for a siege rework, how are you fixing this? Right, let's say that siege rework is to fix Springalds, which I think everyone can agree at this point, Springalds are not a good addition to the game. Their current functionality is toxic. But the moment you deal with like Springalds and Culverins, how are you solving this? Right? Like, this just becomes king again. Arguably, it already is still king. Push coming in. Backstab also, but wow. Came to the wrong neighborhood there. The siege wasn't moved up yet, so no opportunity. It's awkward, right? Like, if these Great Bombards ever reach this Streltsy mass, Wham is royally screwed. But it never feels safe, because even though they're playing these choke points, you're now seeing Wham play a bit wider with the Horsemen, which makes Anatan think twice about moving up. What's toxic about Springles? How else do you beat mass Mangoes? That's the problem, though. Springles are toxic because they're forced gameplay interaction, because Mangoes can only really be countered by them. If you think about Siege Warfare, the reason why Siege Warfare is really boring and toxic in AoE 4 is it basically just eventually becomes a Springald race. That's it, right? That's not very imaginative if you think about it. Right? Like, right now we have a Great Bombard race versus an anti-siege race. That's not very interesting. It's a one-dimensional counter. Like, Horsemen don't really work that well to counter Mangoes. They've kind of got a little bit better with the extra melee range, but not enough. However, check this. The search for Onabegisha just mopping this up. The crossbows. Not able to front line. Mistakes made there. Voldemar didn't have the Golems in position. That's all his backline gone. And a breakthrough here. Chase in. Bombard's Corvin's in trouble. Remember, Onabegisha's made quick work of this. Bombard's going down. Corvin's also in trouble. The reaction's not feeling quick enough here. And the loss is starting to stack up. The Streltsy pretty much getting ignored in that engagement as they were out of position for Wham. And now with the Great Bombards able to move up, Wham is now in trouble. He's getting pounded on that backline. And we start to see the problem here, right? Like Wham, he has to come in with that backstab. It pretty much puts him on the wrong side of the fight. Voldemar never able to then assist with the anti-siege. Means the Great Bombards get to feast. Not going to be enough to break them through, but definitely enough to break the piggy bank, right? Streltsy is still alive, but a lot of them at the half HP mark or lower. Gold amount is not looking great in this game. Look at the income on these two players. Look at the income on this side. Marine Lord and Anand's Hand set up their trade far ahead of Voldemar and Wham. They're now only doing this transition. It hurts them when you consider the compositions. You've got Onabegisha, Janissary on one side, very gold heavy. On the other, you're talking about Golems, Crossbows, Culverin, Streltsy. These are all gold intense units. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really annoyed that we still don't have the kill count on units. That sucks to me that that's still not a detail. It feels like an easy add for the AoE4 engine, right? Because I think I talked to someone about this before. There is definitely some sort of counter registering, which is why it was so easy to make things like the get free kills and the unit triples mod that we have. Something that I was always envious of, right? Because like other RTSs have had it. It's really cool to see the story. Like, oh my god, this one knight has killed 15 units. Wow. Concave. Whoa, overextension by Anatan. Need to get back here. Like, concave is where you're being surrounded in a crescent shape. It just gives more firepower to your opponent. Great Bombard's just fully backing up. In fact, looks like Anatan is just going to throw the army away. And it makes sense, right? It's just archers. So he's losing the archers to get more Janissaries. And check the reaction from Voldemar. This is perfect, guys. Wait. This is the counter. Oh my god. So for those that don't know, Camel Archer's got a secret buff. Notice that extra line there underneath melee infantry. They now get bonus against gunpowder. So if you can get this comp online, it's a 1-pop unit with 200 HP. He hasn't even got biology yet. Camel Archers is actually the perfect counter to everything that Marine Lord and Anatan is doing, bar the Great Bombards. It counters the Spears, it counters the Onabegisha, and it counters the Janissary. This is kind of wild. That's a sick read by Voldemar. You know, if they can get that count up to, say, 30, 40, they're back in this. The challenge really is the Great Bombards. The count is now up to 4. If it ever reaches like 8, that's when you reach the Doomsday stack. Let's push him with the Janissaries here. Just trying to punch the Streltsy overextending. Good backup by Wham. And tell me you're poor without saying you're poor. Wham gets sent 3,000 food here. They need the horsemen, right? Like, if you're building the Camel Archers, you need someone to front line for you, ideally. Check this. Camel Archer now moving in. It's so easy, because here's the other thing, guys. Remember, you also take 50% more range damage. So just contemplate this for a second. You're taking 37 damage, minus 3, 34 damage. Add 15% onto that. You get melted here. Your Janissaries only have, like, what is it? I think it's 105 HP. So one shot should be doing, like, what? A third of your HP? If not more. Well, definitely more, right? So we said 50% more. So, okay, we do the hard maths here. So 34 damage. It's going to be 51 damage per hit on a Janissary. That's wild. Oh my god. The only issue is you need time for this comp, remember. It's expensive, and they do not produce quickly, even with all these reproduction rate increases for the ambassadors. It's still 22 seconds, as opposed to, say, 9 for an archer. And Anatan is really pushing this. His army's kind of overextended, exhausted, but the Great Bombards, they're unpacking! Streltsy! They're A-clicking in, this is the big mistake! Oh my god! And just like that, Wham loses half of the gunners. I think they misread this fight. I mean, sure, in theory, Anatan's overextending, he's losing the army, but where is your melee units now to clean these up? You've got some Culverins, yes, but you've got mass ranged. It's not a good way of chasing down Great Bombards. Damn heavy hit there. One that's going to be pricey. I mean, at least trade is starting to really come in now. Wham! How many is he up to? 17 traders. I think we've got about the same actually coming in from Voldemar. So at least they've got some late game gold trickle. But still nowhere near what Marine or Nantan have. They are now up to 92 traders. Good God. Janissaries still counter Camel Archers with meta somehow? Oh, what is the attack speed buff? True, but like the logic here is you're supporting with a front line, right? So these are like, Camel Archers are more of your premium backline sniper. They don't have great range, but they have great damage output. It's also interesting, it doesn't counter Azutsu, right? Because Azutsu are heavy, not light gunpowder units. Azutsu is an interesting choice though. I mean, I think it's all just about getting rid of the Streltsy, right? Because, like, the Streltsy is the thing that I think keeps pausing them, stopping them when they push in. Janissary, look at this. A sweep round the side. Just a few Sipahi frontline in this. Means the Camel Archers are wasting all those shots in the wrong place. What a cheeky switch. Anatan, the Sipahi transition at the perfect time here. Janissary's playing through. And Voldemar beginning to crumble. Onabagisha moving in, Azutsu pushing back against this. The Great Bombards have shifted over to the east side now, so the Streltsy should at least be able to hold on the choke points, but it's kind of come at a price. And that price seems to be Voldemar. Military account, just not what it once was. Great Bombards are at least going to be kept at bay a little bit longer by the Culverins. But you're starting to feel like this is slipping away. You're starting to feel like the late game prowess of the Ottomans cannot be denied any longer. Only 3 Great Bombards in total. But now the Sipahi added in, this is the thing that's been missing. You know, a lot of people talk about Great Bombards, the OP thing. I think they sleep on this. Sipahi are insane. No biology tech, yet already at 220 HP. They also have very good base damage. They also have this phenomenal ability to turn a winning fight into an even bigger win with Fortitude. And that's, I think, what matters most, right? Is like when you can see you're winning, you can just wallop through. What's crazy, though, is Anatan isn't even bothering with that. He's going Mass Knights. What? I mean, in theory, even more tanky than Sipahi, right? But you're doing this against Mass Crossbows. I think the issue for Anatan is his income's just too high, right? Yeah, 2,500 gold a minute. So it's either Mass Great Bombards or Mass Knights. This at least gives him mobility, right? Which would make sense of their flank attacking. It seems that's what they're now trying to do. They're not putting too much effort behind it. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by the Knight choice. Like, this versus 4 more Great Bombards, right? I guess the thought process, though, is like the last 2 times, I think they've had Voldemar and Wham on the ropes. But the issue has been movement. They haven't been able to move quick enough to start killing off the backline and punishing them. So by doing this, you have that surge point, right? The moment you see weakness, you can charge through. Meat grinder begins. Streltsy line has formed. Great Bombards. Dealing with the front line fast here. And it looks like they're breaking. Great Bombard shots come in. The Streltsy are not moving away. Forced to back off now. That means the static deployment is going to deactivate. And it means the Janissary now have the DPS advantage. Surely this has to be it. This has been a never-ending meat grinder. But I feel like we're reaching the tail end finally. Streltsy count is holding for the moment. But frontline for Voldemar, it feels a bit crippled, right? Like the Hold on. I didn't notice this. Wham has switched. We actually do have Spring Ults, finally. Now, guys, this is actually a big deal. With the Banded Arms, you are a more effective sniper against the Great Bombards than Culverins. You also move quicker than Culverins. Like, I would argue you want Spring Ults over Culverins here any day of the week. So pause this thought about game being over. There is a threat coming, though. We've been waiting for this crumble through. Marine Lord and Anatan are breaking through the walls, and this is big. This one raid, not substantial in itself. The impact of this, though. So far, this has been kind of this meat grinder in the center, both armies fully there. This small group of horsemen can now strip the economy, but also force a reactionary army to come to the east. Oh my god, they're doing so much work. 17 damage per strike. Traders of the Abbasids are at least more tanky than the public libraries, but not tanky enough. Elite Horsemen are now at least reacting to this, but it's stunting their ability to reboom Streltsy, right? And that's important in this game. Meanwhile, Marine Lord is just basically looking to buy up a bank. 5,000 gold in reserve. You know what's interesting to me is, like, if Marine Lord had sent a bunch of knights over here instead of horsemen, I think he'd still be doing damage instead of being cleaned up. Oh, will you look at that? Perfect time for the Mad Samurai. The reason why this is just as efficient is he has got the Damadu armor, so the extra 10% movement speed makes you almost as quick as knights, as horsemen rather. Only you attack for twice the damage. Oh my god. And now the flank raid. Dude, this is wild. We're 55 minutes into the game, and it's now becoming a mass knight strat on both ends of the map. It is wild to me that, yes, they do not have biology still this entire time. Neither of them. Which I do think would have allowed them to break the central fights, by the way. But now, they've just hit the economy. I mean, Wham has nothing in reserve, guys. He's not going to get any more gold. All he'll have is his passive trick or things like the High Trade House, right? Which means if he ever loses the Streltsy mass, he's dead. He might be about to. Great Bombard's unpack! Shots coming in. Spirals are now trading out against it, but you see the Mad Samurai come around the back here, forcing the retreat. And it means the Streltsy are now essentially front-lining for you. Second wave coming in with the Samurai. Marine Lord and Anasand are quite low on military right now, but what matters is the brute force factor. One side can afford the losses, the other cannot. Wham and Voldemar, if this Streltsy mass dies, curtain's closed. Trade count is down to what? 31 to 98. I think Voldemar and Wham need to push right now. This is probably the single best opportunity they'll get to end the game. They have a double military lead right now. They must be sensing it as well. They just saw how many units got sent into the meat grinder. Great Bombards aren't able to hold in these choke points either due to the siege. If they wait too long, the mass-mounted Samurai will eviscerate. You can see how high the count is already getting. He's up to 54 of these bad boys. With Uma, Bannerman buff, they hit for 38, and we fixed it. Biology tech is now in. Funnily enough, Anatan still doesn't have it. I can't believe they're both just doing mass cav. This feels like a stress test to see how good Streltsy are. I mean, I kind of like what Voldemar and Wham have done. They've accepted their economy is hard to now replace. It's probably never getting replaced. They're losing more still. So they just need to put every single ounce of what they have left into military. I would really like to see Voldemar passing some over to Wham, though, in terms of food. Like, look at this. 12k in reserve. Jesus. Just Ottoman things, guys. Don't mind me. This truly is the Ottoman experience, isn't it? Mad Samurai now going in. Start a step away. Streltsy not able to stand around for that static deployment, and the Mad Samurai have reached their target. Janissary follow-up wave coming in. It just feels like so much is being absorbed by these bad boys. All of a sudden, the military lead has switched. No not a minute ago, it was a 70 military lead for Voldemar and Wham. Now they're falling behind. They cull the first wave of cavalry, but they won't be able to deal with the second. The follow-up hand cannons are good enough, and Wham has been reduced to rubble and ruin. 7 Streltsy left. No hopes of coming back from this. Ottomans will remain the kings of the late game. But I've got to give it to him. Marine Lords, Mounted Samurais, definitely showing you and giving you a taste of how good the Japanese can be as well. Damn, what a deciding game between those two teams. GG's come out. Well played to both. Let me check. We might actually have we got a show match? We might be able to get a show match soon between Dragavan and Myriad on the new map we talked about. That was a sick game, though. I think, like, the focus on that one... What do you think, guys? I think the focus on that game should be the walls, right? Do we just, like, thumbnail walls need enough, and then you show the minimap? Walling remains the most toxic thing. It's interesting because in a way that's true, right? Like a lot of things which we envision as toxic in Age of Empires 4 is caused by how easy walling is, if you think about it, right? So like Ottomans getting the late game, English hunkering down with 2TC, walling them off their flanks and playing long. You know, all these different kind of strategies are enabled by walls and the state of walls. I think walling is way too easy to do and then too annoying and hard to kill and too easy to replenish, right? It's like a never-ending cyclical pain in a lot of these games. So, let's have a look here. We do still have a cool tiebreaker set from the group stage that we could cast. Oh, wait, no, we got that other series from playoffs as well. 1 second. We've got Papapo and Beastie versus Louis MT, and I think it was Dumu. Yes. So another set. So let me have a look for that data now. And we can get into another. Thanks, United. Glad everyone's enjoying it. Don't worry, YouTubers. I'm keeping an eye on you as well. Yo! What is up? Thank you very much for the resub, man. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, if you got Prime, you've got a free subscription to give to a content creator of your choosing. Appreciate it if it gets dropped here. It means you don't have to worry about ads. And it also means you get incredible modes. I need to... I think it's time with the growing YouTube audience to look into uploading the emotes on YouTube as well so that people can like get rewards for that. So I'll try to sort that in the coming week for you guys because I see a lot of people have started to tune in on YouTube also, which is cool. Definitely, like, my advice, open both. Support me in both. If you can. It just... Because then I think we're getting to the stage where I can actually add the YouTube numbers to, like, my pitch decks when I reach out for sponsorships. Twitch is definitely easier. YouTube, the problem with YouTube is, like, YouTube hides viewership numbers in a weird way for live streams. So it's hard to, like, explain to a sponsor. But appreciate the support all around. Okay, so... We're going to do the Puppypaw Beastie versus Louis Dumu set. Game 1 is going to be on Gorge. So let me reset the score boundaries and we'll get ready for the first. Oh, wait. Myriad's now responding. Guys, we can do 2v2 tournament games or we can do a show match on a brand spanking new map from Avali. Ah, no, don't worry. We can't. Sag. We might not be able to do the show match today. Something came up last second for Myriad, unfortunately. But we do still have the 2v2s. Unless I've got another pro player that wants to play against Dragavan on a new map. Feel free to reach out if I do have someone who's interested in that. I've seen the map that Avli's made. It does look pretty cool. I think it will probably get some use in tournament play. So not a bad idea to get in early, give some feedback, and get a good feel for it early on. All right, should we get ready though? Time for another set. Whoop, whoop. You nominate Fei-chan? I don't know, man. She might be groggy. It's wake-up time, right? She need to have her breakfast and whatnot, and then get some deadlock in. It's playoffs time here in the $3,000 2v2 tournament, and we've got a banger. That's right. Southside team is going to be Puppy Paw and Beastie Cutie going up against Team Liquid's Dumu and Team Elephant's Louis MT. Best of 3 here to see who's the absolute Giga Chads that will make it into the grand finals of this $3,000 2v2 tournament that was hosted by Warman. Big shout out to her and what she's been doing across on the Age of RTS channel. But we're all about the KP channel here. Because this tournament had plenty of games cast on their main channel, but there were too many games going on, and we have been working religiously throughout the weekdays to cover every single set that went uncasted, which, by my calculations, is, I think, more than half the total games played. So let's see what this gem has in store for us. Japanese plus Byzantines is pretty cool. I really like this combo, by the way, especially in these type of formats where you've got like a defender and an aggro player, right, based on forward and back. Dumu and Louis have gone for something a bit more traditionalist with the HRE Roos. I wonder if this just turns into a Castle Age race. Feels like that's not how Dumu wants to play it, though. A Rax opener means we're going to get some cheeky shenanigans out of the HRE. Love to see this. And I'm wondering, is there a breach point where they could drop an outpost to hit the gold? Because realistically, this play is meant to be about, what, blocking gold access so that Puppy Paw can't rush H3. Instead, it looks like he's just trying to block food. Yes. So I think what was happening there is Dumu, he sent the scout to gather sheep. I don't think he'd scouted which position each player was in yet. So he was covering his bases and sending the spearman to the back in case the Grand Winery placement was on the backside. But now this just got easier. It's a forward spawning Grand Winery with forward spawning berries. So this is much easier for an outpost rush if Dumu wants to commit. We even have a full Kremlin. This is interesting out of Louis and Dumu, just kind of covering each other. So I wonder, with 4 villages being pulled, Louis is probably going to drop a forward lumber camp and build archery ranges here. And this map is called Gorge. This is probably the single best map for team play in AoE4, without a doubt. Because it's the only one that really changes from what it normally is in 1v1s. Okay, I'm starting to get a bit confused as to what Dumu wants with this play. Was he... No, there's no way Dumu forgot that Gorge spawns 1 gold vein between 2 players, right? Maybe he was worried about some deer shove-ins or something like that, which kind of makes sense. Puppy Paw has built quite the reputation as a deer shovey boy. But I think he's got enough food here not to care. Yeah, 11 sheep plus the berries should be good enough to get him there. He's also got extension berries over here. I think this was the outpost placement that Dumu needed. It would have been fantastic. Or even just staying here with spears, harassing the berries. Because remember, the Japanese, once you get Tawara, you gather from berries insanely fast. Once you have Takazaiku, you gather quicker than you would from sheep. You gather quicker than you would from deer. Arkan is going to be buffing the gold as well as the wood. Has the berries as well. That's actually not a bad Arkan. I'd give that like a 7 out of 10. And the reason he places it like this, by the way, is Dumu wants to keep the door open for a castle rush, knowing that Puppy Paw could do the same. So if they can't find a timing to end the game fast, it's going to turn into a castle rush inherently, right? So you want to have that gold buffed. Puppy Paw is just going to be rushing for it, right? I think this is kind of nice. Like, there hasn't been any pressure that's forced him to do anything but just tech. So no outposts needed. Like, that's the kind of insane thing I think about Japanese on this map. Because the gold sits between 2 players, you don't have to outpost to protect it. Like, when you're playing a standard Dry Arabia-esque map, you have to drop 1, if not 2 outposts. Then you have to an arrow slits. That's insanely expensive. That's like 300 plus resources to defend yourself instead of just getting a quicker castle timing. One thing that is a bit awkward about what Louis and Dimu have done here, by the way, is that Dimu's value out of Archon is going to be heavily crippled by the fact that Louis is taking extra resources away from that. On top of that, Louis is now using his Kremlin to save 175 wood on getting better gathering now on a wood line that's not going to last that long. So it does feel a little bit weird. I'm wondering if they were just worried about BC's timing of like Lombos, and that's why they done this. But theoretically, like, you could have just fielded units to deal with this. The Kremlin almost feels unnecessary. Like, in some ways, this kind of feels like a game where Golden Gate would have been really good. And I'm kind of underwhelmed by what we've seen from Dimu and Louis so far. They're not stopping Poppy Pool. They're so focused on dealing with the Byzantine player, but like BC's having a field day right now. He's still gathering from the berries. Akratoy allows him to push this away. And we should have first mercs on the way soon, right? Like BC's saying a what, probably 400? Ooh, okay, maybe not. There you go, he already got it. Yeah. So he was almost 600 olive oil already. So first Lombos are on the way, at which point you can't harass this anymore. Louis has got Knights coming, but there's already Limitani to address that. Flowing Gate is now coming through. Guys, this might be a quick GG. This is a replay from the games on the weekend, but this is a uncast game. So think of it as a live experience and that it hasn't been shown anywhere from a casting perspective. I feel like the time wasted burning the system may not have been worth it either. Yeah, like all that effort, one villager just comes over, right? I get what Dumu's trying to do. He's trying to force an overreaction and force villagers to come, and then he jumps on them with marching drills. But it's kind of awkward because the Limitane are at least 5 or 6. They can just body block the choke point, right? One thing that would have been better, actually no, Presidium doesn't work on the system, right? So that wouldn't have helped. But yeah, Lombos are now here. So Dumu's plan has fallen apart. Knights arrived way too late. I think Louis needed Knights straight away. But if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he decided to do it on a delay and go double stable instead. And I think he went Pro Scouts, didn't he? Yeah, of course. So Pro Scouts is like going to help them now because they're going to have Mount Samurai coming their way. But I think they just needed to play out onto the deer to begin with because what they're going for is a very specific timing here. And when your teammate spends 350 resources on a tech and then spends another 140 resources on scouts, instead of spending all that on knights, that's 2 less knights. And knights at a later stage in the game than when you really needed them here. So BC, now I'm going to get into the Arislets. He's as cushy and cozy as can be. The first Mount Samurai are now on the way. And remember, they come out quickly due to the Yorishiro drops. And that also means relics can now be grabbed. And because of how late your night timing is, the Mount Samurai should be able to just kind of find you split on the flanks. Because Louis realistically now has to split up his knights to protect relics. Otherwise, Poppy Paw's Eco Lead is going to scale. If he sends all knights to one location, it's too much of a punt. You could just be wrong, right? And because he's using his scouts to pick up these deer, he doesn't have that superior vision to tell him where Poppy Paw is sending his Shinto priests. Let's at least scout out that it is going to indeed be the Yorishiro Stables play. Let's be real, though. This was kind of obvious. It was always going to be this way. There's a small risk that maybe your opponent would have went for Onimusha instead, because Onimusha can just kind of ruin the Knight's day. Nice dive-in attempt here. Poppy Paw. We'll lose a villager for it. We have now got a tech up coming in. Dimu, yeah, this is the all-in. Burgrave now on the way. If you're wondering why doesn't he play Regnitz, because you won't have enough map control. You need units ASAP. So you just kind of need to pump. Because like BC is actually a substantial threat already. Limitane count, Lombo count as it is. Like if you went for your standard Regnitz and said played more spears or just played into, say, stables, your army would be outmassed. And BC would block you on that win condition. Already a little bit of a blocker there. Poppy Paw able to poke and prod. And that now lets them know. So BC is rotating. In fact, if he's quick about this, Dimu realizes it. He needs more villages right now. They're going to try to prevent this. With the Limitane coming, the Knights won't be able to hold this back. The Mount Samurai now starting to dive in, looking for the target. Villagers are going to have to shuffle away, and it's going to be a cancel. Dimu not able to build the landmark here. Mistakes made. Oh, man, you could feel it as well. The first time that got scouted, the disaster meter started to rise. And that delay is huge, guys. BC, look at his position in this game right now. A lot of food and gold starting to be stockpiled. He could be looking for a tech himself. Instead, BC is now adding in the Kyro Siphons because he just got a free timing to hit the farms. Yes, Burgrave is coming, but here's the issue. When you reveal you're doing Burgrave, when you cancel and delay your timing like that, your food becomes vulnerable. And this Kyro Siphon is the perfect way to ensure that that bread is going to be overcooked before it comes out perfect from the farms. E-Repair is going to be used on the blacksmiths. But I think you just want farms anyway. Dimu just doesn't have great food now. Right? Like, I mean, where is he getting it here? He's off on the berries, off on the side. That's not ideal. He's not going to have the Arkham buff to assist him. The farms are now just getting blitzed down. Look at the damage there. Honestly, Kyro Siphons are just farm killers. They really are incredible. This unit is just so impactful now ever since it got the appropriate buffs, right? Like, only 250 resources now. Used to be, was it 350 at one stage, I think? It was ludicrous. First men at arms are at least coming out. Mount Samurai are not diving in. So Beastie should get pushed back here, but damage done. What was that? 7 farms taken down, the blacksmiths as well, the council and the Burgrave. Beastie's got to be happy with this outcome. And now with Golden Horn Tower in the way, he's going to have an opportunity to gun it towards Dimu. Men at arms are at least going to chase. The Masane are going to have to defend this, but you went heavy maces first, right? And the problem there is there's nothing heavy in this composition. Mount Samurai at least now arriving, so maybe that would be good for you, but love that peel back. Limitane are absorbing all the attacks now. It means the Mount Samurai don't get countered at all. This is a bad fight. There's no other way to kind of square it up. They have to take this type of engagement because Burgrave puts you on the clock, guys. Whenever your teammate is going Burgrave, realize that you have to attack soon. It's not exactly a resoundingly effective scaling landmark, right? It's 5 Raxes. So early on in the game, Burgrave impactful. Later in the game, Burgrave absurdly underwhelming. And we're getting later into the game already. It may just be 12 minutes deep, but when you build Burgrave, you've got like 3 minutes, 4 minutes max to find impact. And usually that impact is either you get a dive, you get damage done, or you're scaling towards 30 plus men at arms. I do not see scaling. I do not see damage. All I see is death. Louis MT is trying to save up for Castle. He needs it soon. The Mount Samurai count is almost equal to his Night Spam. High Trade House is now coming in. Wait. Oh no. The house and the hunting cabin griefed him. Oh, he would have loved to have been a little bit deeper there. Get your numbers in, guys. Can they just make Regnets worse and rework Burgrave? No. I was listening to Dimu earlier and he made a fair point, which is like mine work should just house marching drills and give it to you for free. And without mine work, you shouldn't get marching drills. I think that rebalances a lot of the problems with HRE. Burgrave will still be situational, but situations when it comes out is powerful. Wow, okay. Your high trade house numbers aren't going to matter. GG gets called an absolutely brutal opening game here for Dimu and Louis. Yeah, that was... That may have been one of the roughest and most one-sided games we've seen actually so far in the tournament. And not really what you'd expect out of those particular players. Like, I think, you know, when you look at it on tournament paper, you definitely rate Puppy Paw and Beastie higher. But Dimu and Louis aren't a slouch at all. So, let's go ahead and get game 2 ready, see where we're going to be going. Okay, so we open on Gorge, we head to Dry Arabia. Mongol Zhone versus French Delhi. Oh. That's a really scrambled one. Because in theory it's good for Zhone because it's Delhi, right? But it's French as well. I think you just... Do you just play mass double Cav? Like Ghazi plus Knights? No, I think you like lean towards Sacred Sites, right? Alright, let's find out. Let me get the scores updated. So game 1, of course, went to Puppy Paw and Beastie. This might be one of the few times double cav makes sense in a TV2. One and all, welcome back to the team game action. We've got another game from the $3,000 2v2 tournament. Game 1, Puppy Paw and Beastie absolutely dismantled Louis and Dumu. This time, they might be turning the aggro up harder. Dumu on the Delhi, Louis on the French. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is going to be wielding the Mongols and Beastie bringing out Joan. This is interesting because, like, you know, Joan, you'd think she does okay here, right? She can build knights just like Louis can. Delhi are just a civ you farm. They give so much XP over. And normally, like, if this was just Delhi versus Joan, I'd see the logic of what Beastie has. But I think Louis being on French makes this really tricky and sticky. There's a world in which Dumu and Louis just kind of play double cav, play away from Puppy Paw, and target Beastie. Because Beastie's going to go cav, that's obvious. Joan's going to become a liability if it's Ghazi and Knights. I'm wondering what Puppy Paw's strat's going to be. I mean, we're getting that atypical outpost rush opening. I don't think you go... Do you go Keshiks here? That's actually intriguing to think about, actually. It sounds really dented at first, but like if you do see double cav, you react with double cav. Because if you build Keshiks plus the Knights with the Divine Restoration, you have a lot more sustainability as the Northside team. So with that thought in mind, maybe this is one of those games where Dumu has to go for Tower of Victory instead of Dome of Faith and build spears. Which would be a drastic difference right now because I feel like 80% of the games we've been seeing out of Delhi, it's been Dome of Faith. It's incredibly popular. So we're going to speed up to the 2x speed just for the early game here. Puppy Paw already marching towards Louis' base. Makes a lot of sense. You want to block the Knight spam. This is a really important detail that makes the Mongols feel really, really good in these matchups right now. We actually saw it already once in the playoff phase where the whole logic is if you just delay the first 2 Knights, you give a big enough lead to Joan that this matchup that usually shouldn't favor her leans towards her. Same with when you do French and Mongols as well. So Spim not going to arrive. Louis immediately cancels the mining camp. He's accepted his fate here. Just going to pull back now. Understands that he's not going to get more than this. Meanwhile, we have got Tower Victory. So yeah, Dumu is going to be playing that mass infantry comp. We'll see double production from Puppy Paw. It's so expensive. Even after they buffed it, it's still 124 stone. There's just so much more you can do, right? Like when you're playing with Joan as well, I don't think you should be playing the eco win. You should be playing the aggro win. So if you spend that stone on villagers instead of, say, Keshiks or archers or spearmen, you're just kind of giving your opponents an advantage at an early phase in the game where Joan should be most impactful. So Outpost is going to go up. Love the laming on the deer. Puppy Paw just trying to make sure that there's no safe food or no desirable food nearby for Louis. Louis, who, by the way, ended up with 18 sheep, so he will be safe at home for a while. Beastie only has 6. Oh, no, guys. Not just Beastie only has 6. Puppy Paw only has 6. Now, what is essentially a mirror, this is a huge difference. Louis might be blocked on gold, but not eternally. He's got Southside gold. I think Beastie's in trouble. It means that Louis can play safe with his food. He does have to admittedly outpost his gold, but that's between the 2 bases, right? Meanwhile, look at the spawn. Beastie has to play deer here, here. It's on flanks, right? This is very advantageous for Louis because it means that if Beastie wants to be safe, he either needs to build spearmen and leave them there, keep his knights at home, or build outposts. Every time you add another outpost in this matchup, it allows your opponent half a knight lead. So admittedly, like Louis slightly behind here, right? Having a double outpost is a knight behind. But in reaction, Beastie's probably going to have to like double outpost, double deer. Or play pro scouts. Of course. So pro scouts it is. Not... I don't know. I'm not usually crazy about this. We've seen this already once today where I believe it was Voldemar and Marine Lord, right? And doing pro scouts lost you the knight lead. Right now, Beastie has a slight knight lead, right? Because that gold blocker. But Louis should be able to supplement the difference because of Pro Scout's cost, right? Like, yes, it's discounted for the French, but it's still one less knight you have. Does at least fix his issues as the game goes on. Because now he doesn't have to worry about the outpost or anything else. I'm curious, does maybe Louis try something similar? He'll need to gather the gold first of all. I think Louis will likely try to play a knight advantage and then just play out into the deer. And he should have the assister for that, right? Spearmen and archers are now coming, and they are the best of the best. Because remember, Dumu went Tower Victory, so these all have a better attack speed. We did get... Yeah. So, had this been a Dome of Faith build, Silver Tree is really smart. But because this is a Tower Victory build, it has a much more aggressive tone to it for the Southside team. So what they should be doing now, their big priority should be to just take the center map and lock Sacred Sites. And then you can just raid, right? Because you'll have mass knights to do so. Damn, this is going to be a tricky and sticky one. I think Puppy Paw just needs time, and he needs time not being noticed here. Puppy Paw just still trying to lame the deer on the backside. I love the little ring of rosies there with the knight to try and just offset damage onto the scout. One's if you think Louis and Dimmu are going to win this one. Two's if you think Puppy Paw and Beastie have got it. This is intriguing. I think that Louis and Dimmu have a really solid timing here. Because in a way, it is like double greed from Beastie and Puppy Paw. Like, Beastie's isn't egregious. It's just Pro Scouts, right? So it's like, it's not like you've gone for a second TC. And it pays for itself in terms of the defenses you now don't need to build. But this is going to feel really greedy. Especially when you're trying to build archer spears in a matchup against Delhi. Delhi are just building better archers and spears already, right? So the fact that you're now behind on the economy because you're investing into boosting it later, it kind of feels like Puppy Paw is looking for that transition point where you can afford Keshiks for this to make sense. But that's like 5 minutes away, I want to say. And in 2 minutes, you could see Sacred Sites being locked in. I just realized, actually, Puppy Paw and Beastie are playing full hero comp. AoE 4 gamers, Warcraft gamers. Well, one hero is down. I actually think it's kind of underrated playing Zhone plus Mongols, by the way, because maneuver speed works on her as well. Just think about that for a second. Maneuver speed Arrow, 2 movement speed Zhone running into you with a cleave. It's pretty wild. Trying to contest him now. I just don't think this works. The Spearman count is good enough. We'll be able to push away the Knights. Zhone looking to dive in here, but the Knights are lurking. And just 1 or 2 Knights can easily club her down and chase her down. Mongol and JD start with 2 fewer villagers. Well, you know what the answer to that is. Kill their villagers. It's going to be more than that, though. Remember, Louis is scaling more villagers over time. Zhone starting to take a bit of a beating here. 2 flurries come out from the archers. She's already down to half HP due to the +1 damage already in. No ranged armor yet by Beastie. Heavily delayed on getting the blacksmiths up. It's problematic here. Remember what we said. This is all about Dimmu. It's his time to shine. This is the Delhi dominance point. There is no blacksmith answer from either red or yellow. It means they could not afford to fight with Dimmu, who already would have had an edge due to the Tower of Victory attack speed. I love this relentlessness as well. Check the way they're just chasing. Dimmu isn't content with the idea of just taking Sacred Sites. He's moving deeper. Hunting into Puppy Paw's base here. And he's going to know for sure it's definitely Silver Tree play, right? It's kind of obvious when you see there's no Yam from the outpost. Archers are going to start diving underneath the outpost. And considering the +1 tech advantage, it's still going to be a good fight for him. Now start to torch down. Knights are here, Spearmen are here. Puppy Paw's in trouble. He needs some assistance quickly. Archer count has at least been depleted. Zhone might be able to fight, but considering there's already 10 Knights and Beastie only has 6, this is not a fight you can assist with. Movement speed arrow is going to be used for Puppy Paw just to try and retreat away quicker. But his Knight count is his Archer count rather is non-existent. I think we've got another quick game on our hands here. Joan cleaving nothing there. And you can tell who's been chugging the protein works because I can see the beefy biceps on these spearmen. Joan has been skipping arm and leg day. Actually, a lot of leg day in here as she runs away. Another thing that actually having PW would have been useful for. Woof. Bulky boys now pushing in onto Beastie's side. Beastie in a situation where he doesn't have the knight numbers, now doesn't have the gold access to even get more. And archers are going to move in for the snipe, not able to get that final strike. But this is just a back and forth flow, right? Like every time you're seeing Beastie or Puppy Paw have to come to assist, and it puts their army then out of position. Yeah, I think the knight lead is just too big. Even if you clean up Dimu's archers, they've done enough now. Knight charge comes in. +1 ranged armor is at least now there. +1 range damage for Puppy Paw. But the knights are the difference maker. And remember, another funny thing there is Beastie, he's playing Joan, who lost access to the free melee tech. So even in equal numbers, these knights are slightly better for pink. These numbers are far from equal. Butchering on the gold line. Full entrapment there. Louis and Dumu now almost 20 eco ahead. They might be by the end of this assault. How do you get out of this now? I mean, you haven't even got safe trade, right? The trade is running straight by here, so you get sniped on traders as well. Behind this, Sacred Site timer has been ticking, right? They're 9 minutes away from a victory. Joan, is she almost level 3? She's doing all right. She's 100 XP off. And in fairness, it is Melee Joan, but here's the funny thing, guys. Melee Joan really isn't as impressive as you think against mass rural knights. Melee Joan level 3 can be an out in a 1v1 between France and Joan, because in a 1v1, there's probably going to be more than just knights added in. Eventually. But in team games, Louis just gets to keep doing this non-stop. On top of that, Beastie is down by 15 villages. Level 3 Joan is not the out you think it is. If she gets surrounded, she gets pounded. It's just too much damage from these guys. It's why like heavy cav is the absolute counter to Joan. Even when she gets that level 3, it feels rough. Archer Mass at least getting pretty big for Puppy Paw. This is just difficult. Sacred Sites are now being decapped. Looks like Beastie starting to add in Horsemen. Had to go cheat mode on this. Doesn't have the ability to easily get access to the gold. Now trying to fix that on the west side. And Dumu. Well, no wonder the Archer Ball hasn't got bigger. He's going Castle Age. House of Learning as well. So I wonder, does he just switch knights as well? Right? Home Blades makes them incredibly potent. He's already got 5 scholars. Should be looking to scale more, especially with the 3 Sacred Sites, or rather 2 now. Allows him. This wasn't a Dome of Faith build, remember. But actually, what is really cool here is the idea of just Men-at-Arms instead of Lancers. Home Blades with Men-at-Arms and the Tower of Victory attack speed is kind of ludicrous. It's closer to 4 damage increase than 3. Your Archer's now diving in as well. More outposts being rushed up by Beastie. I mean, the Knights can just destroy all this, guys. Joan might get level 3, but it's going to have a blood cost to it. Archer's not targeting her down. Looks like they're actually going to back up. Lou decides it's not worth it. Level 3 Joan is going to be coming in. He has to recommit, though, because Dumu doesn't want to leave. Too late, though. Dumu's going to get mopped up. They realized the moment the tech came out that he wasn't bringing more troops. So Louis just needs to get these knights away. Level 3 Joan is in play. If Beastie and Puppy Paw counterattack quickly, there is an opportunity, but they need to be fast about this. Dumu is already going to be prepping the best of the best. Crossbows and Men-at-Arms now on the way. It's a substantial lead for Louis and Dumu. There is a small opportunity for Puppy Paw and Beastie, though. You'd think it's on Beastie, but it's more on Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw has the mass, right? A lot of archers here, 40 in total. But this is wild. Louis also now going age 3. And you see the damage I'm talking about for Joan. It's just... It's awkward, right? Like, if you miss-micro her for a second, she gets surrounded by knights, she's dead. There's no getting out of that. The cleave isn't good enough to kill them. Nice raid here, though. Able to hit off some of the eco. Louis has at least got the outpost here, so shouldn't lose another 5. I say shouldn't. Might still end up. And Joan, oh my god! You see what we're talking about here. She barely got away with that. In fact, nice body block there. Protects Joan at the very last second. Divine Restoration still on cooldown for 40 seconds. Let me know if your draws drop them when you realize just how underwhelming melee Joan is against French. Because this is the thing, like, you know, you think about it for a second, you're like, wow, I mean, Joan, she's so tanky at level 3. She's got cleave. You wouldn't want to stack melee units into her, right? Right? 190 health, chivalry. You offset a cleave in 30 seconds. Like, think about the maths involved in that, by the way. Holy Wrath takes 60 seconds to recharge and do 30 damage. These knights only need 30 seconds to offset that damage done. Kind of wild when you think about it that way. And because they're knights, they will be able to run away and heal. Feels like Louis just in dominant control in this knight matchup right now. It's 18 to 18, but remember, the Royal Institute there. We've now got Cantled Saddles and Royal Bloodlines on the way. And the backstab comes in. Joan's down. I think this is the beginning of just the surge point. Step Redoubt is at least on the way. But remember, this is a game where Puppy Paw did go for Silver Tree. Now having to go Step Redoubt as well tells you how desperate the situation is. Admittedly, you wouldn't have got as much value out of Kurultai because your teammate is playing Mass Knights, but still. It hurts to have to go this route. Usually you want to be at like 15 traders and feel good and feel like gold isn't going to be a problem. One more skulls getting added for Dimu. Men-at-Arms numbers are looking good. He's looking for the push-in. Archers need to be priority upgrade here. And there it is. Veterancy's on the way. Meantime, 1-2 Knights from Louis being a little bit annoying. The main group is now on the way. Small flank group tried to chase into BC's base. Is going to force a reaction. But that means that Puppy Paw's defense is a lot weaker now. They're going to look to punish that. Knights are now converging. All the techs are there, charging onto the villager line. Puppy Paw a little bit slow on the reaction to pull away. We'll look to seek a garrison, a seek to shelter here. Heading towards BC, hoping that that's going to be his saving grace. But this knight count is too high. BC can't defend against it. The dive continues in the meantime. Those men-at-arms are insanely tanky here. And the veterancy is still not there. I think Puppy Paw is going to lose too much out of this. Louis, in the meantime, just able to keep BC out of the affair at all times. And just a few more knights now showing up, absorbing more of these blows, and finally a recommitment. There's nowhere to run. Puppy Paw, veterancy comes through, but his army is now in peril. I think that might be the backbreaker there. Joan is going to look to commit in here. But they are pretty much defending themselves in the middle of BC's economy. Joan not able to get those deep cleaves either. Men-at-Arms line is a little bit thin. Maybe Louis is going to lose his front force here. But it feels like in return, BC is going to lose everything. And the focus fire as well. Dimu just taking down the backline as quickly as possible. Finally, Joan is able to reach in, but the body blocks are there. The Knights target her down, and she is about to be dead. Damn. Brutal game. Puppy Paw and BC down to just 20 military. Now 30 economy behind. Joan barely surviving here. Final strike's about to come in for the ranged units, and that is Joan dead. Joan dunked. And a game 3 required here because Puppy Paw and Beastie have been picked to the bone. Sick execution, man. What a play. The double castle looked greedy for a second there, but once again, it felt like Joan could do no right in this game. Great read, great execution out of the Southside team to keep this series going all the way to a third game. Man, that was a cool game. What do we call that one? Level 3. I think it's like to do a level 3 Joan. I've never seen a Joan so scared. Oh, maybe that works. And then we show her getting a sassy node. Alright, there we go. So, game 3 required. Let's have a look and see where we're going to be going. Delhi Fast Castle seems strong in team games. It's pretty decent. Sometimes you're not meant to be the one doing it, right? Sometimes there's a better way to go. Okay. Like it in that situation, because your teammate's French, it makes sense for you to be the greedy player. But like Delhi English, for example, English is usually better at Russian Castle. So let me get this up. Open Louis' profile. Deciding game here is going to be in Prairie. Ooh. Wait, we've got an Order of the Dragon pick. What's Beastie up to? Order of the Dragon versus Abbasid's Iabids. How is... I'm trying to think what makes that good. I've seen Abbasid versus Order of the Dragon, and Abbasid's actually surprisingly effective there. It's also a double Middle Eastern civ here, actually. OD crossbow slap? Yeah. I don't know. What is Beastie up to? The ultimate question, a hard to answer one, but one we're going to find out. One and all, welcome back to the deciding game in the playoffs to see who's going to go through to the grand finals of the $3,000 2v2 tournament. We've got Beastie Cutie whipping out a weird and unexpected choice here. Order of the Dragon. Puppy Paw, meanwhile, will be supporting on the Malians. And then we've got the Middle Eastern strat. Louis MT in the blue on the Abbasids, Dumu on the Iabids. I'm curious about this one. Because we don't get to see Order of the Dragon much, especially on maps like this. We're on Prairie. A very open, a very exposed map. Now, Iabids Abbasids has had some very interesting dynamics we've been seeing recently, actually. I think Iabids and Abbasids, like, you can kind of interchange them between the greedy and the aggro roles here. Sometimes you see Abbasid players TC booming. Sometimes the Iabids will support that with aggro. This feels like a fast castle strat. Abbasids will probably support with some military aggression. Abbasids is also pretty cool against Order of the Dragon, because if Order of the Dragon does play Feudal Age, you can scale Camel Archers over time, and Camel Archers are a really good counter unit against these cheesy strategies like Mass Gilded Men-at-Arms. Beastie played Order of the Dragon more? Okay. I can kind of see the merit of it. Like, if you think about it this way, right? Order of the Dragon, one of the big weaknesses is like when you're playing a very rotund draft. And what I mean by that is in a game, when you're playing a rotund, as in well-rounded retinue of units. So you're having to build archers, spearmen, knights, so on and so forth, siege. Order of the Dragon feel weaker because their transitions take longer and are more expensive to start getting online, right? So it feels very difficult, I want to say, for like Order of the Dragon to just supplement all the unit types. Especially when some of them are just not better, right? It doesn't feel like it. Like, if you think about having 2 Abbasid Spears or having 1 Gilded Spearman, I feel like I'd want 2 Abbasid Spearmen, right? And if you think about like having 2 H3 Men-at-Arms or having like 1 Order of the Dragon Men-at-Arms, I mean, it depends if you got the Heavy Maces being impactful, but still, you see this kind of effect, right? But when you're in a team game, we've seen you're able to play these more one-dimensional comps, where Puppy Paw maybe is only going to build Dontos. And then Beastie might only build Landsnecht, right? And, you know, you could have Puppy Paw supplement the weaknesses of that strategy. Maybe he goes then into Mass Archers, and you just provide the melee ball. So I think there is some merit behind Order of the Dragon in team games. Because Order of the Dragon thrive off of Gilded Knights, Gilded Landsnecht, and Gilded Crossbows. And if you're able to commit to just one of those unit types because your teammate supports the other element, you have a better chance of success than I'd say in one-on-ones. Oh, what's up, Anatand? Yeah, send me the details, mate. I'd love to cast your games. You guys doing a show match, or are you just like having some custom games? Absolutely would love to. We'll do this one first, but absolutely afterwards. And Louis, well, that kind of surprises me. With limited wood on the map, he's going Eco Wing. That's greedy. And it is going to be Growth Wing. So yeah, Dumu's going to play H2. I like this element, by the way. I think Desert Raiders are really effective against what BC's likely to do here, because if BC wants to play H2, he's going to be building into Men-at-Arms, Spearman, whatever. You can kite him. Desert Raiders do suck up against the Malians, but you're at least going to be able to force a reaction to jabs. And I think that's where things like Desert Raiders have a higher value point, by the way, is in team games, you can keep pivoting between players, right? In a 1v1, if you're playing against Malians, you don't want to build Desert Raiders because you know they're just going to immediately react with javelins and you're going to feel bad about life. But in a 2v2, you have double the value point. It's another reason why French also feels pretty good, right? Because one player might shut you down with spears, but then you need to pivot to the other player. And if both players shut you down with spears, that means they've overreacted to your play. Fertile Crescent immediately on the way. Stone Gathering has already been done. Lou MT. First TC, where's he going to be dropping this? Do you like set up a forward base maybe on the Berries the Deer? This is like a high value location, but it's very close to the enemy. The alternatives is like maybe towards Dimu's base or the Deer at the back. I honestly don't see a great TC location here. One thing that is interesting for Louis is because he's spending so... Yeah, it's going to be condensed then. So because he's spending so little wood on farms, this issue of running out of food and having to play riskier locations doesn't exist as highly for him. So maybe the goal for Louis is to just kind of get farms down and then bolster up meat shield type units. Yeah, I've got Raxes already being added in, so Spearman are going to be on the way. Beastie, he's just fast castling. That means that you can't mass Fulani though, right? We've seen this before, like double greed very rarely works out. Yes, Louis is being greedy with the 2TC, but he's being efficiently greedy, right? If you're talking about any Civ that can get away with 2TCing without it feeling too much, it's a Bassets, right? Fresh foodstuffs, Fertile Crescent, it makes everything very affordable while still being present with aggro. Meanwhile, Dumi's base. Ooh, he's actually going Mass Horseman. This is cool then. So he's going to ride across north side and just try to ruin Puppy Paw's day. Desert Raider already being a little bit annoying for that as well. BC's probably going straight into Gilded Knights. The map's too big to do anything but Knights here. I love the fact he went on to Deer, by the way. So underrated, so effective when you're playing as the Order of the Dragon because your villagers are a lot more tanky to the point they can even fight back quite well. And this Warrior Scout defense doesn't work very well against Desert Raider. Remember, you don't get bonus damage. Like, this is the intriguing part about Desert Raider. I said Javelin's a good reaction, but if you're not going Javelins, you're in trouble. Because Warrior Scouts don't get bonus against ranged until H3. So Beastie, you say you didn't get any sheep. He's sitting on 15 sheep. Would you like to try again? Maybe he got them on a delay, but he's fine on sheep. Dumu has 21 sheep. Puppy Paw still has 16. Louis the sad boy right now with 6 sheep. So this is kind of interesting, right? It's like Javelins now being built is not a good sign. You need archers. Because if you build Javelins, funny little detail, Mass Spearman counters Javelins quite well. It sounds weird to say, but it's just a quick, efficient unit to body with, right? And the whole idea is that if you get enough spears together, you can even dive the Malian TC. Sofa's getting added is peculiar, though. Considering there's already spears here, and you already are up against a camel, Puppy Paw going Sofa is a little bit surprising. Even more when you consider he added in too. Horseman getting a freebie here. Dumu. Great little 1-2. It's intriguing because they're letting Beastie have what he wants, but completely punishing Puppy Paw for it. We talked about this in previous series, right? This idea, this ideology that when one player's being greedy, you can punish his teammate who's not. And the value is that if you do that, there isn't an army to then protect the greedy player, right? Because you've removed the player that's meant to be the stepladder. So after you've done enough damage, you can then just bring 2 armies over to the Castle Ace player. And then that offsets the age advantage, right? Because Castle's strong, some of the units that come out are strong, but If you're being wailed on by an army over twice the size, the age difference usually feels irrelevant. Horseman now arriving. Kind of probably wishes he went there sooner now that he sees that he was out in the deer. But this is going to condense him. I mean, Beastie played this right. While he could be on the map, he was on the map. And now he has those 18 sheep at home to bolster him up. But he's doing what we talked about. It's going to be the Gilded Knight. And the problem with Gilded Knights, they're slow to produce. You're also up against Mass Spearmen. I feel like this was a really good read by Louis and Dimu in that both of their opponents went for Cav. And it gave a lot of incentive into this spear-based army. Camel Archers as well. Just Camel plus Desert, right? Like, they have all the means to debuff these Cav armies, basically. Remember behind this, Louis, of course, has that very efficient transition. 48 wood each per farm. Sorry, 49. Oh, God, that's not the start you want. Beastie does at least have the Prelate Pump coming, right? So if he can get 4 or 5 relics, I think he's pretty cozy here. And also, on top of that, we have 2 ranches complete. So Puppy Pool, the pressure started to relieve. He's got a second pit mine up. He can start to scale. I think the liability as this game goes on was meant to be Dimu, but he's fixing that. Advancement Wing is on the way. Tricky that he wasn't able to get the Logistics Wing, but you just don't have the time now that Beastie was allowed Castle Age. Because if you go Logistics Wing, by the time you get it, there's probably going to be like 3, 4 relics already picked up. This is feeling like a sad round, though. I don't think this breaks Beastie at all. I think he's fine. Louis' Spearmen are kind of threatening, but not threatening enough. It's kind of awkward, because unless you've got enough Spearmen to wrap around and pinch a Gilded Knight, a good player can always just micro them away. How long do Order Dragon Knights take to train? 42 seconds. It's so long. 35 is the standard timing. And you have to think about it this way. Like, it doesn't sound like very long compared to normal Knights, right? But that's not the bigger issue. The bigger issue is you have to first save up 480 resources, and then you have to commit 480 resources for 42 seconds. Compared to 240 resources being committed for 35 seconds. So that's usually why Order the Dragon tends to underperform. It's like, transitions are not easy. They require you to stockpile a lot of resources and then wait a long time to get it back. I feel like Order the Dragon needs some sort of tweak here. Probably to production rates. Maybe it's going to make them too strong, but quite often they feel really awkward because the moment your opponent forces you to a new unit type, and anyone who's played Dragon knows what I'm talking about, what I was about to say, you always feel too late. Especially against high-level players, because high-level players will do like a 1-2 step, right? So maybe we start on Spears, and then we go Archers and the Horsemen. And by that point, you as the Order of the Dragon player have to have read ahead of the transition, or you're behind. Throne defense is about to get bolstered. Relic is being pulled across now. Wallow's going to come out. That is going to reset them here. The Ram kept getting pushed back, actually. So even now, still hasn't got a single shot in. That sprint replacement being buffed, it means the Rams can even start getting sniped. So in the meantime, Puppy Paw gets his Castle Age for free. No more pressure on him. I mean, Dumu is aged up, right? We've got Camelots coming out. And Puppy Paw has still been adding in Sofas. It is still Mass Gilded Knights from Beastie. But I'm becoming a little bit unconvinced of the Middle East strategy and the damage it's done. Like, the opening felt really good. I felt like they'd done really good damage to Puppy Paw. But then when they tried to pivot over to Beastie, it's almost like things unraveled. They didn't get any real damage done, right? And now we find ourselves here. Louis is at least going to be able to tech up. I think he can recover this game with Camel Riders. If he plays Camel Riders, which he's already got 2 coming from Military Wing, you can disintegrate the Gilded Knights. Camel Riders are much better at killing other Knights than Camel Lancers. Speaking of which, Camel Lancers. Ooh, oh, what a grab! What a sick grab there. Can't quite get the second Knight. Had they done that, that would be 1,000 resources down the drain. And you start to see another tricky element of playing Order of the Dragon, is you just don't have that many units So if your enemy has double the units, realistically, if they get favorable pinches, or like see a favorable pinch, it's easier to execute, right? And to kill the whole army value. Whereas imagine that was 4 French Knights. 4 French Knights, maybe one of them gets pinched and the other 3 just get away. Right? So it's kind of this idea of diversifying your cost investment gives a lot of extra value points. For a start, it's harder to lose the entire army at once. For another thing, it allows you to be more locations at once. Meanwhile, when you look at Beastie, he's pretty much on 1 location at a time. Love that he went for the Inspired Warrior tech, by the way. Insanely effective on such high base damage units, right? You got 36 damage on your normal strike. You're now up to 41. Louis, he's going hard into Camel Archers now. How intriguing. I mean, it's just as good against Sofas as it is against Gilded Knights, right? Sofas, which, by the way, still do not have imported armors. Meanwhile, Lancer Dive coming in. Beastie now under extreme punishment here. Villagers aren't being shuffled away. Finally reacts to it, but Beastie losing a lot of these eco units. Oh my god, what a read. Ludumu, he understood, right? There's no true defense at home right now because the Gilded Knights are diving into his base as well. It's a base trade. Who's going to lose out more here, though? Arguably, it should be Dumu, right? Like, Beastie has the extra outpost. Also, he has the extra garrison efficiency because he has less villages to worry about losing. However, the Gilded Knight cost could be big if they go down. Camels now trying to snipe out the heavily injured here. We have got the Riders arriving. And the Camel Lancers are joining in. So Beastie will try to run this one away. This is where the game gets quite peculiar, though. Because there is a tech that Louis has that could ruin everything Beastie's trying to do. It's this right here. Camel handling would break him. Because with camel handling, you wouldn't just be chasing, you'd be gap closing at all times. Which also complements Dumu really well because these camel lancers move at maximum movement speed when they charge. I think Beastie needs to switch. The only reason I could imagine he's sticking Gilded Knights is because he's hoping that Puppy Paw is going to be coming across soon. Because I think like Gilded Knights over time now just loses to this comp, right? But if your opponent's just going to keep spamming Camel Archers, that's where Javelins are the MVP. The Musafadi detail is peculiar though. Instead of Donzos, I'm a little bit surprised. I think Puppy Paw was expecting Louis to go into archers because Abbasid archers are so good in the Age 3 due to composite bows. It's kind of weird, right? It doesn't mean that Puppy Paw is completely screwed because the Javelins are still a good contester, but the Musafadi to me is just a big question mark. I guess, actually no, I know what it is. Puppy Paw, it's the ambush factor. Remember, you're playing on Prairie. It's a very open map, a very exposed map, very hard to wall map. So you just stealth these guys, you run in and you find the pocket ecos. That's kind of cool, actually. Pretty ballsy when it means that, you know, you're not going to have much of a defensive line. These camels. Camel Archers should lose to Javelins. You do have to target them. And oh no, please move them out of the formation, Louis. That almost stung. Remember, when you formation like that, because they're range units, camels always go to the back, and then they move at this movement speed, not cavalry movement speed. Wallah? How did Dumu get this? He also got himself a Warrior Scout. How many relics was that in the end for Beastie? He got 3. Ooh, so Dumu, did he take many away? No, only 2? Wait, so who's got the rest? Oh, sorry, no, Beastie got 5. Okay, yeah, no, Beastie's kosher. He's coasting. 5 relic gaming is exactly where you want to be with Order of the Dragon. It's going to enable him to get pretty hard to go to crossbows, and he's also going for the mass healing strat. 16 prelates already. Keep in mind, Louis has offset some of this economy because he went 2 TC. And now we've got on delay 3 TC out of Dumu. Malians are only playing 1 TC, but the Fulani is bolstering them up. So eco-wise, these two sides are a lot closer than they appear. I'd say Beastie and Puppy Paw have a slight edge in economy, actually. Flash coming in. Mango is here as well. Good warp to the backside. No reaction yet. Beastie is now here to assist, but this is a lot of camel archers and a lot of spears. Lance is now showing up as well. Prollet's trying to assist, but maybe a little bit too late here. I mean, Puppy Paw, he's got to have a second wave coming, right? But the first strike is beautiful here. Louis MT able to just rout Puppy Paw's forces. What a strike there, man. The boot camp, the phalanx effect, the camel arch is just so impactful in this engagement. And the mass prelates are kind of deceptive, right? Like, BC's army isn't as big as you'd think. 20 of this military pop is just a healer. Not a good front line with only 90 HP as well. Camel arch is now sniping them down. And the Gilded Knights unable to hang around against the spears. That was smart micro. Louis understands that if those heals come out with focused fire, this front line lasts too long. Forces them away, and this game is slipping away from Beastie and Puppy Paw fast. That Mango threat is still not addressed. It means the Javelins cannot counter the Camel Archers, and the Camel Archer count is getting out of control here. These guys hit for 16 damage each. Over 50% penetration against Gilded Knights, and the Mango here, an absolute penetration against Javelins. Sick micro as well. Good body blockers. The Gilded Knights not able to get in. They're approaching the heart of the Malian economy here. Another wallop from the Mangonels. And this is breaking point. Beastie is not able to assist. He has nothing to contribute. His crossbows, his men-at-arms are too slow to arrive. They've identified the weak point, and the weak point is mobility. Something that Camel Archers are king in. I mean, Dumu's army got completely evaporated there, down to just 4 camels. It doesn't matter, though. Louis is carrying the torch and carrying them across the finish line here. Puppy Paw loses it all. Mango is going to be out of park here, which means the Ranch is going to be targeted next. The Gilded Knights will go to a Men-at-Arms rather have at least arrived. But here's the problem. The crossbows are ineffective against mass Camel Archers, as are the Men-at-Arms, remember. You just get kited and killed. Sick execution. Mass Camel Archers, guys. I swear, this unit is still being slept on, even when we see it used here. So many situations where if you find your opponents are not punishing enough, if you're able to scale the numbers up, this unit can be ludicrous. And we talked about that 42-second wait time. It's 35 seconds base for Camel Archers. But when you consider how slow Order of the Dragon build their army, you're justified in doing exactly this. That means a 2-1 storyline. Dumu and Louis able to win out. I believe Dumu made it through to the grand finals. I think Beastie performed well enough as well. I can't remember who the other two were, but insane tournament, man. Sick games all around. Love the fact that, you know, although this game looked dominant in the end, there were moments, there were worrying signs where the Malians might have broken out, but Louis put a firm and quick stop to that. Damn. We rocking. We rocking. Beastie, Wham, Dumu, and Marine Lord. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, Wham and Marine Lord top performers in their group, and then Beastie and Dumu top performers in their group. Got it, got it. Is Anatand here? He said something about, like, a 3v3 or whatnot. Oh god, they're playing 4v4s. Do you guys really want to watch pub 4v4s? I don't know about that. I'm trying to think of what we call that game. That was a sick game. What's the focus point? I mean, it's got to be about the Camel Archers, right? Camels are king. Double Middle East strategy. There we go. Let's do 4v4s. I don't know. I'm never a fan of 4v4s outside a competitive environment. Because I think they're just doing ladder games, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's a ladder game. Yeah, I don't. I see. This is the thing. I don't rate ladder games because the MMR kind of sucks, right? Most people don't play enough for it to be good. Doom on the final. ML was upset because I was non-stop talk nice things to him. Oh, by the way, guys, perfect time to remind everyone of this. Boom. Let's click through. I want to talk about this a little bit because we did just partner with them again. So, guys, if you've been hanging around for a while, you may have noticed in previous months us talking about Protein Works and wondering where they went. They took a short break, but they are back. They are sponsoring us again. So we are once again partnering with Protein Works. I've been drinking it all day. We've actually got a nice mix here. We've got the cookies and cream meal replacement, and we've also got the Nootropics range, which is in the wrong container. I need to get another one from them. But that is the Nootropics range, which is like an energy drink type thing in blue raspberry flavor. So they, like, to give you an idea of what these would cost, because they're actually pretty cost efficient. The diet meal replacements are insane. They're down to like 13 pounds. So this one, like, I've had the blueberry cheesecake, right? Incredible. If you get just 8 meals, £1.69. If you get 16 meals, £1.56 per meal. Here's the cool thing. You can go get this for that price. The Nootropics range works out at like £1 a drink, which is pretty good value for anyone who buys their canned energy drinks. So let's say the blue raspberry, you get 30 servings, £1 a serving, jackpot. Bring them in. I'm going to blow your mind here. This is cool. For a start, if I add one more thing, I'll get free delivery because delivery cost scales down as you make bigger orders. But here's a cool thing. Right now, it says that it's going to cost me a total of £55. If you go to checkout and use my code KILLERPIGEON, that's spelled without a D, remember, you'll get another 10% off that price. Absolute bloody bargain, I tell you guys. Totally worth checking out. I really do rate these highly. These diet meal replacements I've loved. Usually by now, I'm running off for a snack break, usually about 3 hours in, because I burn a lot of calories when I cast. I know it's surprising, but this is what keeps me rejuvenated. This is what allows me to not need to. So highly recommend checking out Protein Works, and shout out to them for sponsoring us for a 4th month now. If you do think about picking it up, make sure you use that link and make sure you use that code because it lets them know that I sent you. And of course, they do look at how these perform to see if they want to renew. So, you know, usually I say I like these type of things because if you guys want to get some in return and you want to support me, this is a cool way of doing both because it means that they'll look at the numbers and go, we want to sponsor them again because this is worthwhile for us. And it means you get something more than just, you know, dropping 20 bucks and getting nothing in return. So appreciate the support from them and appreciate the support from you all. Definitely check these guys out. They have a lot of different things as well. They've got the whey protein if you want to go hard. These meal replacements have like 20 grams of protein, which is really cool for someone like me who does bouldering because it's like not fattening you up. And on top of that, it's also providing protein. They even have, like, for people who don't want to try the nootropics, they have the coffee coolers. The caramel latte was decent. I'm not a big fan of coffee, but it was consumable, which is a big sign. The matcha latte slaps. I love their matcha latte. But let me also drop that for you guys on the YouTube side. Highly recommend YouTubers go check it out as well. You're welcome to. Boink. There you go. So, with that in mind, let's... I don't think we're going to do the 4v4. I'm just not crazy about 4v4s. Do we really want 4v4s or 1v1s? I feel like we want 1v1s, right? Oh, nice, Fat Blop. You brought the HelloFresh? Whoop, whoop. Yeah, I noticed someone bought into it. I don't know. It was awkward because I don't know if more people went for HelloFresh in the end, but like it was awkward because if you weren't from NA, it wasn't automatically tracking it for people, from what I could see. But yeah, the HelloFresh was really handy. So let me have a look here. Whoopsie. So what we're going to be aiming to do, by the way, I'm going to try to get this organized for Thursday, is to have a show match or 2 on this map here. This is Avli's newest creation, Scarguard. Kind of Coastal Cliffs vibes, but instead of the water teasing you and you never being able to access the water can actually be used on this map. So really cool map. Kind of excited for that one. So like on Thursday, we'll probably have that, and then later on the stream, we're going to have our sponsors stream as well, as we're trying out a new game that has sponsored us to check them out. So Louis is in private games. Who's condition 0? got a feeling probably Corv. Let's check the live ladder and see who we've got. $1,400 and 1,000 grouping is matched as an average of 1,400 instead. Yeah, I don't know. What? Well, that's not the way it currently works, right? Because I feel like people use a low-ranking person to kind of like just get easy games from what I've heard before. I don't think the ranked matchmaking for team games works well at all. I think it's like the one they use in this is like, I mean, I think in general, I think RTSs are terrible when it comes to team matchmaking from what I've seen. All right, let's have a look and see who we've got. I'm not noticing any familiar names. What we could do... Let me check the ladder, because I know people like Louis would have been playing on the ladder a little bit earlier anyway. Let's see. So Anton was playing some 1v1s earlier. Obviously, he's now playing the team games. There was Anatan versus Dimu a little bit earlier, so that one might be worth checking out. Let me quickly check. Oh, I know that Voldemar had a bunch of private games, by the way. He was playing a bunch of best of 7 drafts against Myriad a few days back, right? Oh wait, but no, those won't show because he just had all the he had the team game tournament games. Yeah, that's right. Oops, my brain. So, sup Sips, have you ever looked at Deadlock at all? I've tried it a bit and it seems cool, but I was never into MOBAs. Yeah, dude, I've got like 100 hours already on Deadlock. Would have played more, I just hate the solo matchmaking in it because of the solo matchmaking is cringe right now. The matchmaking system's kind of poo-poo. But I love the game. I want to do a lot in that game. I want to try to organize tournaments for that game. The only reason I haven't been streaming and whatnot is because my current PC isn't very good for it. Like, I already have situations where I'm under 60 frames when I'm playing the game. So I can't stream it. So, what we're hoping to sort out in the next few weeks is to get a PC build going. I'm aiming to try and get a new PC build done probably after I get back from Wallalol. First week or two, right? So we're going to build a PC live sometime in October or November with like the latest and greatest AMD tech in it. And we're going to try to source some other sponsors currently to get involved in that. That's the plan I'm now working on. And then when we've got that new PC, we can start to have a little bit of variety streaming going on. So we'll have some Deadlock to show off. We'll have some AoE4 obviously still in there. We might, take a ganders back at some other games as well. Maybe Stormgate's free mode is going to be worth checking out. So yeah, really cool thing that I'm trying to organize right now. Yeah, the matchmaking definitely needs a lot of work. Also, they need a draft. I get why they don't have a draft for quick match, but they need ranked. Because, like, when you get counterpicked just because of RNG, it's cringe as all hell. It's just, like, at the highest level, it's going to feel like games are over. I've had games where I'm, like, on a lane in Deadlock. I'm like, this lane is impossible. I've lost the lane already, right? But let me have a look here. So we've got the Anatan game that we're going to check out versus Dimu that happened earlier. Let me have a look. Has Balteam been playing 1v1s? Have I looked at Concord at all? Yeah, I've looked at it down in 700th play from Steam chart. Oh, wait, no, it's just gone. You know they pulled the plug on that, by the way. You know that, like, Concord is gone now. They switched it off. Dude, that is a record. $100 million game that shut down within 2 weeks of launching. That is unheard of. I'm trying to think if there's a bigger failure than that. That is brutal. So, like, and this, by the way, is a really big lesson that I hope people, even Lawbreakers, yeah, Lawbreakers had a year. This is a big lesson, though, that I hope devs take on board, and more importantly, publishers who have all the money that they burn in a bad way. I haven't played Concord, but from what I've heard of it, it technically didn't do anything wrong. And what I mean by that is that it had a like fleshed out co-op, a fleshed out multiplayer. I think it had like a story mode. The animations looked good and everything else, right? But there was nothing original. It was, the way I heard it described is like it was doing everything that Overwatch had done, sort of thing. It was ticking all those boxes. And that's the problem. Why does Deadlock do so well and Concord does so badly? Because Deadlock is a different game. Deadlock is something fresh and new. It's the first good MOBA shooter that has ever existed, really. Right? It's like 70% MOBA, maybe 80%, and the rest shooter. It has interesting but familiar elements in a new format and setting. And this is something that should hit hard and close to home for a lot of you guys watching and listening, because the lessons to be taken forth from Concord is especially applicable to RTSs. A lot of RTSs, instead of trying to do something new or different, are fixated on how they do what Warcraft done well, or what StarCraft done well, right? And you just go through this motion of copy and pasting instead of doing an original thought. And people want original thoughts. They want to back original thoughts. And funnily enough, like when you do an original thought, it doesn't need to be polished to the same degree of copy and pasting what someone's done for a decade already. There's more room to like have issues. Like Deadlock has issues. Deadlock's CS, like Deadlock's deny system is terrible, right? I think it's actually a huge toxic negative of the game that's going to be removed. Or at least it's not going to be removed, but it could be heavily dialed back. It's got sliding mechanics that just feel like they shouldn't be there because of the infinite ammo things, right? It's got very buggy things like being able to no-clip your head into a wall is dumb. But like people forgive that because it's fun and unique and fresh. So like that is a very big learning point for developers to start waking up to. I think, does anyone here watch Actman? Actman had a great video where he went over this, and that like the industry is dying because people are throwing 200, 300 million behind one big game that potentially fails because it was too safe and too familiar. Because why? Because they put 100 plus million behind it, so they want to do what's already been proven to work. Whereas instead, if they didn't bet the house, but instead dropped 10 mil on this game, and 10 mil on 10 projects, they'd have a better chance at returning. But everyone is just so fixated on being the next billion-dollar game that they are willing to risk bankruptcy for it. And it is dumb development. That is bad. Because that also does things like bloating the project, because you have to have 300, 400, 500 people working on the game, right? Like, what was the... I forget what the game is. The first quadruple, A game ever. And it was not great. It was the pirate one from Ubisoft. The first quadruple A game ever, because they have all these different studios. It was terrible, right? And they burnt so much money on that very clearly. Because here's the thing, guys, and Amazon learned this the hard way. When you add more developers, it doesn't necessarily equal better things. Because when you add more developers, like for every 8 developers you add, you need to add a new project manager. And then also that dilutes the process. You bring more people in, they now need to learn all the other processes. Everyone needs to know what everyone else is doing to a certain degree. There's only so many things you can apply new devs to. So like if we're creating a hit registration system, we can't have 50 people working on a hit registration system, right? You can maybe have 4 or 5. Right? If we're having if we're creating like a unique jump mechanic in the way it interacts, you can't have 50 people working on that. So you become limited. Like, you're creating new characters. You're creating like 12 guns. Okay, so you're creating 12 guns. You're probably gonna have like 12 3D modelers. You can't hire 36 3D modelers to work on 12 guns. It doesn't make sense, right? So this is a very big problem in game development, where it's becoming over bloated and people are just putting way too much money into development. And also, the other thing is, what they're doing contradicts the idea of agile. And agile has been proven in recent years to be more effective than waterfall in, I'd say, like 70% of situations. Some games need waterfall. For example, MMOs need waterfall. It's just natural because you have to have that infrastructure in place. Waterfall, by the way, is where you plan everything and then execute. Agile is where you keep pivoting. So it's iterative development. You do something, see how it is. You do something else. You react. So hence why it's agile, because you're very agile to the issue. You've got a lot of agility. So though agile environments work better with smaller budgets. Waterfall is more dedicated to this idea of big budget. But like there aren't many games now that justify the insane bloat of budget we're seeing. If every game is a gamble where the company goes under, then it's not good business. Exactly. But like that's been the dumb money logic. Is there's so much money that's been being injected into the gaming industry in the last few years that we've reached this apex point of silly spending. And that's why you've seen the huge layoffs in the last 2 years, right? Hundreds and hundreds of devs just being laid off at these big publishers because it's gotten out of control. Because they're not utilizing their devs in a creative manner. They're throwing them, they're punting them at the most random crap. And then wondering why it fails. Battle Aces is interesting because they're skipping the single player. Yeah, well, it's not just that. Actually, Battle Aces is like elegant in some ways, but they're keeping it simple in others. It's not an overly complex RTS. And that's smart. Like I said, they're not just trying to copy the RTSs that worked in the early 2000s that are super complex. They're like, okay, well, this genre is too complicated. So how do we make it less complicated? And that's underrated. That's highly underrated in game development right now. So, Mr. Orangutan played some games. Who did he play against? Marineland's played some ranked ladder games, which is surprising. Against a Chinese player. They're not that high ranked. Just checking who we've got online that we can check out. Maybe it's Elio, possibly? Oh, wait. No, there is one more set we can do from the group stage. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. It's Baltium B versus Dimuku Jadi. I can't find many games in the ladder right now, so I think that makes more sense. This was a tiebreaker. All that matters is the game is actually good and not politically pandering to an audience that does not exist. Oh, don't get me started on the political pandering as well. You guys have like heard the stuff around like Space Marine 2, right? Some of the modification. Some people were not happy because there were not any female Adeptus Astartes. Space Marines. For anyone who knows Warhammer 40k, they know why. That's because lore-wise, there are no female Space Marines. In fact, that's why there's that whole thing with Amazon right now around like Henry Cavill standing his ground, is because Amazon pressured Games Workshop into adding in female characters to a faction that never had female characters. And he's like completely molded about it. And that's holding the whole thing up because the deal that Henry Cavill signed said that any changes to like any scripts or whatever, anything that like happens with the show, he has to write off on or it doesn't happen. Yeah. Like, it's crazy. Like, I've seen some of the people, like, pandering about, oh, my God, there's no women Space Marines in Space Marines 2. It's like, now you're seeing, like, people play it. Like, no, but Space Marines 2 is good. It's like, people find some very nitpicky things sometimes to, like, complain about with games. It's weird as well, because apparently, like, you know, the head of the Imperial Guardsman is, like, a powerful women character as well. But, you know, that's an example where, because the game stood its ground on what the world is that it's building, it captivated its core audience. That's another thing that's underrated, is because everyone is punting $200 million at like this new game being successful, right? They are trying to pander to a wide audience, and what they're usually failing to do is identify and be genuine and loyal to their niche. Niche gets used as a term a lot in a negative way. And what I mean by that is you hear the word niche and you think small. A niche can be millions large. But you need to have a niche. I have a niche, right? Like, you know, okay, let's use an example of something big. Shroud has a niche. Shroud's niche is FPS. FPS is huge, but it is a niche. Because it's a smaller part of a larger whole. And I think there's a lot of development right now that doesn't focus on that. There's a lot of development right now that just wants all the numbers. If they don't get everyone, they're unhappy with the results. And that's just unrealistic. Warhammer lore is the most naturally diverse and represent. Oh, absolutely. So, like, Warhammer's world, more than any other world, is not racist and not, like, sexist or anything like that. And now someone's going to say, what do you mean? They want to kill all the elves, or they think everyone is, like, inferior to... Yes. So, like, what I mean by that is... I'm not going to say there aren't groups that aren't, like, racist or whatever, have problems with it, but everyone is an arse in Warhammer 40k. So what I mean by that is there's no white knighting civ. There's no white knighting faction that's like better than everyone else and treated better than everyone else, right? There's no white messiah logic in Warhammer 40k. And that I absolutely love, right? Because even Game of Thrones, right? Think Game of Thrones is a perfect example. Some of the characters you hate that you then started to love as you learn their story. Something that is so underrated in storytelling in general is the idea that no one really thinks they're the bad guy other than Heath Ledger's Joker, right? Most people think they're right. Even the Joker thinks he's right in what he's doing, right? So there's something that always captivates me about Warhammer 40k, and I love about Warhammer 40k, is everyone thinks they're correct. It's come down to this. Group stage about to be decided by a best of 3 between B, Baltun, Kiljardi, and Dumu. And we kick off on Cliffside. Remember, 2 shall fall and 2 shall rise. And this time, there's no switcheroo. Either Dumu and Kiljardi will win the tiebreaker, or B and Baltun will. Man, this is going to be a tight one as well. Definitely a balanced matchup. Baltun definitely has like an edge in these 2v2 environments. On paper, Dumu should be the favorite of all 4 players. B, always a wild card. And in these 2v2 formats, that's something that could work to his advantage. Abbasid and HRE is peculiar, though. I don't think we've seen much that before so far in the 2v2 tournament. Something we have seen, I think, twice so far. And both times it was insanely powerful, was English-French. English-French is an absolute classic of 2v2s and a very powerful one. Because the idea is with basically 2 of the best units in Feudal, in Knights and Lombos, you can essentially walk up the center and wedge yourself between the enemy base and attack each player individually. Curious to see what B and Baltun's response to this is going to be. I love how I just got all this talk going about Warhammer 40k as well. I'm such a nerd, dude. I'm there with Henry Cavill nodding my head all the time. Absolutely love 40k. I was talking to a friend recently on like a work call. He's talking about his army. He's like, and I just tell him all these facts like, oh, I didn't realize you knew 40k so much. Like, damn right I do, baby. Lived and breathed it. I got hooked as a kid. I got my own little armies hidden in a box upstairs somewhere. Dawn of War really was the hooker, and I probably binged way too much lore. God, I really want another Dawn. I want another Dawn of War that's good. So, anyway, we've got Skull Cavalry Council coming in. It is going to be that double aggro build we were just alluding to. Other side, we've got Greed from B, though. Eco Wing coming in. Arkan is the logical Greed for Baltun. And it is on the tree lines. This is mass archers, which makes sense. Usually you want to build mass archers against Lombos because you can run them down. HRE actually easily beats Lombos in a long feudal because you're able to spam. The tricky part about this, which makes the French-English combo so powerful, is Baltun can't just build archers. He's going to have to build spears as well. And spears having to be built against a lineup that has Lombos, you feel like you're just punishing yourself. Curious to see what B's going to do in this game, though. Foe Crescent is already in the way. We're going to get 2 TC. Probably out here, that's a jackpot right there. You could do 1 on 4 to secure the gold if you want a fast castle, but I could see value in just playing like mass horsemen. Don't think you go camel archers here. Maybe 1 just for the debuff, but I don't think you need to max out on them. So this is pretty cool because I think with the options these 2 players have on each side, you're going to have a very micro-intensive fight. And the thing that I enjoy when you get those type of matchups where everyone is on the feudal age is the back and forth affair. It's not all in the agency of one player. And what I mean by that is communication and timing is important. When these fights clash, you're not thinking about one player controlling his knights and his archers and knowing the exact timings and the in and outs. You're talking about 2 players having to find that pristine, perfect synergy to not screw over the other. I think what ramps up that danger as well is the knights on one side and the marching drills on the other. It means just to slip up for a second can decide these fights. So, stables opening, horsemen on the way. And this is to intercept the Lombos. Dimu's already made the right choice though. In 1v1s, you try to send the first few Lombos over 1 by 1. In 2v2s, it's too far. So you just have to hold them back. Usually, a lot of the time, you'll see this build done where you hold until like 10 Lombos before you even come out. Knights are allowed to roam for free, though. Love that Baltun's already reacting, defending on the east side. Understood that the pressure will be coming into B's base because realistically, the expectation is Baltun will have spears. Nice shift away. It's Baltun. We'll be able to protect this. Does take a little bit of damage on one of those villagers. I'm curious, how are we looking on the sheep count? So it looks like we've got a healthy 13 here for Demu. Killjardy is only on 9, which is not ideal. It's going to be 9 for the HRE as well, but Baltoon, of course, already adding in farms to supplement that. And then 16 actually for him. It's 9 for B, but B has the berries to kind of supplement. And we will be getting that second TC soon, right? Imagine it's going to be out here. I say that, he hasn't gone for stone yet. Wow. Okay, so B... You know what I think happened here, guys? I think B thought that this was going to be 2TC English, and he was mirroring. Logic being that his is more efficient because his villages cost less, so it's less burden on his economy, and then your castle age timing should kind of match up against English. But now, this faux crescent play kind of feels worthless. You could technically still sneak a second TC eventually, but you need to justify it first. And you do that by getting an initial win. There's an interesting discussion going on about RTSs at the moment and like their place in the wider ecosystem. And I agree, like there are some RTSs doing well. Age of Mythology has basically had the cleanest launch of any Age of title in the last 10 plus years. Age of Empires I wouldn't say it's in a great spot. It's doing okay, but it realistically could have been doing a lot better with good marketing. I think RTSs have potential. But one thing I was saying earlier before we hopped in this game, and I think it holds true, and I'd love to get people's comments on YouTube about it later. I think RTSs are still chasing the golden cart of 15 years ago, right? It's like watching someone chase after the Age of Empire 1 relics to try and capture them. And they're not focused on how you make the experience more accessible. And people hate the word accessible nowadays because they think they mean less skillful. And it doesn't. It means a reasonable change in what the skill is, right? Because if you don't find new and different ways for people to improve a skill, you cause gatekeeping. Like, if you still have Age of Empires 2 chugging on 20 years from now, no new players can get into that game. Like, the entry barrier is so insanely high at that point. That's why I keep saying Battle Aces is really good for the entire industry. It might not be for every pro, and some might hate it, but it's fun, it's intuitive, and if you've never played an RTS before, it's like Fisher-Price's first RTS. It's perfect. It allows you to just focus on one element and learn, right? It's kind of like, you know, the macro... So you learn the micro equivalent there, right? Like, the macro equivalent is like when you go to play like an Anno-type game in some ways, although that's still complicated. If you're just able to focus on the SimCity, yes, you get a feel for economy to kind of invite you into that strategy sphere. Other thing I actually think RTSs are lacking is good campaigns, by the way. I legit think that, like, campaigns has taken a back foot in a really negative way in the industry. Not just for RTSs, but I think RTSs suffers more than any other game type. Because, like, Call of Duty not having a campaign isn't, like, industry ending because you can just kind of pick up and learn in 10 minutes, right? But the amount of pain and punishment and misunderstanding of trying to learn an RTS from scratch without a good campaign is horrifying. I think you'll find a big part of why Age of Myth will do reasonably well with its launch, Retold, is because the campaign is the classic one that slapped. So, we're starting to approach the 10-minute mark, and the Camel Archer strategy is coming online, guys. Now, normally this is powerful, but the Longbows are a big threat here. Speaking of which, Longbows being chased by the Spears right now. And B coming in behind. Check this grab. Oh my god, Killjardy doesn't have enough Knights here to hold it back. Dumu at risk of losing everything. What a turn. Camel Archer is now being targeted down, but the Horseman just wailing on what's left here. Dumu getting picked to the bone for the offensive play. And you know, we talked about B looking for that opening to be allowed to go for 2TC. This might be it. What a strikeout. God, this is the kind of insane part, right? It's like even Spears, which usually don't work very well against Longbows, the thing that matters here is just the movement speed. That gap close was absolutely absurd. It felt like the Longbows could do no right there. Great defensive play by B and Baltoon. Does kind of show that awkwardness of just how powerful being the defender can be as well. They just kind of allow Dimmu to overextend and ultimately get punished for it. Now, from here, I mean, there's options on the table, right? Baltoon is getting ready for Castle Age. B could even consider second TC and playing a longer feudal. I think for now, he's just going to keep scaling Camel Archers. Did lose a lot of them, but the one worrisome issue is Killjadi's knight count. A lot of them weren't there. He's at 17 knights right now. However, with not that many archers to back him, diving Baltoon might be difficult. I do think them being split is a problem here, though. They're going to mop up these knights, but they need to move right across back home to Baltoon's base. Because while he's about to tech up, a push is now coming in from the Brit and the Finn. Yeah, I'm just going to say what everyone's thinking. And this is from someone who's like one of the biggest Relic fans in the early years. Like, if you check early 2000s Relic, they were as good as Blizzard. I wholly believe that. Dawn of War is still, I'd say, a top 5 RTS for me of all time. Company of Heroes 1 was incredible. I've heard incredible things nonstop about Homeworld. But if you look at the Relic of the last 10 years, I don't think even Dawn of War 2 was that good. Campaign was alright, everything else, and Last Stand was good. The rest sucked. Dawn of War 3 was terrible. AoE 4's launch was terrible. They sadly have lost the special fire. If AoE 4 got the type of marketing it had at launch now, I genuinely think it could start to rival StarCraft. Baltoon, oh my god, it's happening again! This is wild! So wait, let me just check that. Longbows count as spears, right? Right? No. You know, normally, English lose this matchup against HRE because they spam archers that gap close you. But the spearmen are just as impactful here. Absolutely wild. Tech Up is trying to complete here. Looks like Killjadi has sniffed it out, though. And Baltoon sent everything on the front side. Finally, spears are arriving to defend this. So he will be able to get back and resume the Tech Up. But once again, Dumu attempts to come in and do some serious damage. And once again, he gets swatted away like an annoying fly. And good point coming up from Wicked Skies. So to the point of Wicked Skies making of why Lombos counter worse than normal archers, it's the attack speed difference and the movement speed. You're not able to kite, you're not able to start a step as easily. Spearmen quickly gap close you, so it's a trade that isn't as good. In small numbers, Lombos destroy Spearmen. But when you just get a giant slab of these boys together, they slap. Knights also starting to fall off a little bit. I mean, we've got Guildhall coming, so right choice by Killjadi. I don't think he's going to be able to keep the Knights scaling up. Not with the fact that B will eventually trend into Castle, still have camels here to debuff him, and the fact that you're up against so many spears. With this tech out complete, they really need to keep the pressure up. They can't allow Baltoon to now get access to all those relics. But yeah, the reason why Lombos work good in small numbers and not well in large numbers, it's not just the gap close and whatever, the attack speed, it's also the overkill. Because your Lombos are going to overkill more easily than normal archers, right? Because you have higher base damage and higher bonus damage. It's one of those weird situations. Like I've highlighted this before with Lombo versus Yuumi. All Yuumi strats should be quite effective against Lombos because you overkill Yuumi constantly. So the only way you can stop Yuumi from becoming a problem is by applying pressure. And that's where Lombos in 2v2s are more awkward. Because to apply that pressure, you need to move fast. It's a big map to cover, and you, as we saw at the start of this, can't run out straight away. So you're pretty much sacrificing your most potent point, which is the initial 10 to 15 units, to wait for a time when it's not too risky to move out. Double tech now, so Killjadi already in age 3. Dimmu is about to catch up. B is still the question mark. I think he's spending a bit too much time in age 2. Especially now that it's going to take him almost 2 minutes guaranteed to get up. No, I agree. I agree about the visual point being discussed in chat. I've said this with AoE 4. I think AoE 4 does struggle on the visuals a little. I said about the visual acuity before, like, credit to them, like, you need to know what StarCraft units are, but once you know them, I have felt that when you watch it, it looks more flashy, but you can also tell the units more easily, I feel like. And some people may disagree with that, but, like, I am someone who's watched some StarCraft, and I can tell the units very quickly. The interesting thing is, like, to someone who's never played an RTS before, AoE 4 will be easier to read than StarCraft, though. Because StarCraft has created a bunch of fictional verse units that you've never heard of or seen before, right? Whereas, like, AoE 4 has that very natural understanding of, oh, that's a guy on horseback with a spear. He probably gets countered by a spear, right? Or, like, oh, that archer probably counters those melee units, right? It just kind of naturally makes sense more easily. And I think also there's been generations of that triangle that supports that, like AoE 2, Age of Mythology. They always have these elements of like count units, right? Like yes, a hoplite will kill the like the horseback units, right? Makes sense. Lombos will kill villagers. Makes sense. By the way, I just want you guys to process that B is now only building a second TC at 17.5 minutes, still in Age 2. He went eco-wing. This is not good. Despite all of the longbows lost by Dumu, I don't think it matters anymore. It's because splatter in time. Veterancy on the longbows is in. Baltoon needs to defend this right now or his teammate is dead. B tries to march forward, but Horseman against Vet longbows, it's not going to go well. You just die so fast. Like, look at that. 10 damage, you only have 3 ranged armor. It's pathetic. Chase is on, but he's got to send the men at arms. He doesn't want to trade out. Too many spin would die here. And they still have to worry about Killjadi, who's been scaling mass knights non-stop. Even these men at arms, though, don't feel like they're doing enough. Only the +1, so half damage is going through. This is crazy. The polar opposites of Lombos in this game. We've seen them look completely dog crap, and we're now seeing them dominate everything. The dualities of Dumu's Lombos. I know he's going to be smiling as well. Like, Dumu loves it anytime he can have a game where he only builds Lombos. He's the player I've most consistently seen queue up 100 Lombos. These men at arms are trickling as well. I don't like this. We have at least got the +2 range armor now for Baltoon, so should trade a little bit better, but this has been expensive. Just so many MAA, now MIA from the living world. Still idle time being achieved as well. Like, B lost some economy. He got idled out constantly. And this is just drawing attention away from the mid-map, which is important because we should be having a play for relics coming. You can see Killjadi now queuing up the monks. Need to be quick about it though, right? It's 2 relics home already. Third one now there. Probably a 4 relic game. Maybe 5 if Baltoon's quick. Keep in mind this is also 2 TC from French, so the HRE's relics are powerful here, but the eco lead is getting big. Wall attempt's going to be a wall of nope. Killjadi now just riding in. However, he needs to get out. I think you just rotate south here because of the walls and get the hell out. Weirdly enough, he's brazen here. He charges even deeper. Remember, guys, these spearmen move quicker than knights when they charge. They will reach you, so you can't hang around. It looks like Baltoon didn't realize it, didn't actually go in line formation and try to cut off the retreat. So Killjadi, credit to him, man. He milked that cow until it bled. Able to just weave his way out the other side. Longbow wave follow-up is idling the farms. Guys, this game is over. I think B is just a non-factor at this stage. He has 4 military units in his total. Baltoon is doing the best he can to try and carry this. But you're against a full premium army. It's Longbow, Crossbow, and Knights. There is nothing weak about what blue and purple are doing here. Wall's going up, though. This could be big. If containment protocol is complete. B. Oh no, Killjadi. Okay, but here's the thing, guys. It's 15 knights trapping 40 melee units chasing them, right? So what does Dimmu do? Life gives you lemons. Make lemonade, baby. Starts the move in. Second wave of knights is already rallying up. Crossbows are in the mix as well. So the men-at-arms are going to start to stray worse and worse here. B almost complete with the culture wing, but the trade-off is going to be Baltoon losing access to the farms in the next minute. He doesn't have enough men-at-arms coming. And the knights, desperately trying to break out, are finally going to get caught here. But I think they bought enough time. This move in, this blocker, Baltoon is not going to have access to the food he needs to get the men-at-arms numbers up. He is down to just 7 of these guys. This is mass Lombos, and the only thing he's got left over is Spears. And I may have watched Spears beat Lombos twice already, but I think 3 times is 1 time too many. What a game to open this set. Tiebreaker, by the way. Remember, so much to still play for here. Dimmu, a classic. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Ram's even been built up now. I mean, B, he has 1 military. Oh, I'm laughing and crying at the same time. It's been a sad game for him. This is what we talked about the idea of camel archers as well. Like, scaling camel archers is delicate. If you screw up one fight, you can lose the entire game. Reproducing that army is so difficult, even compared to French knights, right? The School of Cavalry, you just have this ability to pump them out so much quicker. The Bastards don't have that until hyper late game. They don't compare until they've got Golden Age 3 and Military Academy. You won't have either of those things in Feudal Age. Final defense coming from Baltoon. Marches forward with the spears and the men-at-arms. No, it's the knights going to peel back for the time being, and they can come in afterwards. But the Rams are just absorbing so much attention. It splits the army into 2, and it means that Dimmu's going to be able to start a step his way to victory. With moves like this man must be majestic on the dance floor. Killjardy now coming in for the kill and blow. GG gets called. Lombo simultaneously underpowered and overpowered in the same game. Ooh, I like that title, The Duality of Lombos. What's up, Fastcat? How's it going, buddy? That was a cool game one, though. Let me mark that up on the sheets, and we'll get ready for the second one. Whew. What a cool game. So, whose data did we go through? Oh, B's, yeah. Do I intend to cast AOM? I think we've cast some AOM already. I don't know, we'll see how it holds. It's kind of rough, like, I think we had a few videos upload on YouTube and, like, no one turned up for them. So I don't know if that's just we're doing something wrong with the YouTube channel or what. I know someone mentioned that, like, apparently my videos don't show up in search, and I don't know why that is. That's really weird. But, like, if we look at recent performances out of Myth videos, I think they all done really poorly. Yeah, Nemean Lion one had, like, 220 views. The fishing one had, like, 90 views, 150 views, 160 views. I don't know. Doesn't seem to be doing that well. So it's kind of hard to keep justifying. Big chillin', how's life? Life's not too bad, mate. Life's not too bad. I mean, Myth's fun to cast, though. But I don't know. It's a tough one. Was Isis one of the gods? I don't know. Can't remember. I don't know. Maybe the issue is the thumbnails. I don't know. I'm not sure what the problem is. It's tough. Like, that's why I want to have someone dedicated on the YouTube side that can sort those things so I don't have to worry about figuring that out. I hate trying to figure YouTube out. I've always hated trying to figure YouTube out. I love doing content, right? I love, like, recording the content. But like, I'm too perfectionist when it comes to then needing to think about titles and thumbnails and all that crap. Like, it gets me in a negative spiral. YouTube's not showed it to me? Yeah, that's weird. I'm not sure what's going on there. It's a tough one, because I've got a person who like has been sorting the thumbnails, but they're meant to be like trying to figure out those key elements as well. Because I don't just want someone who just does thumbnails. I want someone who they seek the YouTube answers. You know what I mean? It's kind of unfortunate the way things played out with Merlin, because Merlin was gonna partner up with us to handle that side of things before he got swamped with real life stuff. Would have been cool. Think I might not have enough cheap and tasty protein at my disposal? Wow. I wonder where you could get more of that, Wicked Skies. If only there was a website that could get you very cost-efficient meals that are tasty and just liquid already. I wonder if maybe that service exists somewhere. Exclamation mark protein works. Click it. All right, let's get ready to go. Wish you were technologically literate. Okay, so like funny thing there, I think a lot of people think nowadays that people just have the answers. The biggest successes are the biggest failures. You get what I mean? Right? Do you want to know why Beastie's like one of the best in the game? Because he's also the biggest loser. Rainlord as well, like a king of RTS, because he's also a big loser in RTS. And what I mean by that is like they will have more losses than almost anyone. Because that's how you get better at things, right? Like, the key isn't to try something and succeed straight away. The key is to learn from failures. That's how all great things emerge. Like, you hear these stories about people who, like, have these incredible big businesses worth billions. What doesn't get talked about enough is the 4 companies they tried before that all failed. All right, have we got this lined up the right way? Oh, yeah, we have. Perfect. That's a rarity. Actually... No, we haven't. I'm going to have to flip that. Because they're staggered on the spawn. Yes, I know someone's going to clip that out of context and send it to Beastie. Be my guest. I welcome the exposure. Game number 2 of this deciding matchup in the group stage. 2 players shall proceed through to the playoffs of the $3,000 2v2 tournament. And 2 shall fall into despair. Dumu on the Rus, Kiljadi on the Irobids. Meanwhile, it's going to be Baltun on the Mongols and B on Zhone. So we're just going to make Kiljadi's life a living hell, aren't we? Oh, this is 100% a don't let him age up game. We've seen this a few times, actually, on Himeyama. There is something about Himeyama that is super effective at doing this. And it's to do with the lack of good defenses. The tree lines are small. The gold tends to be exposed. Usually it's, more often than not, front-facing, I feel like. So this whole idea of playing Mongol plus Zhone is really smart. Mongols gives you the initial wallop to stop him teching. And then Zhone becomes the oppressive factor after the fact. And Kiljadi, this is ballsy. He snuck out for fishing. Call him Fury because your opponent's going to target your gold. The negative element here is it does mean you're now even slower on teching because you're supplementing your economy elsewhere. Good news is, it means he'll have plenty of food to play H2. Bad news is that the game strat here was to rush castle. The game strat just got changed. We've got very aggressive Kremlin coming in from Dimu, so it looks like he's going to try to lock towards the center. I like this. I think some of this underrated. I don't know if he's going to do it here. A lot of people don't set up proxy bases around the Kremlins when they do this. It's super effective. Think about the difference in distance. It puts you pretty much at the 1v1 distance to your enemy's base anywhere, or your allies, whereas normally you'd have to walk like an extra quarter or third of the way. B is going to get the early warning about it going up. School of Cavalry is on the way. It's just going to be Zhone plus 1 villager to try and remain efficient. This is going to get him pretty tight on the timing to get level 2 Zhone online. Baltun getting what he wants out of this. Kiljadi, a little bit slower in his timing, but remember that is because he set up the docks. He has got the gold required. And I've got a feeling we're going to be seeing military wing here. Growth would be cooler. I'd love to see growth and just an all-in kind of feudal approach, even though it's dangerous against Zhone. Yeah, actually, yeah, I guess you can't because of Zhone, right? You'd want to because it would be cool because you've got like a knight player, but because you don't have very dented units yourself, dense ones that don't die easily, like Desert Raiders are quite flimsy in this matchup, you'd just be feeding a lot of XP. So, although he's going Desert Raiders, this is so he can easily, efficiently build a ram to answer this outpost and reclaim his gold. Need more tech up complete and beat. Still got some way to go, actually. About 80 XP left to grab. And funnily enough, Baltoon still doesn't have a clue about this. I gotta give it to him. It was really crafty by Killjadi. Had this been an alternate spawn where Baltoon's up here, this would have been a terrible play because the units would have walked past. But B is very slow to reveal this because he wants to go knights, right? And that's not quick. So you actually smuggle the play, but it's about to get discovered. Baltoon, now moving out with the spears, finally sees the dock play and can look to start shutting it down. Second outpost coming up. Oh, he's committed. This is fantastic. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I feel like it's been a good while since I've seen a proper outpost Mongol rush. You know, not one of these single outposts and walkaways, but the additional kind of suffocation. And something that's really effective on Himeyama because of those aforementioned small tree lines. God, just ambitiously diving in as well. Baltoon is going Silver Tree, by the way. Works quite nicely. Sometimes Silver Tree can like feel weird depending on the spawn, but I feel like you get consistently good trade post spawns on Himeyama always. Dumu. He's going to be gathering the wood out here. So I thought it was going to be about the hunt, but turns out he prioritizes the wood more. Wooden Fortress at home as well. This is getting a little bit peculiar. I guess it's because he wants to switch over to gathering food here. But the way this is played out has been a little bit costly for him. Remember, he built this Kremlin, and he started to go back and spend 175 wood over here as well. Archer ship is going to get queued up. Looks like the Spearman actually decided to go after the fishing boats instead of the dock itself. And Killjadi, what? If he loses the fishing boats, this Archer ship kind of feels worthless. I mean, you can replace fishing, right? But it's still expensive. So he doesn't finally realize before he loses it. Please. Okay, Archer ship able to protect him. Behind this, we have got Secure on the other gold vein coming out. Looks like Killjadi didn't try to reclaim the north side one. He just laid in on the south side. Baltoon is moving that Silver Tree right to the corner. We've got Archer Spin production coming. Double Archer range at that. Where's the reaction? What? This is a little bit more greedy than I ever expected, actually. So Killjadi's still going to try to go age 3. It's pretty obvious, right? No, he's switching to archers. So it looks like Dumu and Killjadi agreed that now it's Dumu's option to go greed, right? They have to use him instead because the gold is too pressured. So Killjadi is now going to try to play mass archer, which I've seen him do very well before in 1v1s. 2v2s is a little bit different, especially now with the Mongols already ramping archers. Blacksmith timing is going to be sick here. I think one of the big issues I'm seeing here is Iabids always feel weird for that blacksmith timing. And if you're a little bit wrong on it, it can cost you the game here. I think Baltoon is being very aggressive with his particular blacksmith timing. And that scares me a bit. Especially knowing that Killjadi is going to be fighting this on his own. Dumu is not going to help, right? He can't with 2 TC. On top of that, Zhone should be ready for the party soon. She's moving across map. She's going to be coming in, and she's going to be milking these fights. Yeah. XP not looking too bad so far, right? Already 120 with the 500 required. What's the Zerg in AoE4? It's actually not Onabagisha. It's Malians. Malians are Zerg. Zergling would be Onabagisha, yeah. Cleave's coming through, though, and this is Farmville Central. Divine Restoration is still there, by the way. They can't even focus fire down. There's not enough archers here. Killjadi is in trouble. Outpost also not in range to have the firearm protection either, so not going to last very long here. What a good strike. Good timing as well. Behind this, they're scaling their eco while punishing Killjadi's. All of a sudden, just check that. Up to 215 XP. Knights are still roaming into Dumu's base because they know it's going to be spread a bit thin. And still, we have not got any military presence whatsoever for Dimu. It's just 2 militia, and that is it. I'll say it's looking really good for being Baltoon right now. Kiljari, even if he plays a long feudal and masses archers, I'm just not seeing the great deal of value. In theory, if you can get 30, 40 archers together, you can immediately snipe Zhone, and that removes that threat. The problem is you're now building archers only against archers and knights, right? I think Kiljari needs to add in Raxus here. Because Ben's role in this game isn't to assist anytime soon. He's trying to. Triple arch range is now being dropped. I think the idea for Dimu is to attack B and then force them to react. Are you kidding? What's the perfect answer to mass archer defense? You know it. You hate it. And it's coming to pub games near you soon. It's the clown car. Archers are just hop out there. Baltoon sees an opportunity to snipe Moriko. 2 more villagers down. And remember, the wood was never resecured over here. So Kiljari is now trying to mass archers with 0 wood access. So Dimu now doesn't have a choice, right? I mean, high trade house isn't... Oh, for God's sake, he's getting horse archers. Of course, how could I ever have expected anything else out of him? Ben, I don't know if there's a bigger fan of horse archers. Maybe Faye. Faye's like the only one who believes in them all. Zhone, in the meantime, is going to farm up a storm here. Dive comes in. Villagers in the panic mode here. Attack speed arrow does get activated. And farm mode activated as well. B, 360 XP of the way to the 500 required for level 3. Kiljari is going to try to escape with the villagers in a ram. Oh my god. Oh, this is absolutely brilliant and absolutely catastrophic at the same time. Zhone is still alive. He's shivving her down. God. This game is priceless. And all of a sudden, less than 50 XP away. Kiljari down to 16 economy. Dimu, I hope you have been doing heavier weights than that pitiful 0.5 kg you show on stream, because you have got a big game now to carry. Never have I ever seen someone try to escape their base in a ram with villages. Kiljari is definitely giving us firsts. Baltoon has got a lot of archers here, so horse archers not going to be that great at first here. Level 3 is hit for Zhone, which means you're going to have the range damage reduction. And love that. Zhone's right is super impactful here. 8 ranged armor against those horse archers. Yes, you heard that correctly. This is a better horseman. Not going to get bonus damage against them because it's bonus against crossbows, but still going to hurt to deal with. 15 base damage. And triple ram. I have a feeling we're going to a deciding game here. B and Baltoon are not messing around. 3 rams moving in. Second TC in trouble. Dimu was also trying to play for relics now. I mean, this horse archer strategy is cool when you're not being attacked directly. But when they all in you like this, the horse archers start to look a little bit underwhelming. Well, the knights are at least going to be slowed down. That warrior monk not going to be able to get that relic cone. There isn't much of a home left. TC already down. Charge comes in. Villagers are being struck down. And the horse archers are being fixated upon by the archer mass. This looks done. Shunda Cleave. I mean, she's already feasted upon one set of villagers. Why not come for another? He's not even reacting. I think Dimu is just processing the loss now. Shunda Cleave, a little bit too good. A marketplace now being set up, but clapped down before they can even get it online. What a sick strike back. So swift as well in this second game. You know what? It might be a like 15-ish minute finish, but it's still worth uploading for that great escape plan from Killshotty on its own. I have got to say, after thousands of hours of casting AoE4, that attempt to escape with the villagers is a first. I don't think I've ever seen anyone try that before. Absolutely brilliant. I love how Balton's just stopping off for every little scrap he can get due to the bounty system for the Mongols. B is about ready to go Castle Age. Hasn't got many knights to show for it, but who cares? There's not much of an opponent left to face you here. I love this. Killjoy's like, yeah, it's time for multi-TC play. As you do. As you do. Oh, what a fantastic game. I tell you what, after game 1, which was an absolute banger, now game 2, I can't even begin to imagine how this one's going to end. Both teams proving they're just as capable of slapping back hard. All I know is it's going to be spicy. It's going to be unexpected. And something hilarious has got to happen. That was such a freaking hilarious game. The great villager escape. Oh my god. His base is dead. Time for the great escape. Oh, that game was fantastic. Food's ready? Alright, well, I got one more game to cast and then I'll be there. So, we need to head to B's data. Absolutely brilliant. So, we had Himiyama. Now we hop into a dry Arabia. Byzantines Japanese versus Ottoman Delhi. Well, that is a feudal all-in if I've ever seen one. That's a scary feudal all-in. Delhi and Ottomans is kind of crazy. Like, double attack speed aura is wild. Although, like, can you do it quicker than Japanese going castle? I think that's going to be the challenge here. Alright, guys, let's load this up. Oh, we need to update the score, don't we? So, 1-1 apiece. Let me hide the timestamp, and we'll get ready to go. Are we lined up on the right sides? Let's make sure that mini-map goes small. Tell me you are going to send it in feudal or camp until imperial without saying that. This is pretty much a draft that could go either way, right? We've got the double green flags. Delhi and Ottomans up against Japanese and Byzantines. This is feudal all-in versus double castle, I think. This is going to be a crazy game. I promised it was going to be. After those first two, if you guys haven't seen them, definitely check the VODs. B and Baltin versus Dimu and Killjoy may be my favorite series of this tournament, full stop. And this promises to deliver too. Byzantines and Japanese definitely feels like you're going to lean away from aggro when you're up against such a kind of dominant civ for that. Curious to see how B and Baltoon want to play this. We've already got the Military Academy opening. We're going to start on the 2x speed to get through the early game, because I've also got food cooked and ready to go soon. But yeah, I'm kind of intrigued, actually, because in a vacuum, one-on-one, Ottomans disintegrate Japanese. I actually feel like this is possibly Japan's hardest matchup, or second hardest matchup in the game. Because Ottomans can play H2 really well against you, right? With the meta, you're able to get the double melee armor and just send it. And Japan's early feudal age is really weak. They're a civ that thrives on this idea of rushing castle. So I like this presence already with the Spearman coming out to poke and prod. Might have even been okay with the idea of like a Rax opening to try and aggro this, especially considering that Dimu didn't try to react with Limitane himself. Yeah, a little bit disappointed we didn't get an outpost rush, actually. Means Killjoy is going to be able to get the defense layer online. Outpost already coming up. We'll stick on the 2x speed here until we start to see some presence. And we have got Dome of Faith coming. So B, this has to be Ghazi then, right? I'm not sure how I feel about Ghazi. If that's the plan, it means you're probably both looking to go into your cav, right? I guess Baltoon could lean archers here, but that might just kind of enable Dimmu with a longbow defense. Limitane are going to be coming though. Rack's already being dropped by Ben. So his goal is to now just layer Killjadi's base. It's all about protecting the Finn so he can level up. Killjadi, you can see he's already prioritizing that. 6 villages this early tells you everything you need to know about the Japanese intent. What's the sheep count looking like in this game? Killjadi is sitting at 10 sheep, so not ideal, but the Kura Storehouse does pad you. You know, it's very weird because I remember when Japanese released and people were like, what's the easiest new Civ to play? And I said Japanese is subtly the easiest. And what I meant by that is there are some complicated things about Japan, such as the unit types, like things like Onobugishi to consider, the technical timings around Castle Age rushing. But this right here is the #1 thing that makes them one of the easiest civs to play. Farm transitions are hard to do right. I think there's maybe some more allowance for it in like bronze, silver, maybe up to plat. But in general, farm transitions, running out of food is the biggest issue I've noticed with lower ranked players. They get stuck in their base, they run out of food, the game is over. The beautiful thing about Japan is the Kura Storehouse makes that transition so much smoother by adding all these farms for free and then giving you surplus wood to pay for additional farms afterwards. Just such a wonderful 1-2. So Killjadi double outpost already up. And this is what I want to see from Baltoon earlier. He's coming with the outpost now, but kind of a little bit concerned it didn't happen earlier. Probably could have got away with maybe one deeper here, but it would have been a rush with the arrow slits taking only 30 seconds. This is cheeky though. Baltoon should be able to block this. And there is at least a reserve gold. Actually, I think Killjadi's fine. Yeah, this is annoying, and you'll have to set up additional outposts, but it would put him closer to Dummu's base, which gives him protection. Is that going to reach? It should just about reach with arrow slits. You can kind of tell by the fact this one's reaching, and it's diagonal. So this one should reach to like here, if I'm not mistaken. Tech up ready to go. Killjadi pulling the trigger. So we'll speed it up again. Floating gate is on the way. I wonder, does Baltoon consider going into siege engineering here? No, just prioritizing the steeled arrow. Pushback coming, a nice move. The Lombos force the cancel here. Baltoon has to run home with his tail between his legs. Guys, Killjadi and Dummu are fine. They're through the most uncomfortable stage in the game. The sacred sites have been captured. But now, Dummu can follow in Killjadi's shadow if he chooses. I even love the idea of just scaling more Limitane. You're just the front line, right, to enable the Mounted Samurai. And yeah, you always pick Lombo here, Fatlop. You already saw Spearman. It makes so much sense. Even if it's just a few, it justifies it. And Lombos are just better defending, right? Lombos are perfect when you're statically defending. Javelins are better when you have to come out. Your goal isn't to come out here, though. Say that, Dummu decided to anyway. And is immediately regretting it. Limitane are going to have to brace, but Ghazi able to pull back. Archer's going to be able to trade out against that. And you know, I think Dummu jumped the gun. Wait like another minute here and it's perfect. Now you're giving them an opening that they probably shouldn't have here. Ghazi, start to dive. Mounted Samurai are coming out. And this should reset things. Remember, although it's 43 military, only about half of that is actually here right now. Mounted Samurai should be fine. The double outpost defense is going to be good enough. Arrow slits just came in, so Baltoon and B punished for this dive in the end. But not before they initially gave Dummu a spanking for that overextension. Yeah, kind of tricky, right? Like, Dummu did lose a lot of Limitane, and there's a lot of Ghazi remaining. So what has happened because of that is B still has this window of opportunity where he's a big threat, even against Mounted Samurai. So they need to take a chill pill now and wait for Killjadi to get additional Mounted Samurai up. The problem, though, is that timer. That ticking time bomb of the sacred sites. It's gonna light a fire underneath their ass. So what does Killjadi do? Starts to peel with knights. Good choice as well. Baltoon is playing pocket economy forward. Sacred sites could be snuck, maybe on like the south side if he sends one Mounted Samurai down there. Good mirrored reaction. Baltoon saw it coming. We're gonna keep using the 2x speed here. Just to get through this early phase where it's just small raids. I think we'll probably permanently slow down now. Decap should be on the way. Dummu has snuck out for Limitane. And wow, okay. There's a lot of Ghazi here, though. Like, realistically, this decap should never happen. Now Samurai is going to be culled. Limitane are reacting, but this is not a great count for Dimmu. Against this many Ghazi, I'm pretty sure Limitane could lose. Hesitation from B is weird. I kind of get it. He doesn't know how many Limitane are behind this, but that means the win condition is now gone for B and Baotoon, and neither of them are ready with their castle age yet. And yes, we were on 2x speed, because when there's not much happening, we might as well speed up between. Ghazi are now going to go for a counter raid. The problem is you're raiding into a Byzantine base. So, like, positive, negative, right? You know where to find their economy, but also their economy is fairly safe. Shinto's going to give an early warning as well. That's actually perfect. So Killjoy should be pinging that out to Dimmu now. Dimmu should now be rallying Limitane to defend. He also does have the Akrotoy defense, which means these villagers will stab back pretty hard. There you go. Early warning, critical there, allows him to get away. Wallalaw is not going to work. In the meantime, more Sacred Sites are being decapped, so let's gold trickle coming in for B. The dive not working either. Just a few Limitane is all it takes to force the Ghazi away. Things are getting grim now. Check this pivot. Baotoon, they know he's teching. They know he's looking for a way out. They can tell because B has built so many Ghazi. One of these two players needs to be making a castle age play, and they haven't seen enough out of Baotoon to convince them that it's not him. Timing could not be more perfect either. Baotoon is going to have to take a fight to defend this tech. If it gets spotted for a second, it will get dove. Mehmed being snuck up right now. Dimmu doesn't quite see it here. Somehow, Baotoon is getting away with this. Maybe not for long, though. Are you kidding me? Okay, they might not find the Ottomans, but they just found B! Oh, no! Oh, they're going to force the cancel. In fact, B should have cancelled this already. He could lose everything. Baotoon's army's now coming to assist. Greedy from Killjoy, though. He chases after the villagers instead of finishing off the landmark. Another backstab comes in! Dimmu and Killjoy seemed a little bit unsure of what they want to do there. A little bit discombobulated on the choice. One wanted the landmark gone. One wanted the villager kills. Killjoy runs out the other side, chuckling, as Dimmu loses the bulk of the army. Oh my god, I cannot believe that. And now, if they just dive towards Dimmu's base, and he doesn't have a great army to defend with, right? He's still age 2. B, now going to complete the House of Learning, so it works out for him in the end. I think the worst thing that B and Baotoon could do now is going slow. Walls are going up. They shouldn't worry about raids as much. Killjoy is going to try to buy time. He needs to. Dimmu is now on his way up to age 3. But there is an opening here for B and Baotoon. That is crazy. I can't believe it. For a second, it looked like this game was just kind of easy to read and easily done. But what a strike back. What a timing there. The double tech up. I don't think I've seen players get away with double castle so cleanly so often. Almost pitch perfect there. Villagers trying to buy time. Ghazi are now going to arrive. Mount Samurai are stuck here. Scholar's going to start focus healing. Over time, the Mount Samurai will lose this fight. And that's expensive for Killjoy. That's basically half of his army right now, just dead. A lot of Ghazi are going to like go down here. And oh, you monster. That was such a smart read. A lot of players would have written this off and just taken the rest of the fight, but Killjoy snuck out with the majority of the Mounted Samurai after he saw the numbers thinning. That's important as well. That keeps raid potential on the horizon. And remember what we said about the difference between these two sides, right? Is Killjoy and Dimmu have fairly condensed economies. More easily to defend, right? B is everywhere on the map right now. Baotoon is at least somewhat condensed, but even he's spreading out a bit. So that's a big problem, because it means that B and Baotoon need this kind of targeted attack, whereas a raid game is more easy for Killjoy to manipulate. Some is getting pretty big from Baltin, though. Cheeky little wall lulls. Not going to work out, though. Mountain Samurai count too high. So B, not going to be able to sneak this relic away. In fact, let's check on the progress with that. One relic back. Surely that's not everything. Seems like it's been a struggle, actually, for Killjoy to get more off the map. Do we have a similar play coming out? No, it's just a Delhi player. And he's already got 2 home. So right now, B is winning the relic race. They are, however, losing the eco game in a different way. Dumu and Killjoy already have a 10 villager lead. And that's huge when you consider one of those players as Byzantines. Add in the fact we've now got 2 TC from the Japanese. They're coasting. They're getting ready for that later timing. Meanwhile, B already adding in farms this early. Never feels good as the Delhi. Doesn't have much choice when this many Mountain Samurai show up, though. It's curious to see Killjoy playing into Mountain Samurai. I mentioned early game how Ottomans hard counter Japanese. There's another reason they counter them, and it's this point in the game. When you're massing Mountain Samurai, Baltoon can just mass Janissary. It's the perfect counter. And Janissaries even shred through Onobugishi quite well. Like, it kind of leaves you with only Samurai, Foot Samurai as an option. But the problem there is, like, if you're doing Samurai, you've already got Dimmu who wants to do Varangian, right? So you're kind of ticking the same boxes. I do think Limitane are pretty cool, though. Like, Janissary have lower base damage than standard gunpowder units, so that range reduction is kind of more substantial here. Looks like they're going to play to a more defensive area of the map here. Second wave arriving now for Dimmu. Numbers are currently favoring B and Baltoon. But in this fight, it kind of feels like there's more for the east side team than the west. War Elephants are a problem, guys. If this fight gets clustered, those headbutts hurt. War Elephants are going to back up, just using Baltoon as a front line. Healing is going to be focused in on them. Mountain Samurai just making it messy, though, with a dive. Limitane now absorbing the blows. And I've got to say, I think Baltoon lost too much of the front side of that fight. Mountain Samurai now able to come up afterwards here. But the War Elephants, can they tank this? Can they do enough? It feels like they might be able to. Second wave now arriving. Imago in the mix. So Janissary count is at 17. And the Lombo count only at 10 doesn't bode well for Dimmu. I think it's just too much firepower. They made the right choice to back away. That was shaky, though. I'm kind of impressed. Baltoon having to front line with his archers isn't ideal. But he done a very subtle micro there that's usually hard to see with the golden glow on yellow. He pulled the Janissary slightly back. The archers were absorbing the shots, while the Janissaries were clearing up anything that came by. So he basically kept his maximum DPS unit alive, while sacrificing the unit you want to transition out of over time. You think it's a good idea to remove the bonus damage against Cav? No, I just think you need to like focus on removing probably Great Bombards from the Janis, from the Ottomans. I think the Janissaries are mostly fine. They could probably do like a slight tweak. Maybe they should have a bit better scaling for Imperial and a little bit less in Castle. But I don't think that's the big problem with the Ottomans. Killjoy, Mount Samurai galore still. We have got a switch coming though, folks. Japan is moving into Samurai territory. I love this in the Mountain Samurai, though. Love the Limitane. Teardrop shields. So he's got the movement speed. This is all about raiding potential. They don't want to fight this main army because Ottomans are insanely potent. But here's the thing, guys. Janissaries might seem OP, but that's because that gun's very heavy. They don't move very fast. The 1.29 movement speed leaves you in the dust when having to pursue like this. Great read. It just means that Killjoy and Dimmu are going to keep scaling eco off of the 2TC play and the fact that they're Byzantines with farms. Meanwhile, these two are just stuck on 1 TC each. Problem of Otto is Great Bombards, hand cannon is Sipahi, counter most units. Yeah, but it comes back to Great Bombards then. You don't need to nerf like all the units. I think the biggest thing that needs to be nerfed isn't Sipahi, isn't Janissary. It's Great Bombards. Great Bombards are broken. Always will be. And with the siege change, unless they get heavily nerfed, they're going to be even more broken. Sipahi are secretly like one of the best units in the game as well, by the way. And well, hold up, B. What? The keep drop on the flank from B. I mean, it's going to go up, but I don't think it's going to last here. He hasn't got the boiling oil. He hasn't got any techs in here. And more Limitane are coming. Trebuchet is already out. Dimmu was on it here. This is an expensive loss for B. He's trying to repair, but it's just not going to work. So that's 900 stone down the drain, about 15 villagers dead, and you gained nothing for it. That's insanely expensive. I think that might be turning point. I'm not sure what B's thought process was here. Maybe he was worried about too much olive oil, but with how long the game's been going, with the fact that Dimmu hasn't been out on the map, it should be pretty plain and clear by now that he's gone mass olive groves at home. I mean, even if you don't see it, every Byzantine game ends up like this, right? Just expensive losses. Maybe it was about securing more resources for himself more than that, right? Like, keep in mind he's running out. So I guess this was a desperation play to just get a bit more food. But compare that to just having a keep here and setting up farms behind it, right? Because now you have an open base. And Dimmu can push that hard. Look at the size of this army. B has nothing. I mean, I say nothing. 11 war elephants is no joke, right? But here's the thing, guys. A lot of people think that spearmen counter elephants. They don't now. We discovered that the other day. Spearmen lose to elephants. Crossbows, however, destroy elephants. This is brilliant, though. Killjody's probably looking at this mass samurai play and going, why? Why did I do this? War elephants are really good against mass samurai. Mass samurai get no bonus damage. Their base damage feels low. You're going to take like 25 in an AoE while dealing out 16. It's not ideal. And don't get me started on the difference in HP here. 850 to 155. Not to mention the fact that elephants move as quickly as samurai. But here comes the army of Dimmu, and this is the difference maker they need. Limitane moving in deep. Trying to block the retreat. Crossbow's now getting in range here. Triple Mango could be big, though. Baltoon needs a firm shot coming through. Dimmu, slow on the reaction. He's not moving at all. A lot is being lost here, but the sprills are now in play. And not just that, the samurai are clowning around on the elephant mass. 4 of them are going to peel to the south side. Crossbow count is still decent, though. Dive comes in. Siege is getting targeted, and B is looking to protect the mangoes. Spirals get the trade out, though. All siege removed from Baltoon's army. Elephants are holding on, but the second wave's coming in. 15 crossbow, lance tech Limitane. And the elephants look cool for a second there. But B does not have enough here anymore. This keep is going to be a failure. Longbow's just the perfect answer to the Janissaries as well. Once they start targeting that down, this fight should be over. Elephant count now just down to 3. They'll do decent damage, but when the troops start to trickle like this, you lose that value of splash. You're hitting units one by one at that stage. Castle is almost complete, but the trebuchets are going to make it feel worthless. Final Elephant able to keep pushing this back. I mean, it's a staging point for B and Baltoon. The problem is, it doesn't last. Trebs take down the keep. The gold access is not going to last long here for Baltoon. And although the military may still be neck and neck, do not look at the economy unless you want to be upset. It's almost 100 villager lead now for Dimmu and Killjoy. 2 TC from both of them. Still 1 TC from orange and yellow. That was the all-in play. That was the fight to break them. And they walk home broke. God damn. Cool game to round that out. So well played. Killjoy and Dimmu win the tiebreaker in the end. 6 series, though. That was so much fun. All right, guys. So that should bring us to a close. So next planned stream is going to be for Thursday. So Thursday, we're going to have a longer stream because we have a sponsor stream element as well. We're going to look to organize some show matches, so it should be pretty hype, should be pretty fun. I'll look to get that sorted ASAP. We want a show match on Avali's new map, and hopefully I'd love to get one sorted on Kaivayu's map. So we should have a few players available. If you are a player and you are interested in playing in some of the show matches, I don't think I've got... Maybe I've got a small budget. Maybe I'll be able to find $10 or $20. We'll see about that. But we're going to be testing out some brand spanking new maps that will likely make it to comp on Thursday. And then obviously on the weekend, I'm going to be hosting the Age of Mythology show for Wololo. So, with that in mind, I'm going to say love you but leave you, YouTube. Thank you very much for tuning in. You're all absolute gems. Hopefully I'll see you guys all on